The story began with how the alcohol poured on the pink-haired girl slowly flowed down her hair and slowly soaked her white dress. The girl who poured alcohol on her head calmly said that the Viscount's daughter, Iris, knew her status as a princess very well and at the same time dared to call the girl's dress vulgar. A short pause that reigned in the ceremonial hall was replaced by stormy whispers from all those present. The black-haired girl, holding a fan to her face, grinned at Iris and said that how could an ordinary Viscount's daughter say such words to her? Iris had bright pink eyes full of warmth, flowing pink curls and dazzling skin without a single flaw. When the pink-haired woman smiled, her eyes sparkled with joy, and her infectious happiness radiated to everyone around her. The girl was the owner of everything that is considered cute and the protagonist of the novel named Iris Jan Conrad. The pink-haired woman raised her head and said that she only meant to say that the pattern on His Highness's dress was very peculiar, and she did not understand how the girl could think that she thought it vulgar. The black-haired girl abruptly closed the fan, curved it with a slight movement of her hand, and looked at the Viscount's daughter with a stern look. Iris looked at the young princess and pretended not to understand why the girl reacted so much to her words. The black-haired woman asked that the pink-haired woman, being an ordinary daughter of a viscount, could judge the princess's choice, to which she replied that she had not even tried to do so. However, the black-haired girl replied that whatever was hidden behind the pink-haired girl's words, it did not negate the fact that she had taken it upon herself to judge Princess Candmion. Society is not built on the strength of individual families, but rather on their capabilities, and that is why the manner in which a lady speaks and the way she behaves is reflected in reputation. And if any other princess had been in the black-haired place, she would have been immediately condemned and would have hastened to change the subject. However, the princess is different from others in that she is a pillar that supports the country. And also this lady is a symbol of prosperity and a member of the Candmion family, which in turn is the golden branch of society. A black-haired girl named Raylene Sean Candmion is the only princess of the Candmion lineage. In the novel, despite all the atrocities committed, there have always been many followers behind Raylene. And all because nothing in this world compares with the power of money and power, so the princess always behaved as she wanted. The main character of the story lived for 3 decades as a Korean woman without wealth and fame, but with an outstanding mindset. Raylene assumed that Iris had been just playing with her all along, so now that the pink-haired girl had fallen into the princess's net, the girl decided that the time had come to destroy the girl's story armor. The princess tossed her glass aside and said with a smile on her face that she was a direct descendant of the Candmion lineage. Pointing her fan at Iris, Raylene added in an icy voice that insulting her name was tantamount to insulting the Duke. However, the pink-haired woman began to make excuses that this was a terrible misunderstanding and she just wanted to introduce the princess to a more skillful designer. Iris froze as Raylene sternly replied that she would be the only one to decide who would be part of her entourage. The princess folded her fan gracefully and adorned her face with a sweet smile addressed to none other than Viscount Iris's daughter. Both girls immediately turned around as soon as they heard a voice asking what was the commotion here. This question came from the protagonist of the novel, who slowly walked down the stairs and assessed the situation. This was the man whose love Princess Raylene so desperately wanted but could not do it. When the main character gets into trouble, the main character immediately comes to the rescue, because this is the rule of all novels. The man, approaching the pink-haired girl Iris and hugging her, dryly pronounced the name of Princess Candmion. The main character calmly asked how much longer Raylene would make these riots in the social circle. Princess Candmion smiled and mockingly asked the man what kind of disturbances he was talking about to her. The protagonist looked at Raylene with contempt and coldly replied that her arrogance was already beyond all bounds. To which the young girl replied that there is a big difference between arrogance and confidence, and added that a man should be aware of this. The main character of the story recalled that this man always belittled and ignored his daughter-in-law, Raylene. And in the end, the main character of the novel completely changed Princess Candmion for the daughter of Viscount Iris. Raylene said that she had hardly spoken to the pink-haired woman about some of the rules of decency in high society, to which the main character of the novel stated the fact that Raylene also poured wine on Iris's hair at the same time, to which the princess, spreading her arms in different directions, calmly replied that she thought that this action was necessary in order to show the Viscount's daughter her place. The protagonist of the novel squeezed Iris's shoulder harder as soon as Raylene said that she believed that the pink-haired woman now remembered everything. Princess Candmion looked at the Viscount's daughter and asked with a grin if she was right in her words. Iris didn't want to be scorned by others, so despite her anger, she squeezed the hem of her dress and stepped back. After bowing to Princess Candmion to show her respect, the pink-haired woman agreed with her words. However, the main character of the novel did not like that Iris was now humiliating herself in this way. Therefore, grabbing her by the waist, he abruptly pulled the girl to him. The man turned to the pink-haired woman with the words that she did not have to do this because Raylene did not deserve to be listened to and suggested that the girl leave. The princess turned to the protagonist of the novel with a grin and said that now they were no longer engaged, so he no longer dared to talk to her so familiarly. The man looked seriously at his ex-fiancée and, without saying anything, took the Viscount's daughter away from the party. The princess turned away and smiled, mentally asking the protagonist of the novel if he really thought she would be scared. Raylene promised that he would only have to wait, and she, even if she had to search the whole globe, would marry a man much better than him. Smiling cheerfully, the princess mentally added that she would do it while indulging her desires in a house overflowing with luxury. The main character of the story was quietly sitting in her room on a soft sofa after a hard day's work. Leaning her head back on the sofa, the young girl began to remember the past days of her youth. The girl realized that she had been in love with her friend, who was 2 years older than her, for 8 years. The young people started dating when the young girl was in college, but broke up when the man went to the army. Even after getting a job in the company, the main character devoted herself to the man and supported him in every possible way in life. However, the turning point came when an acquaintance of the young girl handed her a letter with an invitation to the wedding. The girl, smiling brightly, asked the main character if she would come to her wedding next month. The heroine took the letter in her hands and with a smile asked the girl, whose name was Kimser, what she was doing in general. To which the girl replied that she just wanted to invite the main character to the wedding because they were friends, and added that she really wanted to get congratulations from the wedding. However, the main character said that she even envies the shamelessness of the young girl, because it must be very convenient to live in your own hypocritical world. Kim Serum was very angry when she heard these words. Her face flushed with rage and her fists clenched tightly at her sides. The girl stood up and started shouting that the main character was just jealous that she was marrying her ex-boyfriend, and then added if she knew how hard it was for her fiancé after breaking up with her. A young girl ironically asked her friend if she was also guilty before someone. And then the main character, crumpling the envelope with the invitation in her hands, simply threw it on the floor in front of everyone. The young girl said that she was generally not on her ex-boyfriend and what was going on with him because she was much more capable than him. Getting up from the table, the main character turned to Kim Seram with the words that she had completely forgotten about decency. The girl was confused as soon as the main character said that she had stolen her boyfriend, and now she handed her an invitation to their wedding. The young girl irritably asked Kim Seram what this pathetic attempt to make her jealous and raise her self-esteem on this. The main character looked into the girl's eyes and seriously told her to grow up as soon as possible. And then, with a smile, the young girl told Kimser not to call them friends anymore. Turning around, the main character left the establishment with her head proudly raised, leaving the fiancé of his ex-boyfriend. Already at home, the young girl was sitting on the sofa and looking at the ceiling with a serious look. In the head of the main character, memories of past days immediately arose, which did not want to give her peace in any way. Leaning on the back of the sofa, the young girl decided that she would stop thinking about all sorts of unnecessary things. The main character took out her phone, lay down on the bed, and began to think about whether something would make her heart flutter, so when she found a story about the Viscount's daughter on her phone, the girl began to read it. The young girl decided that the tense story of the villain while reading it would definitely wash this unpleasant feeling out of her heart. After some time of reading the novel, the main character began to be indignant at what the hero of the story was doing. In the novel, one of the characters in the story was the only daughter of the Duke who rules the continent. Raylene was very beautiful, with a gorgeous body and mind, and she had everything you could dream of. However, the girl always prayed for the love of her fiancé, the crown prince, that he did not even want to dignify her with a look. The main character, reading the novel, understood why Raylene could not simply establish control over the pink-haired woman with the help of money. The young girl was indignant that the princess was really capable of this, because since she was already born into a powerful family, then let her enjoy it to the fullest. Throwing the phone aside, the main character realized that she could no longer read this, because it was only getting worse. The girl began to reason that perhaps the villainess sympathizes with her more than the main character, and concluded that this is most likely due to the fact that she is treated the same as the heroine herself. The main character wondered if Raylene's life would end at the guillotine, like other villains. The young girl realized that if she were in the place of the villain, she would have sent this prince's wife away long ago. And after that, the main character suggested that she would start living happily ever after, spending her family's money on all her desires. The young girl knew that she wanted a man, that he would be kind only to her and would never betray her. The main character wondered why she just couldn't get a cute and handsome guy and raise him herself. Having made herself comfortable on the sofa, the young girl came to the conclusion that such a person simply does not exist in the world. The last thing the main character thought about before going to bed was that she just had a very hard day today. Early in the morning, the diligent maids had already begun their difficult work of carefully cleaning every corner of the majestic castle. The main character woke up and realized that she did not want to get up at all because she was very cozy and the blanket was so nice. Suddenly, the young girl froze, realizing that there should be no blanket over her. The main character began to analyze that she lived alone, so there was no one to carry her to the bed. The option with the girl's parents was also not suitable because they left this world a long time ago. Closing her eyes with fear, the main character began to think that maybe she was kidnapped and she did not notice it. The young girl, feeling a gentle breeze on her face and the faint light filtering through her closed eyelids, decided to open one eye a little to assess the situation. Realizing that she was in a luxurious bedroom, the main character was very surprised and did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. The young girl began to wonder if it was a hotel, why the bed was so huge, and where her phone ended up. Climbing back under the covers, the main character began to think that she could really have been kidnapped. The young girl noticed her long black hair and suggested that it could be just a wig. Getting out of bed, the main character began to think that this was not a kidnapper, but some kind of pervert because she was wearing princess clothes. The young girl decided that she urgently needed to get out of this place, but she froze abruptly. The main character looked in the mirror, where a beautiful black-haired girl with purple eyes was looking at her. The young girl was very surprised and generally ceased to understand what was happening to her now. The main character stood in the bedroom for some time and examined herself in every possible way. With horror, the young girl suddenly realized that she was now in the body of the princess of the novel Rayline. Not very upset, the main character began to reason that the real Rayline was probably possessed by her spirit now. In the end, the young girl came to the conclusion that it was just a realistic dream, but a maid entered the room and asked if the girl had woken up. Saying that the princess urgently needed to be cleaned up, the maid led Rayline to another room, who in turn was very happy that she had not been kidnapped after all. After a while, the princess's maids asked the young girl if she was bothered by anything, to which she always replied that she was not, and that she was fine. The main character lay in the bathtub while she was courted by the maids, and thought about how it was much more luxurious than she could have imagined. One of the maids asked if Rayline liked the new product, which had arrived only today, to which the young girl replied that yes, and it was just to her taste. Then it dawned on the main character, and she decided to ask why there was such a commotion in the morning. Putting the dressing gown on the young girl, the maid said with a smile that she should shine brightest at the Countess Asvin's party today. The main character remembered how Rayline once told Iris that she was not even a maid, and she was still involved in an altercation caused only by the strange taste of the lady. The princess asked the pink-haired woman sternly, how dare she wear such a dress to a tea party where she was present? Suddenly, everyone started pushing Iris towards the door, and she asked why they were doing this to her. To which Rayline, with irony on her face, asked that the Viscount's daughter not show up like this again at the next party. Humiliated, Iris sat at the threshold of the room and heard the princess add that she should no longer wear such a disgusting outfit. The main character sat and did not understand why the villain went after the pink-haired woman and made such a scene in front of other people. Turning around, the young girl turned to a maid named Becky, plaintively asking if she could not go anywhere, to which she asked if the lady was not well. To which the main character replied that this is not the point, but that she has a feeling that if she attends a party today, someone will try to grab her by the hair. To which Becky said that in this case they would just fix her hair, so the princess did not have to worry, and tightened the corset more. As soon as the main character was fully prepared for the party, she looked in the mirror and was very surprised by her beauty. The maids began to say that the girl was beautiful, like the most beautiful flower in this world. The main character decided that since she took over Raylene's body, she would just now give the prince into the hands of Iris, and she herself would enjoy the money of this villain. As soon as the young girl arrived in a carriage to Countess Asvin, one of the men immediately approached her and said that he would escort her to the banquet hall. The main character immediately realized that all this luxury surrounding her is nothing more than illusory nonsense. The young girl thought so, because her 5th point was swollen twice from this trip. As soon as the heroine entered the room, it was immediately announced that Princess Raylene Shan Kandmyon had arrived. All the court ladies who were in the hall immediately paid attention to the main character. The young girl looked at them and thought about how she felt like an animal in a zoo. The main character was very surprised when all these girls ran up to her and began to ask how the princess was feeling. The girl then remembered that these ladies were followers of Princess Raylene, so she replied with a smile that everything was fine and thanked them for their concern. Then the followers of the Villainess began to say with a smile what a relief it was, although the main character was sure that they were following Raylene only for the sake of power. Suddenly, Iris turned to the young girl with the words that they had not seen her for a long time. The main character was very surprised that the Viscount's daughter herself came up to her and was the first to speak. And the princess was also surprised by the fact that Iris came to the party, despite what happened last time. The Viscount's daughter hesitated a little and said that she was well aware that Raylene would not want to accept her greeting. The main character became interested when Iris said that she had a question for the princess, so she allowed herself to talk to her. The young girl looked at the Viscount's daughter and asked what question she wanted to ask her. The pink-haired one smiled and said that the question would concern her dress, which she wore to the event, and then, hesitating, Iris quietly said that she was worried that the princess would find him disgusting. The princess's followers were shocked by such a statement by the Viscount's daughter and began to wait for how Raylene would react. The ladies had already imagined how the princess slapped Iris on the cheek, saying that she was a thief because she had not found anything better. And then Princess Raylene would have shouted that the Viscount's daughter had stolen both her beloved man and her dress. However, the main character put her hand on her heart and told Iris with a sincere smile that her dress was very beautiful. The Viscount's daughter looked at Princess Raylene as if hearing something like that from her was very unexpected. The main character smiled sweetly, although she perfectly understood what exactly Iris intended to do. The young girl turned around and said that this dress was similar to Rosemary's because her work was excellent. Rounding the Viscount's daughter, the main character said that this dress fits her very well. The young girl left the pink-haired one for last, saying that she would join the party. Iris was unhappy with Princess Raylene's reaction, so she said that she had become so open in a short time. The main character turned around and asked what the Viscount's daughter meant by saying such words. Iris innocently replied that many ladies disliked designer Rosemary's dress and added that the princess herself said that the lady's dress was her pride. A bright smile lit up on the face of the Viscount's daughter as she said that she also believed that the princess had great pride. Straightening her dress to the side, the pink-haired woman said that she knew little about such things because the princess knew much better. Iris then walked over to Raylene and asked if she shared the thought she had just voiced. The main character smiled, not understanding where such confidence came from an ordinary mistress, and told the girl that this was already impudence. Coming closer to the Viscount's daughter, the young girl confidently said that she was not as narrow-minded as Iris thought. A waiter approached Princess Raylene, and the main character took a glass of champagne from his tray. The main character added with a smile that if she didn't like Iris so much, she would buy up all the designer dresses in the country, just so that they did not go to the Viscount's daughter. The pink-haired girl thought that Princess Raylene was going to pour her champagne on her, so she immediately began to cover herself. However, the main character was not going to do this, but simply took Iris's hand in hers and handed her a glass of drink. Bending down to Iris, the princess said that she was a poor thing, because when would she have a chance to go out in Rosemary's outfit? Then the main character added that she really hopes that the pink-haired woman will be able to fully enjoy it in moderation. The Viscount's daughter listened silently as the princess told her that a girl needed to know her limits. Iris gripped her thin glass of champagne even tighter in her uncontrollable anger and frustration, her knuckles turning white. Forcing a smile on her face, the Viscount's daughter said that she completely agreed with the words of the princess. The main character decided to remind Iris that she sincerely hopes that the girl will not make a mistake and will not wear the same dress twice. The princess suggested whether the reason for the success of the main characters lies in the stupidity of their rivals. Whether it was money or power, the main character did not quite understand the logic of story writers. However, the girl knew for sure that Iris would not have defeated the Villainess if she had been smarter than her. The main character breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that she was happy that the pink-haired woman did not grab her by the hair and drag her across the floor. The princess's followers began to discuss how Iris managed to get Rosemary's dress, because her dresses fall into the hands of only powerful families. A blonde girl named Aisha began to assume that the crown prince could buy this dress for the Viscount's daughter. Coming to her senses, the blonde began to ask for forgiveness from the main character, to which she replied that everything was fine because she no longer cared about it. In addition, the young girl knew that the buyer of the Vicomte's daughter's dress was not the crown prince at all. Aisha happily said that the princess, as expected, had a very noble and kind heart. The main character began to think that Rosemary's name and the names of her followers came to her out of nowhere, and that she felt very natural surrounded by servants. The young girl firmly decided that since this was all just a dream, then she should definitely have fun to the fullest. Suddenly, to her great surprise, the main character quickly switched her attention. In the corner of the hall, detached from all the guests, stood a handsome young man unknown to the main character. The princess asked her henchwoman named Miel who this guy was. Because she was seeing him for the first time, it was Lord Cassian. Miel added that she didn't think Raylene should pay attention to this guy. After all, among the 12 knights, he was from the lowest class. The main character looked at the young man and thought that she, as a girl from a low class, could understand his reaction well. However, beautiful brown hair and eyes black as pearls make this guy the standard of modernity. The main character was sure that if this person were real, millions of fans would line up behind him. The young girl folded her fan and, still looking at the man, asked her henchwomen if he wasn't handsome. Hearing the words of the main character, the blonde Aisha burst out with a laugh, and immediately coming to her senses, the princess's henchwoman began to forgive her forgiveness. The main character asked if she had said something funny, to which Aisha replied that she did not, and she was just surprised that Princess Raylene thinks the same way as we do. The henchwoman blushed and, a little embarrassed, added that it was simply amazing for her. The main character grabbed the girl by the hands and enthusiastically asked if Aisha really understood her. To which the girl replied that in fact other ladies also paid attention to this man, because he was an extremely handsome commoner, but of course he was not close to the crown prince. The red-haired girl confirmed the blonde's words, saying that His Highness's beauty was incomparable and radiant. To which the main character, approaching the girls, whispered quietly that the beauty of Lord Cassian was simply outrageous. The henchwoman squeaked with delight and began to say that it would be very good if the man began to unbutton the buttons on his shirt. This sight reminded the main character of the high school days, so the girl smirked. The princess thoughtfully asked why Cassian did not dance, since she would like to invite him. To which the henchman said that Raylene should not dance with someone without the appropriate status. One of the girls asked if she could dance with the crown prince, to which the main character replied with a smile that of course. And then the princess asked if she could clarify how the lady could ask the young man to dance. Miel said that perhaps Raylene had forgotten, since she had only danced with the crown prince, but he could give a signal with his eyes. The main character was inspired and, standing in a suitable position, decided to try this method immediately. Lord Cassian, feeling Princess Raylene's gaze on him, turned his head in her direction. The man, realizing that he had nothing else to do, exhaled deeply, feeling the air leave his lungs. Then, with a confident gait and a serious face, Lord Cassian walked towards Princess Canmayan. The young man slowly stopped next to the main character. His expression was frowning. In a firm voice, the man asked the princess why she continued to look at him. Lord Cassian said that he was really sure that he had recently felt the girl's gaze on him. The main character pretended not to understand what the man was talking about, but she was surprised by the lord's reaction. Then Cassian decided to ask if he was mistaken, to which the princess replied that she did not even look at him. The lord exhaled deeply, letting out a long, tired sigh that seemed to weigh the weight of the world on his shoulders. Turning his head towards the princess's henchmen, the man asked if the others could confirm the princess's words. Then the main character began to quietly, unintelligibly, and embarrassedly mumble something to herself. Lord Cassian asked the young girl to repeat what she had said, because he did not have time to hear and understand. Even more embarrassed, the main character replied that she was looking at the man because he was handsome. These words made the young man very surprised because he did not expect to hear such an answer from the girl. Lord Cassian took a hesitantly step back and asked what the main character was talking about. Then the princess came closer to him and said that she was watching because she was wondering if she could dance with such a handsome man. Then the man was embarrassed, and the main character was surprised to realize that although he had an emotionless face, it was much easier to read than she initially thought. The princess remembered that the girls had told her that the man in question was a commoner and probably didn't often attend such parties, so it was not surprising that this gesture was unfamiliar to him. Lord Cassian bowed to the protagonist and apologized for being rude to the princess, saying that he had misunderstood her. Then the princess said that she saw him for the first time, so she concluded that he did not often attend such events, so she was mistaken. Then the Lord smiled sweetly and said that let the girl enjoy the evening, and he should go. The main character was very surprised by such an expression on the face of the young man because she did not expect to see him. As soon as Cassian left, the blonde Aisha said that she couldn't believe that the Lord had rejected Raylene's proposal. The redhead said that apparently the young man was completely speechless at the sight of the princess. The main character decided to retreat because she is a candidate for the role of the Lady of the Crown Prince, and according to the laws of this world, a woman for such an action will have to put up with universal condemnation. Therefore, the princess said that they should leave, because if the rumors spread, then only Raylene would be the loser. With a mixture of curiosity and concern, the Lord stared intently at the departing girl as she disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a lingering sense of intrigue. After a while, the main character returned home, lay down on the bed, and was glad that she was able to return early. A maid approached the princess and asked to be allowed to comb Raylene's hair, to which she immediately agreed. The main character said that she would like to spend some money and who she needs to turn to which the maid replied that the girl can just go to the vault and take as much as she needs. However, the young girl said that she wanted to visit the Information Guild and find someone, but it needed funds. Becky was very surprised and said that the Duke's informants were good in themselves, to which the princess replied that she wished she could hide it from her father. Taking the comb in her hands, the maid said that the lady's finances were now with the maids and asked if she should tell them to bring the money, and then asked how much money the girl would need. The main character said that she had no idea how much money she had at her disposal, so first, she would just like to take a look at the entire amount. After a while, when the maid brought the papers with the financial report, the main character sat and was surprised by the numbers. The young girl looked at the piece of paper in disbelief and thought it was an absurdly large number. Noticing the girl's reaction, Becky said that if it was too little, then the Duke had said to use as much as necessary, so the lady didn't have to worry. The princess asked if Becky thought it wasn't enough, to which she replied that it was a lot of money for her, but for the princess it might seem like a pittance. The main character enthusiastically thought that she now had a diamond spoon that she could use. The princess asked the maid how much the estate on Masvalan Street cost, to which the girl asked if the main character meant the estate where high-ranking aristocrats lived. Becky thought for a moment and said that her house in Camwall was worth about $2 billion to Janice, which was about 5 times as expensive. The main character concluded that even if she spends $2 billion today, it will not affect her account in any way. Becky asked if the girl really wanted to buy an estate, to which she replied that she did not, because she just wanted to help those in need. After a while, the main character found the institution that she had been looking for so diligently for several hours. The young girl began to look at the goodies on the counter because they looked very appetizing, and then, coming to her senses, decided to dismiss this thought because it is a completely different matter here. Going inside, the main character was immediately greeted with a smile by the seller and asked if she could help her in any way. The main character quickly approached the counter and with a confident face ordered 1 steak cake. And then, with a smile on her face, the young girl added that the seller should pack it with her. A cute girl with a smile asked what degree of doneness the main character wanted, to which Princess Raylan said without hesitation that she wanted very, very well done. Bowing to the main character, the cute girl said that she understood everything and thanked the lady for the visit. Opening the curtain behind her, the seller asked the young girl to go with her to the 2nd floor of the establishment. Climbing the stairs, the main character thought that initially she thought that it would be much scarier. The young girl hesitantly came to the conclusion that everything was relatively normal here. Upon entering the room, the lady was immediately asked what information she wanted to know, but she had to pay the guild entrance fee first. The man continued to say that the additional costs would depend on the assignments, but abruptly fell silent when the girl abruptly threw a bag of gold coins on his desk. With an air of unshakable confidence, the main character boldly stated that she willingly parted with the amount of 100 million as a contribution. And then, placing her hand on the table, the young girl demanded that the master of the guild be invited immediately. Without waiting for an answer, the main character put her hands at her sides and asked if this money was enough. The man was a little confused and asked that for what purpose the girl wanted to see the owner. Then, at the same second, another bag of coins flew onto the table, which made him very surprised. The main character repeated that they should immediately bring the master of the information guild to her. The man politely asked the girl to tell her why she was doing this, but the lady immediately covered his table with a few more bags of coins. The man was completely stunned and extremely surprised by the unexpected act of the girl. Taking one coin in her hands, the main character asked again whether the man was going to bring the owner or not. Grabbing everything in bags in an armful, the man got up from the table and told the girl to wait a minute. The main character was very happy because she always wanted to achieve her goal using wealth. A few minutes later, the young girl began to think that maybe the man had just gone off with her money. The main character had already begun to get angry and think that she would definitely take off 3 skins from the man, but he immediately returned and said that he had called the owner. However, the man added that the owner would come a little later and the girl would have to wait for him for about an hour. The main character took out another bag of coins and said that for every 5 minutes of acceleration, she added another bag. The man immediately ran back to hurry up his master, asking the girl for forgiveness. The main character knew that the dress, because of which she almost fought with the main character of the novel on the first day, was purchased as a gift by the owner of this information guild. The seller offered the lady tea, to which she agreed, thinking in her mind that she had almost been involved in a pointless argument because of the owner. That is why the main character came to see this man in person to have an idea of what he looks like. Suddenly the door opened, and a young man appeared on the threshold with a watch in his hands, who asked if another 5 minutes had passed. This man had wavy aqua hair and rich blue eyes, and the main character did not understand how, with such data and face, this young man became only a secondary character. The princess thought that she was very jealous of Iris because the owner was not deprived of skills, because not everyone would be put at the head of the information guild. At the same time, the main character knew that the blue-haired man was also the head of the Guild of Assassins. The owner of the information guild asked why the young girl was looking for him so persistently. The main character abruptly threw a gold coin into the air and immediately caught it back in her hands. With a smile on her face, the young girl said that she just wanted to look at the face of a madman, so blinded by feelings that she didn't even disdain burglary, and she had no other goals. The owner of the Information Guild was very confused when he heard these words from the main character. The main character managed to build a tower of gold coins during the conversation, and having finished her tea, put her mug on it and said that this was all she wanted. The owner was perplexed and asked if the young girl had really spent so much money just for this. The main character threw another coin into the hands of the owner and said that there was no reason for her to come anymore. Then the young girl added that the owner apparently earned a considerable amount today. As she left the room, the main character turned around and said that she really hoped that the man would pay Rosemary for her work. Immediately, the owner jumped up from his chair and asked the girl to stay, but she wished him a good day and left. The master of the Information Guild was left standing in confusion, alone in the room. A few minutes later, another man with green hair came into the room and addressed the owner, calling him Lucas, asking if the woman had left. The green-haired man added that no matter how much money the Duchy of Kanmyeon had in its account, no one would spend 2 billion in a few minutes. Lucas said that to be more precise, the young girl had spent 1,890,000. Shaking the coins out of the bag, the green-haired man asked what task the girl had assigned. However, when the man heard that there was no task, he immediately dropped the empty bag in surprise. Lucas looked at the cup left by the princess and said that this was not what the girl had come for. The owner remembered how Iris had told him that the princess liked to wear expensive outfits from Rosemary, and her dress would look like a shirt against them. And then the main character of the novel added that she could do absolutely nothing about it. Smiling innocently, the Viscount's daughter said that if she did not have a high social status, then she would not be able to make friends with the princess. Lucas knew at once that he had done a stupid thing because he shouldn't have judged a person one-sidedly. Running around the edges of the cup, the host said that the princess was completely different from what was said about her. After all, the man knew that if the lady really despised everyone who had a low status, she would not insist that he pay for that dress. Stretched out on the back of the sofa, the master of the Information Guild was sure that he would not do this. Lucas turned to the green-haired man, naming him Levon, and told him that he needed to buy a noble title. Levon asked where Lucas's habit of shaking over every penny had gone, because he himself said that it was a waste of money. Combing his hair back, the owner said that maybe everything had changed because he had fallen in love. Levon asked if Lucas had fallen in love with the princess or her riches, to which Lucas replied that he had fallen in love with the princess. Getting up from the couch, Lucas said that he had never met someone as cunning as this princess. Levon exhaled and told the owner of the Information Guild that he was also very strange now. Lucas went to his window and asked if it wasn't good to be together with an independent lady. Downstairs, the guildmaster noticed a princess who had bought a cake from the establishment downstairs, which she immediately liked. As soon as the main character wanted to get into the carriage, Becky's maid ran up to her with a question, that the girl has already returned. Noticing the girl, the princess said that she thought that Becky would be worried about leaving unaccompanied, but she replied that no one would even dare to touch her. As soon as the maid asked the main character if she had accepted the task she wanted, the princess put her finger to her lips and showed her to be silent. Then, with a smile on her face, the young girl added that the less you knew, the better you slept, to which Becky agreed. And then at last, the carriage with the girls started off with the creaking of wheels and the clang of bridles, filling the evening silence with its sonorous knocking. After a while, the main character, sitting in the carriage, thought that she would never be able to get used to it, because she had seasickness. The maid offered Princess Raylene a drink of cold water, to which she immediately agreed. Then the main character asked Becky if she should start a carriage business, to which she immediately shuddered. Noticing the girl's reaction, the princess asked what was wrong, and then she herself remembered the reason for such a reaction. Previously, the real Raylene had already made attempts to create her own business by launching a line of luxury perfumes. However, surprisingly, the princess did not receive any attention, as Iris's similar business soared to unprecedented heights. Raylene's second attempt was to launch the production of chiffon velvet, which required a significant investment in equipment and staff training. However, this grandiose idea of the princess failed miserably and ended in complete disappointment. It was then that all the people discussed that most likely Her Highness saw Lady Iris's muslin gloves and decided to repeat after her. After drinking water, the main character said that this is what you would expect from the main character of the novel. Placing her hand on the glass of the carriage, the princess asked why the carriages were so uncomfortable, since she had heard that it had been made by a skilled craftsman. Becky said that if the lady complained about the professionalism of the master, she would be famous for being impolite, to which she replied that a lady was not first and foremost a person. Therefore, the main character came to the conclusion that she wants to start her own carriage business. Suddenly, the princess's attention was attracted by something outside the window, and she asked Becky to take a look at it. The maid sat down closer, and the main character asked if she could see the brown hair outside the window that she did. The girls noticed Cassian, who was walking down the street with Lady Iris. The main character thought about the fact that she assumed that the man was just a handsome background character, and then wondered if he was the second main male character in the story. It seemed that Iris and Cassian were not close at all, because one look was enough to understand that a man was forced because he was emotionless even with Iris. The main character looked at this picture and was impressed by the fact that Iris got both the crown prince and the appearance of even Cassian on the net. Looking at the sweetly smiling daughter of the Viscount, the princess thought about what she could share with her. The little protagonist woke up abruptly as soon as she heard that she was addressed by the name Sojin. Turning her head, the girl noticed the school doctor in front of her, who asked if she was feeling well. Then the woman added that the main character may not be remembered, but she fainted in class. The school doctor helped Sojin up and said that she was most likely exhausted, so she should go to the hospital. The little protagonist grabbed the woman and asked in a panic if she had called her home, to which the doctor said that Sojin could calm down, because she did not call anywhere, and added that she should definitely go to the hospital. Despite the request of the school doctor, the little main character went straight to her home. Approaching her house, the girl heard that her father was shouting at her mother again, telling her that she was not capable of anything. And then the man in a firm voice told his wife to immediately carry the alcohol. Taking out her phone, the little main character realized that if she went into the house now, she would be scolded for coming earlier. So Sojin decided that she would hide in the yard until the time of the lessons was over and enter the house in time. The girl decided that she needed to listen to the album of her favorite idol to make her soul feel better. The little main character did not notice how she fell asleep, but woke up from the fact that her father began to shout at her mother again. Looking at the time, Sojin realized that it was 9 o'clock in the evening and she was very late. Entering the house, the girl whispered quietly that she apologized to her family for being so late. Suddenly, rice sticks flew at Sojin, which her father threw at her, asking if she had even looked at her watch. The little main character tried to justify herself, saying that she immersed herself in her studies and did not notice how time flew by. However, the father did not listen to the girl and said that she should not think that he would send her to college after such behavior. The woman tried to protect her daughter by telling her to sit down at the table, to which the father sternly said that let her go quickly to her room. The brother of the main character got up from the table and said that he would go for a walk and then sit down with books, to which the father sweetly asked him that he was not tired of studying. Patting his son on the back, the man added that the guy should not leave the house without money, so he offered to buy him some goodies. The main character understood that she had always felt as if she was running on an endless road with no end and no end to it, and there was nothing she could do about it. The woman whispered softly that she was very sorry that she could not help her daughter in any way, to which the girl replied that she was very grateful to her mother, because it was also very difficult for her. The main character added that she would survive this no matter what happened and asked her mother to always rely only on her. Tears began to flow from the eyes of the little girl when she said that she herself lives like this, so her mother should also try to live like this. The princess woke up with the thought that 10 whole years had passed, and although her memories were hazy, they were still with her. The main character smiled, saying that this life should be lived happier, and was surprised that she had a dream within a dream. Suddenly, a maid appeared on the threshold and was surprised that Princess Raylene had already woken up. Becky approached the bed of the main character and asked if anything had happened, to which she replied that nothing and asked to bring her tea. The maid looked warily at the princess and said that she would soon bring tea and let the girl wait just a minute. The main character was immersed in her thoughts, thinking that she would really like this dream to last longer. Towards the middle of the day, the princess was sitting in her room and, turning to her servant, said that she was very bored. Becky asked that as a lady it could be boring if she had so many invitations. Taking one of the letters, the maid said that the princess should attend one of these parties because it was not appropriate for a lady to sit within 4 walls all day. The main character lay down on the sofa and tiredly asked the maid not to talk about these conversations about the lady anymore. The princess knew that such evenings were interesting to visit several times, and now she just wants to sit on her phone and watch TV. And then the main character came to the conclusion that she needed a good fantasy novel to cheer herself up in moments of sadness. The princess abruptly stood up and told Becky that she wanted to visit the Nanawell area, to which the maid was very surprised and said that she had always felt that Raylene was not interested in the districts for the general public, to which the main character replied that she had heard that life was in full swing in this area and the streets were cleaner because more prosperous commoners lived there. The maid smiled sweetly and said that in such a case she would quickly prepare comfortable clothes for the lady. As she left the room, Becky added that she would warn the knights that the princess was about to leave the manor incognito. The main character was very surprised because she thought that the maid would scold her for such a desire and assumed that Becky was very attentive because she had a nightmare. The princess knew that the Villainess was constantly changing her servants, but she always kept her nanny's daughter, Becky, by her side. The main character looked at the girl and realized that she was very smart, good at flattery, and easily adaptable. Therefore, with a sweet smile, the princess turned to Becky and said that she had done just fine, even if she had once found herself in Korea. Passing by poor houses in a carriage, the maid said that this is not the most impressive place in the area. Becky then added that it was because there were poor people living here who had been driven out of Nanawell during the development of the area. The main character sadly realized that other novels do not show the difference in wealth between people so realistically. Becky said that the princess did not look well and offered to turn the carriage back, to which the carriage replied that it did not. Suddenly, the carriage jumped and the main character plaintively said that everything was fine with her, just let someone do something with this terrible carriage. As soon as the princess stepped onto the ground, Becky ran up to her and asked the lady to rest for a while, to which she plaintively replied that she wanted to buy a remedy for motion sickness. Sitting on a bench, the main character concluded that one day the carriage would definitely become a grave for her. Suddenly, several puppies ran up to the girl, and she asked in surprise where they came from. Taking one puppy in her arms, the princess asked if she could take one for herself, since she was told that she could take anything. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Lord Cassian appeared next to the main character, who made the princess surprised. The girl asked what the man was doing here, to which he said that he was responsible for public safety since help was needed here. Lord Cassian asked the princess in response what she was doing here, and added that people had recently been looking for this puppy, so he asked to leave all the animals in place. The main character said that she was just bored, and at the same moment the puppy began to break free from her. To prevent the dog from falling, Lord Cassian decided to catch it, while he had to hug the princess lightly. The main character immediately blushed as soon as she felt the man's hands on her body. Then, abruptly moving away, the main character said that she had come here to study the market. Hearing this answer from the princess, the lord was very surprised and looked at the puppy, which began to flock to his hand, so the girl decided to ask if Cassian was bothering to do so. To which the man replied that he, as a commoner, should be grateful for any work. The main character wondered if it seemed to her that Cassian said this in a sarcastic tone. After a little thought, the young girl invited the lord to enter her duchy of Kanmyeon. To which the man was very surprised and asked what the main character said to him. The princess realized that she had accidentally said what was on her mind, but she said aloud that she was hiring promising knights. Lord Cassian thanked the girl for her high praise, but added that he was aware of his abilities. The princess said that different people may not be the same, because where one is good, the other is bad. The main character added that Lord Cassian was working hard and asked if it didn't break his heart that his efforts did not correlate with the results. The princess said that her house was so large that she could even hire a couple of people on top of the required number. In the end, the young girl said that this was all, and she apologized if she upset the man with her words. To which Lord Cassian stretched out his hand to the princess and said that she did not need to apologize for such words. And then the young man added that he was the only one in this situation who behaved rudely towards the girl. The princess took the man's hand and then abruptly pulled it away, saying that it was time for her to see each other again. Then the main character ran away, and Lord Cassian remained silently standing and looking at his hand. The man then looked after the fleeing princess and began to think about what had just happened. Later, when the girls decided to have lunch, Becky asked Raylene why she had just run away in such a situation and advised her to learn the basics of romance. To which the main character pouted and said that she did not know at all what she needed to do. Then Becky said that if the main character suddenly made an offer to live together, then no one would immediately answer that he agreed. Then the main character began to speculate about how much time had passed since she met the Lord, because the first time they chatted for literally 5 minutes, and now it seems that this was their second meeting. And at that moment, the princess realized that it was very strange to offer such a thing, and the girl could not understand what came over her. Covering her face from shame, the main character told Becky that perhaps she was bewitched, because the handsome face of the man confused all her thoughts, to which the maid replied that she understood her very well. After drinking a little cocktail from a straw, the princess came to the conclusion that it was all because of the depressing nightmare that she had in the morning. Suddenly, both girls heard a man's voice saying that if he were in this man's place, he would immediately go because it was an honor to serve in the unrivaled Duchy of Kanmyeon. The main character turned her head to the side in surprise to look at the person who said this. The knights were immediately alert and grabbed their swords, but the man asked who this handsome man was and how beautiful he was that he had bewitched the princess so much. The main character immediately recognized the person in front of her because it was the owner of the information guild, Lucas. The blue-haired man asked with a smile if the young man was more handsome than himself. The princess and the maid Becky, unable to find the right words, looked at the young man in surprise. Then the master of the information guild waved to the main character in greeting. The main character looked at the man and thought that how good life is inside the novel and how handsome this man is, and then ordered herself to immediately collect her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, the princess realized that all these people were meant for pink-haired Iris. Therefore, the main character seriously asked what the man was doing here and whether he was really chasing her. However, Lucas told the princess that it was just a coincidence, because he was actually expecting someone. Then, with a smile on his face, the young man added that it was the princess who sat next to him. The main character thought a little about who Lucas might have a meeting with now. Why did the princess shudder when she heard the voice of Viscount Iris's daughter behind her? Lucas turned to Raylene with a smile, saying that he wasn't lying, but she began to think about the man immediately pretending that they didn't know each other. Then the main character began to think about how her dream was too perfect for copying the events of the novel and did not understand why she ran into Iris on the very day she went out for a walk. The princess was well aware that she did not want to deal with someone who challenged her with fire in her eyes every time she saw her on the horizon. Lucas asked why the girl cringed so much, to which she muttered quietly that he should not talk to her. Suddenly, a maid approached the main character and, asking for forgiveness, began to take out the net on her hat. Then the knights discreetly covered the princess with themselves, so that the Viscount's daughter could not notice her. The main character smiled sweetly and thanked the maid and the knights for such foresight. To which Becky and the man standing with his back to the princess showed gestures that everything was fine, and they had everything under control. All this time, Lucas watched this picture with a smile, who was very interested in what was happening. Iris came up to the man's table and asked why he did not answer her, because she already thought that she had identified herself. The master of the Information Guild apologized to the girl and said that he was just distracted. Iris was surprised to say that the man was behaving strangely today, but he replied that he did not notice anything unusual about himself. The Viscount's daughter placed a small suitcase on the table and handed it to the master of the Information Guild. The man was very surprised and asked what was in the suitcase, to which Iris replied that it was the dress he had given her. Lucas was surprised to ask why the girl was returning it. She thought about it and realized that she could not accept it because it was very expensive. Then the pink-haired woman added that she had only worn it once, but even so the man would be able to sell it for almost full price, to which Lucas replied that this dress was not so expensive. Iris repeated that the man behaved strangely because usually he did not want to spend even one extra Janus. The main character realized that now everything makes sense, because she realized that this is why Lucas then ran out of breath to her. The princess's attention was attracted by the words of a man who said that he had recently seen a man throw away 1,890 Janus, so he had forgotten the value of money. The pink-haired woman smiled sweetly and asked if such people really existed in this world at all. And then, a little sadly, the Viscount's daughter added that she was even a little jealous of this man. The blue-haired man spread his arms to the sides and said that the man was quite rich. Lucas then moved closer to Iris and asked if this dress solved her miserable existence problems. However, this wording said by the master of the Information Guild made the Viscount's daughter a little angry. Almost immediately, however, Iris said that, to be honest, it didn't work, because a caterpillar wouldn't become a butterfly if it just attached wings to itself. Then the owner of the Information Guild asked what their pink-haired butterfly had said. Iris said a little sadly that the girl said she couldn't wear a dress like that again, so she should enjoy the moment while she could. After tapping on the suitcase, the pink-haired woman went on to say that the butterfly had said that she didn't know where Iris had gotten the dress, but had advised her not to wear it twice. The master of the Information Guild immediately smiled as soon as he heard these words from the Viscount's daughter. Iris turned to the man with the words that he helped her because she can't afford such a luxury, so she is grateful to him. However, the man smiled and said that although he did not know who this girl was, she definitely impressed him. These words made Iris surprised because she did not expect to hear them from Lucas at all. The man leaned back in his chair and said that if he had billions in his account, he would also behave arrogantly. And then Lucas added that he, too, wanted a life in which he could throw away almost 2 billion without batting an eyelid, to which the princess rolled her eyes. The Viscount's daughter said in confusion that the man did not look like himself at all today, to which he asked that self-sufficient people were not beautiful. However, Iris mumbled that that woman was not like that at all and was simply born into a rich family. The main character could not understand why she was being criticized so much in her own realistic dream. However, the princess decided that she would ignore it because she did not want to consider herself a hard worker, being like an unemployed child. After all, the lady knew that when the smart, self-confident protagonist of the novel is bullied by a villain, she complains about her love interest and asks for his help. The main character knew that Iris in the novel had always led a diligent life, so she would not get involved. Suddenly, on the sidelines, the lady heard a fat man yelling at the child, telling him that he was very slow. The main character was unpleasantly surprised by such a picture because she did not understand how it was possible to treat a little boy like this. A fat man pushed a small child to the ground with all his strength, and the main character came to the conclusion that this man is complete garbage. Then the man began to haughtily say that he gave a decent amount of money, but received useless garbage, so the boy should be grateful for a roof over his head. The child wanted to apologize to his master, but he ordered him to be silent and immediately transform himself to work. At the same moment, the little child turned into a half-beast that looked like a lion. The main character was very surprised to see this picture, because in reality, it simply cannot be. Lucas approached the princess and asked what had fascinated her so much that she had completely detached herself from reality because he had been trying to call her for several minutes. The main character turned around in irritation and hissed angrily that the man had frightened her greatly. And then, coming to her senses, the main character asked Lucas where Iris had gone, to which the man replied that she had already left. The guildmaster asked what the girl was looking at and then realized that her attention was attracted by a shapeshifter. The man said that he had heard that this type of people began to hide 1,000 years ago, but apparently even now you can meet some representatives. Then the girl asked what this boy was doing here, to which Lucas replied that some bastards buy them and then use them as slaves. The man added that this is because changelings are very strong and can lift considerable loads. The main character said that she thought that the system on the slave continent had long been abolished, to which Lucas replied that the changelings did not benefit the state and did not pay taxes. And then the man added that shapeshifters are not protected by law, so you can keep them like slaves if you want. The girl looked at the boy and asked if shapeshifters always looked like this, because his whole body was bruised. To which Lucas suggested that rich ladies want to get the uniqueness of the child, which is why his body is burned. The main character clenched her fists and thought that this boy was very scared and could not resist. The princess asked her maid how much money they had with them, to which she replied that since they had come to a rather poor area, she had only taken 10 million. The lady said that this would not be enough, so taking off the ring, she told Becky to go to the bank and pawn the money on her name, and then asked how much it would take for Becky to cope, to which she replied that half an hour would be enough for her. Lucas decided to sit down next to the princess and ask if she was sure that it was worth giving the ring to the servant, to which she replied that she trusted the girl. The man asked why the lady needed money so urgently, to which she asked that the man did not understand when he saw the situation with his own eyes. Then the main character chuckled and said that how could Lucas even call himself the head of the information guild? The princess smiled and asked if the man thought money was worth spending, as if it were worthless. The fat man began to ask when his servants would finish everything, because they are lazy people who are not capable of anything and cannot do anything in time. The child returned to human form, but his owner immediately noticed this and said that if he was so exhausted, then let him turn back into his animal form. The fat man grabbed the boy by the shoulders and told him to get up immediately and go to work. The main character approached the man and said that she had a very important question for him. The landlord said without interest that she must be a lady of noble blood and asked why she had come here. To which the main character replied with a smile that she saw something shiny on the other side of the street and could not look away and restrain her curiosity. Then, pointing her fingers at the man, the girl said that he had a very luxurious and unique dress. The main character said that she had been looking for an outfit that would fit her well for so long, and suddenly these clothes caught her eye, which fully corresponds to her preferences. To which the fat man replied that he had nothing to do with it, because he was a man, to which the girl said that men could also wear a dress. And then, making a disappointed expression on her face, the main character said that the man is full of prejudices. The owner got angry and demanded to tell the girl to which house she belonged, that he allowed himself such impudence because she was completely ill-mannered to utter such an absurd speech. The main character put her hand on her heart and with a cold expression on her face said that she belonged to the house of Kanmyeon. The fat man suddenly recoiled from the young girl when he heard her words. The princess came closer to the man and asked why he was so surprised and invited him to see how rotten his concept of nobility was. The man did not like such words and told the girl that she was now crossing all the boundaries of what was allowed. Holding the boy, the main character turned to the man with the words that he should see for himself what he did with this child. The fat man exhaled tiredly and said that the boy was his property and he was not going to sell him. The main character was very indignant when she heard that the merchant considers the little boy his property and toy. The princess said that there was no place for slavery in the empire because the emperor had forbidden the sale of any living creature into slavery, so no one dared to do such a thing during his reign. In a firm voice, the main character said that the child was a great hero who stopped the 100 Years' War and even raised the sword twice for the sake of his people. The little boy was very surprised when he heard the words of the girl, who continued to say that the changeling people were doing all this in order to protect the people of the empire from such a fate. The main character was very surprised when she realized that although she opened her mouth, she spoke like another person, so the girl concluded that these memories were real Raylene. The merchant grinned and said that the child was not a slave, because he took care of him and protected him, because he was very generous. So the girl's statement groundlessly denigrated his honor. The main character grinned and said that apparently this is now the name of mockery of people. And then, in a firm voice, the princess said that any nobleman should value pride and honor. The main character pointed her finger at the man and said that saving innocent people like him from garbage is her duty as a noblewoman. The merchant was confused, so he asked what the girl was going to do now. To which, with an innocent face, the main character replied that she was going to buy this child. Coming closer to the man, the young girl asked how much he wanted to get for a little boy. However, the merchant grinned and asked if this was the pride of an aristocrat in the lady's opinion. The main character smiled and said that she did not like to complicate everything because she did not peck at money anyway. Then the young girl handed the man a bag of coins and said that she was giving him 100 million Janus. However, the merchant chuckled because he knew that this amount was very small to him and had no value. The main character looked at the fat man with a cold look, noticing his reaction. Then the young girl quickly began to throw bags of money at the disgruntled merchant. The man no longer had all the bags in his hands, so the girl asked how many more he needed. As soon as the merchant said in confusion that this was enough, the main character smiled and told him to immediately give the key in this case. The fat man nervously began to look for the necessary thing in the inner pocket of his outerwear. Then the princess's knights approached the merchant and pointed their swords at him so that he could quickly find and give the key. The fat man was even more nervous, so he quickly found the key and converted it into the hands of the maid. Becky approached the main character and quickly handed her the key to the chains around the little boy's neck. The princess asked Sir Canon if he could help them a little, to which he immediately agreed. The main character turned to the maid with a request that she quickly take her to the sorcerer's store. Becky immediately agreed, and together with the princess and the rest of the knights, went to the necessary place. All this time, Lucas was watching this picture, who was amazed by the princess's act and what had just happened before his eyes. The main character abruptly opened the doors of the establishment, making everyone present inside very surprised. In a loud voice, the princess said that she urgently needed the best sorcerer's potion they could offer. Having already spent so many bottles of potion, the main character told Becky that this was not enough and asked for more. Then, angry, the princess ordered the maid to try to find out what business the former owner of the changeling was running. While the main character poured another potion on the boy's face, she thought that she did not consider it a waste of money. The princess turned to the maid and asked if she thought they needed some more potion, but Becky didn't listen and stared at the girl's back in delight. The main character did not understand why the maid did not react to her, so she looked away and saw a child who was completely healthy. The boy was so handsome that the princess, confused, told Becky that she had just seen an angel. The little boy began to cry and said that he was very grateful to the princess for her help. Then the changeling slowly lowered his head on the soft sofa and began to cry bitterly and loudly. Becky began to think that something should be done about it, but the main character said that everything was fine. The princess patted the boy's head, thinking that she perfectly understood his feelings, because she felt the same as if no one else cared about you in this life. The main character was sure that the child would be devoted to the one who gave him a helping hand in a difficult time for him. All this time, Lord Cassian watched the young girl through a window on the street with interest. The man was amazed because he didn't think he would see such a side of Princess Raylene again. Cassian remembered how he was standing in the square and saw a pink-haired girl with a man. The young man immediately recognized Iris, who was quietly indignant when talking to the blue-haired man. Cassian was sure that they had already clashed several times, and that it was at those moments that the pink-haired woman got on his nerves. But the man noted that at the same time Iris still smiled very brightly at him and that she did not lack courage in telling about her dreams. However, Cassian emerged from his thoughts and froze when he heard a familiar voice that asked how much money the man wanted. The lord mingled with the crowd and began to watch as the princess argued with a merchant who always had problems due to illegal business. Cassian's mind immediately flashed back to how the princess had told him that he was working hard and that she believed that work should be rewarded. The man did not understand how, in the conditions of the Duke's love, the girl could learn the value of effort, because the aristocrats he had met always survived the commoner. That was why Cassian initially believed that the princess was judging him for his origins, so he was very surprised when he found out that Raylene wanted to dance with him. Later, Cassian's companion asked him if he really did not know that when a lady's gaze is directed at a man, it means that she wants to dance with you. His friend asked why the Lord had ignored the princess's suggestion and simply walked over and asked her directly why she was looking at him. Cassian remembered that when he met the princess for the second time, the girl said that she was in this place for market research, and then the man wondered if she was going to help the lawbreakers. And then the Lord could not understand whether the girl had saved the changeling for the sake of whitewashing her noble honor and pride. However, a picture immediately arose in the man's head, where the main character, a little embarrassed, told him that he was handsome. Lord Cassian looked at his reflection in the window, not knowing if it was really handsome. As soon as the man noticed the peaceful face of the main character, he immediately blushed. Therefore, the Lord decided to leave the place immediately, while thinking about everything that had just happened. As soon as the child opened his eyes, he heard the question if he had any pain and how he felt in general. The little boy suddenly jumped up on the bed because he realized that he had not dreamed all this, and replied in confusion that everything was fine with him. The main character smiled softly and kindly, said that this was a great relief for her. After all, when the little boy simply passed out from fatigue, the princess did not know what to do. The main character mentally praised herself for doing the right thing by bringing the boy to her estate. As soon as the child heard the question if he had a house or family to return to, he shook his head in confusion. Then the puppy-eyed child asked the girl if she was now his new owner because she had bought it. And then the little boy looked kindly at the girl and thanked her once more. The main character thought about how many times this child went through a hellish circle of reselling himself as a slave. The princess realized that the look of the child, who was watching the reaction all the time, despite the smile on his face, said that he had been sold many times. In a calm voice, the main character told the boy that from that moment he was free to live as he wanted, and if he wanted to live in this house, then it was fine. Smiling at the child, the princess said that she did it only to save him, and not to buy him. The little boy was confused, watched his new mistress with surprise, and listened attentively to everything she said. The child immediately had memories when he was alone in the cold and cold in the cage. Clasping his leg, the boy quietly said that he had nowhere to return and nowhere else to stay. The child got off the bed and, falling at the feet of the main character, said that he had nowhere to go, so he asked to be allowed to stay with the girl. The princess stood up and asked the boy in confusion what he was doing now and told him to get up immediately. The child began to tremble and said that he didn't mind being a thing for a noble princess at all. Raising his head, the boy said that it would be good if the girl was his mistress, because he owed her for saving her, so he asked the princess for permission to serve her for the rest of his life. Wiping away bitter tears, the little boy began to pray that the girl would allow him to stay. The main character approached the child and, putting her hand on his shoulder, asked him to look at her. The girl, looking at the child's eyes, said that if he wanted, she would allow him to stay in this house as long as he wished. The boy smiled, and the princess continued to say that he could just sleep, eat, and do nothing at all. However, the child was upset and asked if the girl did not trust him at all, to which she, confused, said that she did not mean it. The little boy began to apologize for being so useless, making the main character freeze in one place. Wiping the child's tears with a handkerchief, the princess said that he was not useless at all. Then the boy asked what the girl meant then. The main character, having gained courage, told the child to just be next to her, thereby making the boy very surprised. The princess added that the boy's work will always be next to her, discover interesting activities, and recover as quickly as possible. Turning his head a little to the side, the child hesitantly asked if this was all he would have to do. The main character smiled and said that this is how the child can be useful to her, adding that he should stop shedding tears, because a smile is more suitable for him. The boy asked in confusion if the girl really liked to see him smile, to which the princess replied that yes. The changeling smiled brightly and happily said that then he would smile for the girl as much as possible. The child addressed the princess, calling her a mistress, to which the girl said that she was neither his mistress nor mistress, so she asked not to call her that. Smiling softly, the main character told the little boy that she was just his protector like his mother or older sister, and then, taking the child's hand, the young girl said that he could call her simply by her first name. Giving the handkerchief, wet with tears, back to the servant Becky, the main character thanked her for her help. The child took a deep breath and said that he agreed with such an appeal to the young girl. Getting up from her knees, the main character told the boy that she did not know his name at all, because she had not asked before, to which he replied that his name was Xavier. The young girl smiled sweetly and said that she was very pleased to finally meet the child. When Xavier looked at the main character's reaction, he immediately felt his face turn red with embarrassment. Everyone present in the room was very surprised when the boy abruptly changed his shape. Suddenly, a new image of a little boy in the form of a leopard appeared before all those gathered. The main character ran up to the animal and, wrapping her arms around it on both sides, said that it was very cute. The maids froze with horror, and the princess asked the leopard if she could hug him right now. And then, taking Xavier in the form of a beast in a strong embrace, the girl said that she liked him very much. The leopard stared into the void in confusion, surprised that the princess liked his image so much. However, almost immediately, Xavier accepted the hugs of the main character and purred loudly. The next day, the main character stood in front of the entrance to her father's office, not daring to go inside for a long time. Taking a deep breath, the girl realized that she had been living in the novel for a week, but for the first time she had met the man whom the villainess called her father. The main character realized that apparently she should not have thrown money around, because surely her father called her in order to reprimand her. Going inside, the main character immediately saw her father's huge office, in which his other people also worked. The young girl bowed to show her respect and greeted the Duke of Candmion. The man immediately made a sad expression on his face and asked if Raylene was angry with her daddy. Almost with tears in his eyes, the Duke asked why the main character did not hug him as usual. Then the man himself ran up to his daughter and hugged her tightly, saying that she had finally arrived home. The Duke invited his daughter to sit down on the sofa, and then the girl asked why the man called her to him, to which the Duke replied with sadness in his eyes that the main character had not come to him for a long time, so he called her to him. Then, making another pitiful expression on his face, the man said that his daughter did not show up until he called her, and that made him sad, to which the girl replied in confusion that her father was busy. However, the man told the girl to call him Dad and added that apparently the daughter was completely distant while she was away. Taking a deep breath, the main character said that she was trying to restrain herself so as not to annoy herself, to which the man replied that he would always have enough time to listen to how his daughter was doing. The main character was surprised to say that she thought that the Duke called her to scold her, but he was surprised and asked why she decided so, to which the princess made a thoughtful expression on her face and said that her father could have done this, for example, because she had spent an insane amount of money. Hearing the words of his beloved and only daughter, Duke Candmion laughed loudly. Calming down, the man took tea in his hands and said that as long as the girl spends money on something worthwhile, nothing terrible happens. And then the father added that for only 2 billion, his daughter had found a connection with the fastidious head of the Information Guild, and for 3 billion she had defended the honor of their family. So it was worth it. The Duke of Candmion added that money comes and goes, and what matters is what is left behind. Looking at her father, the girl said that he was a rather busy man, supporting a job in a huge trading company and attending the assemblies of the aristocracy in order to fulfill his duty. The main character remembered that, according to the memories of the real Raylene, the Duke was a loving but always busy man. The girl assumed that the man plunged into work to distract himself from grief after the death of his wife and asked him if everything was really fine with him after receiving wealth and power. The Duke smiled as his daughter quietly asked if her father didn't want something more and that he was happy with his current situation. To which the man replied with a smile mysteriously that their Candmion family had a creed that they should follow. The main character herself continued that the credo says that if something brings a lot of problems and not a drop of money, then it is necessary to avoid it. Putting the empty mug on the table, the Duke said with a smile that the girl herself knew everything well. And then the man added that their family consisted of many generations of merchants, and their connection with money was too great to lose all funds for the sake of their position as doers of great good. And then the Duke said that, among other things, this privilege would not bring any money to their family. The man's face lit up as he said that he assumed he had inherited the Candmion trading streak. Then the princess asked why then the Duke approved her engagement to the crown prince, because if his only daughter became empress, then what would become of the family? To which the Duke replied that he was trying to find some of the distant relatives, but all of them did not fit and were not suitable for the girl. And then the man asked that didn't the girl remember how she threw a tantrum on the topic that only the crown prince was suitable for this role. And then the main character remembered that the villainess arranged her engagement with the crown prince through a scandal. The princess realized that if she married the crown prince, she would have to deal with all the imperial paperwork day in and day out. Realizing that Raylene's condition allows her not to work a day, the main character said that she wanted to reset the engagement. The Duke was very surprised, and the girl continued to say that she thought for a while and changed her mind, because greed came to her at that very moment. And then, with a cute expression, the lady said that there was no good enough person in the world to be her husband, because she wanted to find a smart man who would appreciate only her. The Duke asked if the girl had radically changed her mind because of the Crown Prince's recent actions. Coming closer to his daughter, the Duke said that if Raylene wanted, he could get rid of the Viscount's pink-haired daughter. However, the main character coldly asked if her father really thought that she was running away with her tail tucked under her. The princess added that she had finally realized that the status of Empress was nowhere near that of the huge House of Kanmeon, and that she was too loyal to the family creed. Smiling, the main character said that she did not want to solve problems that would not provide material benefits. The princess knew that the villainess had originally tied the crown prince by the power of House Kanmeon, so the duchy would not suffer from a break from the engagement. The main character knew that since Iris wanted to eat her alive because of the crown prince, she would speed up the process. Therefore, in her mind, the princess said that the Viscount's daughter should quickly drag the crown prince down the aisle to live happily ever after, because it would be a happy ending for everyone. After bowing, the main character said that if her father did not want anything more from her, then she would go. The Duke of Kanmeon looked after his only and most beloved daughter with interest. And then the man began to reflect on the conversation that had just taken place with his girlfriend. Closing the doors on the backside, the main character leaned against it and said that it was very embarrassing for her. Then, turning her head to the side, the princess noticed Xavier sitting on the floor, waiting for her. The boy immediately perked up, quickly got up and told the girl that he really wanted to see her. The main character said that the boy should have waited in his room and asked why he came here, but he reminded that his responsibility was to be with the girl. The princess put her hand on the boy's head, thinking about how he was acting very cute. Xavier was a little embarrassed and asked if the girl was not embarrassed by his spotty hair. However, the main character said that this hair is unique because no one else has such a special color. The boy immediately beamed with happiness because he liked what the main character told him. Turning around, the princess invited Xavier to take a short walk with her. The boy hesitated a little and asked the girl if he could ask her a question, to which she asked what he wanted to know. Coming closer to the girl, Xavier asked if he could take the main character's hand. For the princess, the boy's proposal was like a world star, asking her fan if he would mind holding hands with him. Looking at Xavier's hesitation, the girl took his hand and said with a smile on her face that, of course, he could take her hand. The main character was very happy when she saw a joyful smile on the face of a little boy. However, suddenly Becky came up to the princess and said that the girl's hand could not be held by everyone, and added that if she wanted to go for a walk, they first needed to change their dress. The main character looked sadly at the child's hand, and realized that there was nothing she could do, because she had to behave like a young lady from the duchy. Letting go of Xavier's hand, the princess sadly apologized to the boy and said that they would be able to hold hands next time. The changeling looked at his hand, which still retained the warmth of the princess's hand. The little boy looked at Princess Raylene's maid with aggression and resentment. The main character was completely stunned and extremely surprised by Xavier's abrupt and unexpected change in reaction. Wrapping her arms around the little boy's face, the girl asked him to look at her at once. The main character was surprised again when the child's face from aggressive became cute and cheerful again. Clinging to Princess Raylene's palm, Xavier apologized for looking at other people. The main character asked why the boy asks for forgiveness for this because he should not do it. Xavier squeezed the protagonist's palm and said that he belonged only to Raylene, so he had to look only at her, otherwise he was making a mistake. This statement of the child made the main character very much and unexpectedly surprised. The princess decided to change the subject, remembering that they wanted to go for a walk in the garden, and then asked Xavier if he had any pain. The boy replied that everything was fine with him as long as Raylene was around, to which the girl said that if he needed anything, he should not be shy and tell her. As soon as Xavier said that he only wanted a princess, the main character impulsively hugged him. Walking through the garden, the young girl thought about what she most likely just imagined, because it is hardly possible to change the expression of the face so quickly. Looking at the child's smiling face, the princess realized that at the moment when Xavier was looking at Becky aggressively, it was as if there were two different people in front of her. The main character understood that she did not like at all that the child positioned himself as her property. The princess realized that the discomfort with Xavier's actions must be due to the boy blindly following her, as if bound by duty. Xavier, for the main character, looked like a non-player character in games who was prescribed lines and actions in advance. Gently patting the chair, the young girl with a warm smile on her face called the little boy to her. As soon as Xavier sat down, the princess said a little confused that he didn't have to be so submissive and always follow her. The little boy frowned and asked the young girl why he couldn't do it. The main character was even more confused and hastened to tell Xavier that she had never said that she owned him. The child stopped smiling when the princess said that he shouldn't follow her with his ponytail, as if it were his duty, and he shouldn't put her above himself. The main character could not understand whether Xavier was angry now or to pay now, so she said that she was sure that in her place, everyone would do the same. The child abruptly interrupted the princess and said in a serious voice that only Raylene was the only one who noticed him. The boy looked at the girl carefully and added that that was why he always wanted to be with her. The main character said that she also wants Xavier to be with her, but only on the condition that he will act from his own desires and not someone's orders. Putting his hand on his heart, the changeling sincerely said that staying with the princess was his own desire. The little boy began to cry and desperately asked if it was wrong to wish to be with the princess. And then, even more upset, the child asked if Raylene was really a burden to his presence. Xavier began to wipe his tears and apologized to the girl because although he promised to always smile at her, he can't hold back his tears now. The main character impulsively hugged the child and said that she did not mean it at all. The princess began to explain that she did not forbid the boy to follow her and do what he wanted, but simply meant that the child was free to do what brought him pleasure. Xavier immediately smiled and began to wag his ponytail, making the princess surprised as she realized that she had just been tricked. Grabbing the girl's hand, the child said that he would definitely not cry, would smile a lot, do what he wanted, keep the coat in a pleasing condition, and would not interfere with the princess. Clinging to the girl's palm, Xavier said that he would definitely be the one Raylene would like, and asked that the princess always tell him when he would behave in a way she didn't like. The main character thought that the little boy most likely misunderstood her message. Placing Princess Raylene's hand on his head, Xavier asked the girl to stroke him again. The princess realized that the child did understand something, given the way he expressed his desires, asking to be stroked. The main character realized that she could not resist the boy's appearance, so she immediately put her hand on his head to stroke him. All this time, the Duke and his assistants watched Princess Raylene and the child from his office. The man said that the young lady had grown up, despite the fact that until recently she had been chasing her rotten crown prince like a lost puppy. The Duke looked at his daughter and was glad that he had allowed the girl to dispose of such a huge amount of money in order to learn its value and the reasons for spending it. The man knew that if an unnecessary marriage with the crown prince took place, then all his plans would go to waste. The Duke was surprised by the fact that the main character managed to establish a connection with the head of the Information Guild, who even refused to meet with him. Writing something down on a piece of paper, the Duke's assistant said that it was probably not only the money that had made the head show up, but that there was probably another reason known only to the two of them. The Duke asked his assistant about Raylene's reputation in Novella Square, to which she reported that the girl was sympathetic because the lady had mentioned the hero and the Emperor Cordian in the argument. The man sat down at the table and said with a smile that many nobles in disguise were gathering in Novella Square, but none of them could afford to spend $3 billion on a shifting slave. The Duke was surprised by the fact that his daughter was using a simple but effective method of attracting attention, because all he had to do was spread the facts. After taking a sip of tea, the man said that now everyone knows that his daughter is doing her duty as an aristocrat, and now he should seriously look for a groom who will enter their house. The Duke's assistant said that before the man is going to look for a suitable candidate, he should consider another important fact. The Duke was very surprised when the girl seriously said that a man should take into account the appearance of his partner when choosing. The assistant explained that if you look at all the men with whom the young lady interacts, it becomes obvious that beauty is a priority for her. The Duke smiled and said that he realized that he needed to look for a handsome and capable young man who would be worthy of his daughter's heart. Remembering all the men who now surround the princess, the Duke came to the conclusion that at least one of them should fit all the criteria for Raylene's husband. After a while, the main character sat in her room with Xavier and taught him the rules of etiquette. Suddenly, Becky came up to the princess with letters in her hands and said that the girl definitely needed to go to the party. The main character said at length that she did not want to go anywhere because all these gatherings annoyed her, but the maid recalled that last week the princess did not attend a single event. In a serious tone, Becky said that it was only natural for a lady to go to such parties. However, the main character believed that one party was more than enough for her, and that in general she did not like all these uncomfortable dresses that need to be worn to events. Becky also reminded that the princess should go out more often to strengthen her position in society. The maid added that reputation played an important role, and that a girl should always be ahead of all fashion trends in order to maintain her position as queen of high society. Xavier decided to ask Princess Raylene if she could play with him. However, the main character put out her hand in front of the child and asked him to wait a minute, because she needed to negotiate with Becky. The princess turned to the maid and said that she did not understand at all what she was talking about. However, the main character fell silent when she turned her attention to Becky's confused expression. The princess turned back, realizing that the maid was looking behind her, and noticed an aggressive look that was directed at Becky. The boy, noticing that Raylene was looking at him, smiled sharply and told the princess that he did not bother her and that she should continue to talk. The main character, confused, told her maid that she would go to the event. The princess remembered that, according to the villain's memories, the nobility was divided into noble and imperial factions, each fighting for their own benefit. The main character knew that in high society, Raylene opposed the noble faction as the leader of the imperial one. The princess told the maid that she would only go to one of the places offered, to which Becky agreed and suggested that the lady choose any of the available letters. Pulling out one of the envelopes, the main character realized that she had drawn out a letter from the Marquis of Baikal. Suddenly, a scream rang out in the girl's room, causing the main character to turn her head. The door suddenly opened and the princess's guards quickly ran into the room. The main character immediately noticed that Xavier had twisted the hands of one of the maids named Lillian. The little boy smiled when he noticed that Raylene was looking at him and asked if the princess had already finished. Not understanding what was happening, the child asked why the young girl was looking at him like that. The main character sternly asked Xavier why he twisted Lillian's arms, to which the boy sadly asked in response that he had done wrong. The main character took a deep breath and asked Knight Jan to take Lillian to the doctor, but the man assured that he could not leave the girl alone with this dangerous creature. Sir Jan added that he thought the princess should escort the changeling out of the room and discuss with the Duke the question of his expulsion. As soon as Xavier heard the man's words, he immediately became angry and took on a beastly appearance. The main character put her hands to the side, preventing the knights from attacking Xavier, and asked the boy to immediately turn back. Despite the objections of the knights, in a stern tone, the princess ordered the men to immediately step back. The girl said that she did not tolerate those who returned evil for good, and asked if men did not trust her judgment. Sir Jan bowed, saying that he didn't mean anything like that, to which the girl told the man not to worry and just leave. As soon as the knights came out, the main character turned to Xavier, making him shudder, and immediately asked the girl for forgiveness. Grabbing the child by the shoulders, the princess said that she was not going to scold the boy for nothing, but asked him to explain to her why he attacked Lillian. The little boy immediately pouted and said that Lillian's maid had started touching his hair. The main character was very surprised by this reason, but the boy added that he does not like it at all when people touch him. The princess realized that Xavier remembered himself only as a slave, and that from the very first memory until their meeting, the boy's life was insignificant. Wrapping her arms around the child, the girl decided to explain that Lillian did this because she liked Xavier very much. However, the little boy plaintively said that he did not like other people at all. The main character asked if the boy wanted to stay with her, to which he happily exclaimed that he did. In a stern tone, the girl said that if Xavier wanted to stay, then he should get along with her environment, because if the boy couldn't do it, then they wouldn't be able to be together either. Softening her gaze, the main character asked Xavier to be as affectionate with her surroundings as he was with her. However, the little boy replied to the princess that he would not be able to fulfill this request. Looking at the lady with pitiful eyes, the child said that the princess was his most valuable person in life. The main character's heart began to beat wildly from the realization that she is the most valuable person for Xavier. Then the princess said that the changeling should behave with her in a special way and just be nice to others, to which he pouted and agreed with the girl. The main character leaned over to the child and asked the boy to give other people a chance. Placing her hand on Xavier's shoulder, the princess said that the boy would need to apologize to Lillian when she returned and ask if she was in any pain. As soon as the changeling agreed, the princess impulsively hugged him, making the boy wonder, and said that Xavier was a very good and obedient boy. After stroking the child's head, the main character said that she was very pleased with the boy, so she praised him. Xavier hugged the princess back and said that he wanted to ask the young girl something. The boy said that he really wanted to be with the princess, but he did not like it when others said that he could not do it, and asked the girl what he should do in such a situation. In a calm tone, the princess said that all the people around her worked for her in this estate. The lady added that all the words that the child hears come from these people because they sincerely care and worry about her, so the boy should not worry. Xavier's ears turned red, and the changeling said that he understood everything, to which the girl said that he was very kind. Fortunately, Lily wasn't hurt much, and Xavier immediately apologized and promised not to do it again. And after that, the changeling behaved very nicely and politely, and in the eyes of others, he became a kind-hearted child. One day, Xavier was sitting in the room of the main character and was delighted to watch the girl who was trying on different outfits for a tea party. After a while, the princess was already sitting at the tea party of Marquis Baikal with her followers. The redhead turned to Miel with delight, saying that she had never seen such a beautiful jewelry on her before, to which she replied that her father had brought this pendant from the Roxanne Kingdom. To which the red-haired man said that she had heard that a new mineral mine had opened in that place, but did not think that the material extracted from there was already being processed and sold. The main character did not understand what she was doing here, and the girl wondered why she was so often invited to various tea parties. When asked by the redhead about the name of the new mineral on the girl's neck, Miel replied that it was tanzanite. The main character realized that the ladies were sharing this information to show off, and then decided that she should also buy this gem for herself. A blue-haired lady named Yulan came up to the girls with Iris and said that tanzanite was purple, and asked if Miel thought that the stone around her neck strongly resembled a sapphire. Lady Aisha turned to Lady Yulan with displeasure and asked what exactly she was hinting at. To which the blue-haired woman smiled and said that she meant exactly what she had just said. Yulan added that she had recently been given tanzanite in honor of a new acquaintance, and the color of the stone there was closer to the color of lavender. Then, pointing at Miel with her fan, Lady Yulan said that she had just heard that the girl had a tanzanite pendant, but no matter how you looked at it, the stone in it was blue. Miel blushed as Lady Yulan added that she had asked it purely out of curiosity. In a serious tone, the main character said loudly that this was impudence on the part of the blue-haired lady. All the girls who had gathered around immediately noticed Princess Raylene. The main character asked how it happened that no one even greeted the daughter of Duke Candmian. Lady Yulan apologized to the princess, but the main character said that she could not believe that the blue-haired woman decided to embarrass people without making sure of her own knowledge. The princess told Lady Yulan that she was disappointed in her, to which the blue-haired woman asked what the girl meant. The main character explained that the value of tanzanite is determined by its ability to refract light differently depending on the direction of the light beam, and not in the color of the stone. Pointing at Miel, the princess said that from her point of view the crystal has a rather blue hue and even a blue-purple hue. Then the girl added that the value of the mineral is higher the deeper the saturated color at any angle of light. Smiling, the main character turned to Lady Yulan with the words that it seemed that she had received not the most significant gift. The blue-haired lady said in confusion that her knowledge was incomplete, so she thanked the princess for her enlightenment. However, the main character asked the lady if she should apologize to someone else, hinting at her follower. Blue-haired bowed to Lady Miel and apologized for questioning the quality of her jewelry. As soon as everything was settled, the main character suggested that maybe she should leave now because she already wants to rest in peace today. However, the girl froze when Lady Yulan, after talking to Iris, asked how the princess had so much knowledge about jewelry when she herself wore earrings that she had already worn. The main character remembered that Becky said that the girl urgently needed to buy new jewelry, but at that moment, the princess refused. In a calm voice, the main character replied that she liked these earrings, but Lady Yulan recalled the words of the princess that wearing the same jewelry twice is a disgrace. The main character said in surprise that the strength of her house, as always, is impressive, and asked if she had been to so many parties and never repeated herself in jewelry. The princess realized that the real Raylene was a terrifying woman because she actively went to parties and always changed jewelry. Having slightly cleared her throat, the main character realized that her true feelings had slipped through again. Yulin said that the House of Candmion is so striking that Raylene can safely tell Iris not to wear the same dress twice, so it is not clear why the princess does not follow her own advice. Clapping her hands loudly, the main character thanked Lady Yulin for such a reminder. With a smile on her face, the princess said that she was worried that because of that incident, the ladies would develop the habit of spending a lot of extra money, so she decided to stop this train on her own. The main character knew that with these words, she had to show that she was able to feel sympathy for many people. The princess remembered Lady Iris, who, in an attempt to copy her, wore Rosemary's stolen dress to the ball. The blue-haired girl said in confusion that it was a relief for her that the princess was so attentive to other people. Raylene fanned out at Yulin and said that this did not justify the lady's judgment in her direction, and added that before criticizing others it was necessary to make sure that the opponent would be equal in strength. The princess then added that Yulin should make sure next time that her arguments would not be interpreted as malicious. At the end of her speech, the main character told Lady Yulin to think about how to convey her words in a way that would not upset the other person before saying something. Approaching Lady Iris and making her freeze, the princess added that she very much hoped that Lady Yulin would listen to her advice. The Viscount's pink-haired daughter squeezed the hem of her elegant dress with all her strength in anger. Lady Yulin bowed and said that she would mean it, to which the princess added that she was afraid that the girl would not accept her sincere advice, as it was on completely different levels. However, then the main character said that the blue-haired woman should not worry, because she sees sincerity in any case. The princess added that Lady Yulin should better choose which side to be on, because Raylene cannot believe that she must listen to the words from the mouth of someone who stands up for her mistress. And then, smiling, the main character said that she used to admire Lady Yulin, but now she was disappointed in her. Turning around, the princess said that this was the end of the dialogue, because she would like to enjoy the party, to which Lady Yulin bowed and wished a pleasant evening. Viscount's daughter Iris pursed her lips in anger, realizing that everything had gone completely differently from what she had originally planned. The red-haired lady didn't understand why Yulin had behaved this way, to which Aisha replied that it was obviously because the blue-haired lady was only listening to Iris's version. The main character realized that the fact that Raylene really harshly bullied Iris was actually true. The princess realized that the reason for the bullying was that Iris had stolen Raylene's fiancé. The main character suggested that the crown prince accidentally fell in love with the pink-haired woman, and it was because of this that she became the target of bullying. The princess was completely confused, not understanding who was really right and who was wrong. The main character understood both positions and could not think that the girls would fight so fiercely for the attention of a man. Taking a deep breath, the princess said to herself that she was not sure of anything else, but froze when a man came up to her from behind her and asked what he was talking about. The main character was very surprised, so she immediately screamed and turned back sharply. The princess froze with even more surprise when she realized who exactly had approached her. The master of the Information Guild looked at the girl with interest and smiled softly at her. The main character, looking at Lucas, did not understand why the man was here and wondered if he was an aristocrat. The man bowed and said that his name was Lucas Jan Hares, and by the grace of his majesty, he occupied the position of Viscount. Winking at the princess, Lucas asked the girl to address him without regalia, to which the princess seriously asked what the Viscount was doing there. The man spread his hands to the sides and said that he was chasing something suspicious, so he ended up in this place. The main character realized that Lucas was talking about Iris, so she was very surprised when the man leaned over and said that he wanted to talk to the princess about the Viscount's daughter. The young girl could not believe that Lucas was able to escape from Iris's clutches, thereby deciding to pick her up. Smiling mysteriously, the main character told the man that she would definitely give him time a little later. Hearing the girl's words, Viscount Lucas Jan Hares smiled mysteriously back at Princess Candmion. After thanking the main character, the man said that he should go and said goodbye to the lady. Looking after Lucas, the main character thought that the blue-haired man reminded her of someone. Suddenly, the princess was surrounded by her followers and began to ask who it was, as they had never heard of Viscount Horace. the ladies asked so many questions to the princess that the main character began to feel dizzy. In the late afternoon, when the main character was returning back, she was met by a maid who asked if the lady was able to enjoy the evening. The main character hesitated a little, mentally thinking that this was not a party, but some kind of childishness, because there was not even alcohol on it. The princess said that she would not like to go to such parties anymore because they exhaust her, to which Becky replied that the girl used to enjoy this event like no one else. The main character heard the men in front of her begin to discuss among themselves that aggressive girls are not very attractive. The first man asked the second man if he had also seen Princess Raylene and Lady Yulin cling to each other, believing themselves to be better than the others. The main character froze when she realized that the men's dialogue was now specifically about her. The first man said that girls like Princess Raylene are not to his taste at all. And then the man asked if good-natured and modest ladies were not more attractive and cited Lady Iris as an example. The main character approached the men from behind and said that they should work on their preferences. Casually, the princess asked if she really should keep the guy's opinions in her mind during all her conversations and actions. The men were very confused and said that they were only discussing the acceptable behavior of the lady. The main character grinned and asked if the lady also had some acceptable behavior. Opening her fan, the princess calmly asked why men were completely devoid of good nature. The knight pointed his sword at the neck of the first man, and the princess said that if she decided to cut off his tongue because of this statement, she would add a couple of points of attractiveness to him. The first man began to make excuses, saying that he had only exchanged a couple of phrases about Lady Yulan and did not understand why this should suddenly be considered unacceptable behavior towards a lady. Becky's maid asked the main character to enter the arriving carriage. In a cold tone, the princess told the man that she would let him get away with it this time because he was not to her taste at all. The girl then coldly added that if the men dared to speculate on the subject again, it would be the last thing they could say. The leopard, lying near the gate, suddenly moved his ears like locators when he heard the approaching sound of a carriage. Xavier, in the form of a beast, opened his eyes abruptly when he heard the princess's voice addressed to him. The leopard quickly ran to the girl, to which she asked in surprise why Xavier was lying there. The leopard looked at the princess with a pitiful expression on his face, and the main character asked if he was really waiting for her, so she invited the child to accompany her on a walk in the garden. The main character realized that Xavier was waiting for her in his animal form, which indicates that the boy is no longer worried, which means that he is already better. Becky looked at the princess's shoes and asked if the girl would be comfortable walking around in these shoes, and then told the girl to wait until she came back with a more comfortable pair. Walking with a leopard in the garden, the main character thought that although she had become the daughter of a wealthy and influential house, she still had to deal with rude people. The lady continued to reason that no matter how much she defended herself, the world would eventually bring the crown prince together with Iris. The main character called out to Xavier and invited him to sit down and wait for Becky to bring another pair of shoes because it hurts her to walk. Having found the nearest gazebo, the princess and the leopard went there to rest. The main character smiled as Xavier tiredly rested his head on her lap. The young girl exhaled and said aloud that she only wanted to do what she wanted and did not understand why everyone wanted to pour out their bile on someone. Xavier made an indignant expression on his face, which said that he would teach everyone a lesson who could somehow offend Raylene. The girl grinned and, hugging the leopard, asked if he thought that if she just kept silent, everyone would leave her behind. In the head of the main character, the image of the smiling daughter of Viscount Iris immediately arose. The princess got angry and loudly asked why the pink-haired woman couldn't leave her alone. Grabbing the leopard by the paws, the princess decided that she had to get rid of the crown prince and Iris. Looking at Xavier's paws, the girl said that since aristocrats valued honor, then she would call these people swindlers and embarrass them so much that they would never raise their heads in front of her again. The main character began to remember when this couple began to behave like lovers and assumed that it happened when the engagement of Raylene and the crown prince was broken. Suddenly, the princess felt a blanket on her shoulders and heard the voice of the maid, who asked if the lady had a headache. Smiling softly, Becky said that the lady would remember everything if she rested and relaxed. The princess thanked the girl, but she was surprised and said that she was only doing what she had to do. The main character told the maid that she just wanted to thank the girl for everything. The princess has come to the conclusion that she is now also a character in the novel, so she must somehow be involved in the scene between the crown prince and Iris. And then the girl realized that she should appreciate the people who took care of her, and she should enjoy these peaceful days. The next day, the main character, along with Becky and Sir Ian, went to the Information Guild. As soon as the girl went up to the second floor and opened the door, Lucas immediately greeted the princess with a smile on his face. Lifting the veil, the main character asked the man what he noticed suspicious at the party. Lucas smiled and invited the princess to sit down first so that they could talk quietly. As soon as the main character sat down on the sofa, the man asked what the princess thought of Lady Iris. The girl asked Lucas the same question and said that she would answer when she heard from the man what he wanted from her. The guildmaster spread his arms to his sides and asked the princess to make concessions, arguing that he would not have asked if he had no doubts. Completely disinterested, the main character asked how she could trust Lucas, because the girl knew that the man was just a minor character who helped Iris. Frowning, the lady told Lucas that she was sure that the man knew about the not very good relationship between her and Iris, and added that his favor for Iris went sideways for the girl. The main character looked into Lucas's eyes and remembered that she had only come here because she was curious about what he had to say. The lady repeated again that if the master wanted to know something, he should be the first to speak. Then the girl stood up and, waving her hand, said that if Lucas didn't say anything, then she would just leave and pretend that this meeting did not happen. The guildmaster hurriedly stopped the main character and said that she shouldn't be so serious because they were so close. The princess said that she did not have time to talk about detached topics with someone who hid his intentions, and added that they were not so close that she would waste time. For the main character, it did not matter at all that all she did was look for things that could entertain her. The master of the Information Guild combed his hair back with one hand and realized that he had failed to pull off the trick with the princess. Lucas began to say that Iris had told him about Rosemary's dresses, which the princess often wore, and also mentioned that her outfits seemed to be pajamas in comparison. The guildmaster added that this was the reason why he had gone to buy that ill-fated dress. The man then began his story that when he went to the boutique, in the very center of it was a striking dress that the princess had ordered. The main character remembered that Iris has her own business related to muslin fabric. The girl realized that for this reason, the Viscount's daughter visited many boutiques, and it was then that she could understand that Raylene ordered a dress from Rosemary. Lucas took a chess piece in his hand and said that he was far from stupid, so he immediately found it rather strange. The guildmaster said that Iris used him to defeat her rival in love. Placing the piece on the chessboard, Lucas unobtrusively asked if this was not a reason for suspicion. In conclusion, the owner of the Information Guild said that Iris had arranged everything so that everything would go according to her plan. The main character did not understand what pink-haired furnished meant, to which Lucas shoved the king and said that it was something like this. The princess said thoughtfully that she did not know if what the man had told her was enough to confide in her. The guildmaster told the girl with a slight resentment that he was extremely serious now, to which she replied that you couldn't tell it from the man's face. Lucas tried to smile stiffly, feeling a tense silence hang between him and the princess. And then the master of the guild suddenly stood up, causing Sir Jan, who had not expected this, to step forward. Approaching the door, Lucas told the princess that he would definitely show her his determination. After a while, the man returned and the main character looked at him with interest. The lady said that she thought Lucas was going to show his determination, to which Lucas replied that the girl should just wait. Raylene chuckled, but immediately heard another footsteps on the stairs and turned to see a red-haired woman with a tray on which lay dessert. The owner of the Information Guild said that this ice cream dessert with ice chips belonged to a lady. The main character asked in disappointment if this was all Lucas's determination. However, the guildmaster assured Princess Candmion that it was super expensive ice shavings. Noticing that this did not surprise the girl at all, Lucas said in confusion that this was to be expected from the Duchy of Candmion. The main character decided to try dessert, so the guildmaster asked again what the princess thought of Iris. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, the main character casually said that she was interested in why the Viscount's daughter chose the crown prince. The guildmaster was very surprised, so the princess decided to explain that she was notorious, so she did not understand why Iris decided to oppose her. Lucas wondered if the Viscount's daughter hadn't started dating the crown prince. The princess wouldn't have thought of confronting her. The main character imagined the picture as the Villainess looks angrily at the hand of the crown prince, which reaches out to Iris. The girl casually said that she was a terribly scary person with a disgusting character. However, the guildmaster chuckled and said that although the princess said such things, she still looked happy. Lucas thought for a moment and said that it was strange, and if he were in Iris's place, he would not off the villain. Holding his head, the guildmaster said that if he were the Viscount's daughter, he would use a handsome man in his own image to defeat the villain. However, Lucas was surprised when the princess suddenly asked him if the man didn't like Iris. The master of the guild said that if he had loved the Viscount's daughter, then this conversation with the princess would not have taken place. And then the man added with a smile that if the girl managed to get information about him, then the intelligence of the Duchy of Condmion was indeed worthy of praise. Lucas asked if the princess herself guessed his feelings for Iris based on the available data, to which the girl replied that let the man think as he wanted. Spreading his hands to the sides, the master of the Information Guild asked if the princess still did not trust him. The main character began to think that it seemed that Lucas really did not have any feelings for Iris. The young girl decided to inform the guildmaster that it was time for her to go back. Lucas immediately ran up to the main character and asked if the princess was already leaving. The girl covered her mouth in surprise when she suddenly assumed that this was the very ability of the reincarnate to make every first person fall in love with him. Lucas took the dessert in his hands and plaintively asked why the princess did not finish it, because it was very expensive. The main character seemed to feel that a heavy stone had fallen on her, which made her come to her senses immediately. Noticing the princess's reaction, the guildmaster tried his best to hold back his laughter as the girl said that she was definitely leaving now. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lucas sat down on the floor and began to laugh loudly as the princess left. Going outside, the main character said that they say that 3 chance meetings are no longer accidental, and asked Becky what she thought about this saying. After a little thought, the maid replied that it turns out that the aristocrats who see each other at the parties will meet more than once. The main character thoughtfully said that she thought that at least this time she would be able to go on a normal date. Suddenly, the young girl and the maid turned around when they heard screams in the square. A man dressed as a commoner but in brand new clothes shouted at the knight Cassian. The man, who was definitely an aristocrat, indignantly asked the knight if the one he was now accusing knew, to which the lord replied that he knew that the man was Baron Ingelan. The aristocrat continued to complain that a man really considered himself a real knight to receive such a title, to which Cassian replied that it was an honorable position. Reaching for the baron's hand, the knight apologized and said that there was a problem, so Ingelan should go with him to the police. The aristocrat pulled his hand away and told Lord Cassian not to touch him again. Becky quietly told the princess that from time to time there were aristocrats who considered themselves above the law. Baron Ingelan indignantly asked Cassian who he was to say such a thing to an aristocrat. The main character watched this scene until Becky asked if the girl was really going to help. The princess said that it was obvious that Cassian was in the process of working now, so she saw no reason to interfere. Becky said that she thought that the lady was close to the knight, but the knight replied that this was not the case and that she should not get involved. The main character could not understand why Cassian was not on the outskirts now, but was doing the work of the police. The princess suggested that Becky take Xavier's gift as soon as possible and return back to the estate. However, the main character froze when she saw that the baron swung and hit Cassian in the face with his hand. The knight did not resist the impulse of the aristocrat and still looked calm as a rock. The main character felt how her whole body was filled with rage towards the baron. The aristocrat swung again and told the knight that he was going to stare at it too. However, Baron Ingelan's hand was suddenly stopped by another woman's hand, causing the man to freeze. The main character loudly ordered the hot-tempered aristocrat to immediately lower his hand. The baron withdrew his hand and asked how a girl dared to grasp someone else's hand so carelessly. In a cold voice, the young girl ordered the aristocrat to immediately say her name. The main character was immediately approached by the guards and the maid Becky, who had been standing aside before. The baron indignantly asked why a girl dared to speak to him so condescendingly, since he was the holder of the title, to which the princess replied that, judging by his behavior, there was no smell of aristocracy. The man said that he was Baron Ingelan and added that the nobles should not interfere in the affairs of other aristocrats and that the lady should know. Pointing her finger at herself, the main character casually asked if the man did not know her, to which he replied that he did not. Lifting her veil, the princess told the baron that it could not be that a person of such a position had never heard of her. Ingelan looked at the mystical violet eyes, black hair like the night sky, and realized that only one aristocrat fit this description. The aristocrat froze abruptly when he realized that the only daughter of Duke Candmion was now standing in front of him. The main character said that she was going to just leave without making a fuss, but after seeing the baron's actions, she could not leave everything as it was. Cassian clenched his fists, and the princess continued to say that if a knight who was paid from the royal treasury said that there was a problem, then the man just needed to go quietly. The main character added that she was afraid that it was because of the Baron that the opinion of aristocrats would be spoiled even more than before. Finally, the princess said that if the Baron was not guilty, then it was all the more necessary to help the investigation to get to the bottom of the truth, to which Ingelan agreed and said that he would go. Cassian bowed to the main character and thanked her for being able to help resolve this conflict. The princess's face lit up with happiness, for she was glad that she had been able to rescue the knight. Cassian said that he would thank Raylene again as soon as he escorted the Baron to the police. The main character asked what really happened, to which the knight said that the aristocrat ate and did not pay. Ingelan began to say that those people should be grateful that the aristocrat had eaten their village dishes at all. A little embarrassed, the main character told Cassian that she hoped the Baron would be punished as he deserved, and added that the man should not thank her. The knight bowed to the only daughter of Duke Canmion and thanked her once again for her help. Turning around, the main character went to Becky, trying with all her might to hide her awkwardness. Approaching the servant, the princess covered her face in shame and said that she should not have interfered, to which Becky replied that the lady had simply helped the knight. The main character went on to say that she doesn't know much about Cassian, but if he is dedicated to his work, he is most likely not very happy with Raylene's interference. However, Becky replied that it was quite a difficult situation, and it was obvious that the knight needed the princess's help. The main character looked sadly at Cassian and realized that although a man became a knight by being a commoner, but in the end he will not become a nobleman. The princess knew that no matter how hard Cassian tried, there was no way a man could change his origin. The main character could not understand how the knight felt when the princess showed him that she could solve the problem so easily. Becky's maid asked Raylene if Cassian wouldn't be grateful for the princess's help. The main character understood that if the Baron had not hit Sir Cassian in the face, then the girl would never have interfered. The princess replied to Becky that she did not want to interfere at all, but if someone was slapped in the face, she could not intervene. Taking a deep breath, the main character realized that she would no longer see good relations with Sir Cassian, because he despised her every time they met. Becky asked if the lady really wanted to establish a good relationship with the knight, to which the princess replied that she simply did not want a bad relationship with a man. All this time, Cassian heard the girls' conversation, so his ears turned red when the princess said that the man was quite handsome. The main character told Becky that enough was enough and they should laugh over a gift for Xavier. The young girl knew that the changeling was waiting for her at home and would cry out loud if the princess came late. Leaving the square, the main character began to think aloud about what she should buy as a gift for Xavier, to which Becky replied that the child would like any gift from the princess. Knight Xavier looked attentively after the departing only daughter of the Duke of Canmion. An image of the main character arose in the man's head, who embarrassedly asked the knight not to thank her for her help. Cassian said quietly to himself that it seemed that he had been wrong about Princess Raylene again. The knight knew that his origin made him a tool for dusty work, in no way connected with the aristocracy. Already at the station, the Baron threw an explanatory note in Cassian's face and asked him that he must be proud of himself for what had happened. Then the aristocrat indignantly shouted that he refused to have anything to do with the commoner, so he asked to bring him another person. However, knights of aristocratic origin are reluctant to take up their duties, so it is even better for them to have a commoner with them as a scapegoat. Sir Cassian felt a hand on his shoulder and heard that he could go. The knight understood that it was not so important how much effort he put into sending the Baron to custody, because he would soon be released anyway, and Ingelan would not even feel guilty for what he had done. Sir Cassian knew perfectly well that no one cared about his opinions and feelings, with which the aristocrats simply wiped themselves. An image of Raylene appeared in the man's mind, who confidently said that if a knight was paid by the royal treasury and said that there were problems, then it was not worth making too much noise and just going. Then Cassian had the next image of a girl who was upset because she shouldn't have interfered. The knight knew that it was because of Princess Canmion that he had been feeling very uneasy lately. Cassian admitted to himself that in his heart he always condemned the girl for the fact that she was no different from other aristocrats. And then the image of the princess arose in the man's head again, who said that if someone was hit in the face, then it was simply impossible not to intervene. And then Cassian remembered how Raylene had called him cute, so he blushed heavily again. The main character went to a children's clothing store and asked if they sell neck jewelry. The princess clarified that the child is still very small, but he will soon wave, so a larger size is needed. The consultant girl invited the lady to go and showed the first version of the jewelry, but the main character did not like it because it was very small. When the consultant asked how tall and big the boy was, the princess with a cute expression said that he looked like a leopard cub. The consultant girl smiled in confusion when the main character showed the approximate size of her neck when she hugged him. The princess's eyes lit up when she noticed something she liked, and the consultant stood and wondered if it was some kind of noble joke. The main character left the store and Becky immediately ran up to her and asked to give her the purchase so that the princess would not be hard to carry, but the lady refused. Suddenly, the young girl felt a hand above her head, and turning her head, she noticed Cassian's breathless face in front of her. The princess asked in surprise what the man was doing there, to which the knight replied that he was looking for Raylene, so as soon as he saw her on the horizon, he immediately rushed. Sir Cassian, blushing a little, said to the girl that he wanted to tell her something. The main character smiled cheerfully and immediately agreed to listen to the commoner knight. Cassian tried to collect his thoughts for so long that he did not even notice that an awkward silence hung between him and the girl. The commoner knight then collected his thoughts and asked Princess Raylene if she was upset. However, Sir Cassian froze abruptly when the main character asked uncomprehendingly what the man meant. Princess Kandmian looked at the knight's face and asked if everything was fine with his face now. Sir Cassian was very embarrassed, so he touched his cheek and quietly said that he was all right. The main character looked more closely at the man and realized that his cheek was still red and looked sickly. Cassian looked into the lady's eyes and apologized for the princess helping him and receiving only his disrespect as a thank you. The main character was very confused and hastened to say that it was she who thoughtlessly got into the knight's affairs. The princess added that the man could have stood up for himself, so the knight must have been angry that the girl had interfered, to which Cassian said that Raylene should not apologize for this. The main character could not understand why the man frowned, as if he could barely restrain himself from saying something. The princess suggested that Cassian was angry because he thought it was unfair to have been slapped in the face. The main character came closer to the knight and told the man to cheer up, making him surprised. The princess said that life does not always consist of happiness and can be unfair and even incomprehensible. Cassian looked at Raylene in surprise as she continued to say that if a man worked hard, he would definitely be noticed sooner or later. The main character smiled sweetly and told the knight not to dare to surrender on any account. Cassian knelt down before the princess and said that if he behaved disrespectfully again, the lady should punish him immediately. Raising his head, the man thanked the main character for the generosity and care shown to her. Cassian then added that he was looking forward to his next meeting with Princess Raylene. The knight got up and left, and the young girl began to wave her hand after the noble man in confusion. The main character asked Becky if she was really a generous and caring princess. The maid confirmed the lady's words, saying that these qualities were especially evident in relation to that night. The princess suggested that perhaps she was behaving this way because of Cassian's appearance, but realized that she did not feel the same way about Lucas. Becky's maid said that Sir Cassian is quite handsome, thereby confirming the assumptions of the main character. The knight smiled embarrassedly when he heard the princess say again that he was quite handsome. The main character showed the jewelry to Becky and asked if it would suit Xavier, to which the maid replied that the choice of a lady has always been valued in high society. Becky then said that this jewelry looked more like a collar, to which the princess agreed in surprise. The main character decided that she needed to replace the jewelry with another, which she also peeped at. However, turning around, the princess noticed that the girl consultant had closed the store and ran home in a hurry. Becky's maid approached the upset main character and told the lady that the store had closed. A happy leopard with a beautiful collar given to him by Raylene was running around the garden of the Duchy of Kanmion. Xavier ran up to the gardener to show him his new jewelry, to which he was surprised that the girl gave the gift to the changeling. The main character told Becky that Xavier seemed to be busier than usual today, to which the maid replied that apparently the boy was bragging about the lady's gift. Becky added that the changeling runs to everyone he meets all morning to show off his jewelry. The main character immediately wanted to give Xavier something better, and then realized that the boy also liked the necklace. Becky turned to the princess and said that she needed to wear new jewelry today, because yesterday the lady was so busy choosing a gift that she did not buy anything for herself. The main character looked at Xavier and thought that she was glad that the child liked the jewelry, but it would be better if the choice was made by the changeling himself. Suddenly, a great idea arose in the young girl's head that would help solve the problem. The main character called out to Xavier, and the leopard was next to Princess Kanmion at the same moment. The changeling scratched against the lady's legs, and the girl said that Xavier was very cute, that she could not restrain herself. The main character told the leopard that she was going to go to the store and invited Xavier to go with her. The boy was very surprised when the princess said that she chose this gift herself, so this time he wants to choose something that catches Xavier's eye. And then the main character said that she knew that the child was afraid of a large crowd of people, so she did not force him to go. As soon as the princess asked what Xavier thought about this, the child immediately crawled under the tablecloth. Returning back to human form, the boy said that he really wanted to go, so he asked Raylene to take him with her. After a while, the young people were already riding in a carriage, and the princess told Xavier that if he was uncomfortable, he could transform into an animal form. The changeling smiled brightly and said that he would not do this, but would remain in human form for the sake of Princess Raylene. The main character took Xavier's hand and said that if he felt unwell, he should definitely tell her. As soon as the carriage arrived at the place, the princess came out and with a smile told the changeling to get out too. Before leaving, Xavier comforted himself with the thought that everything was fine now, and he shouldn't be afraid, because Raylene was nearby. As soon as the changeling stepped out into the street, he immediately remembered the merchant who had been his former master and had bullied him. The little boy became terribly scared, so Xavier took the form of a half-beast, causing the main character to turn back anxiously. The changeling began to shake as people around him began to discuss how the boy dared to walk the streets of Noniwell, and why Princess Kanmion had bought him in the first place. Xavier's eyes closed so tightly in fear that it seemed as if he was trying to hide from the world inside his eyelids. The main character approached the child, and with a smile offered to return back to the estate and rest. Suddenly, Xavier froze as soon as he felt the knight's swords crossed in front of his neck. The main character indignantly asked the men what they even allow themselves now. The manager left the store, saying that he knew perfectly well that this was the princess's new pet, and asked that this beast was not dangerous and that the lady did not even have a leash. Hugging the boy, the main character said that Xavier is not an animal and he does not need a leash. The princess knew that in the eyes of others, the leopard could seem like a dangerous animal, but she knew that it was too cruel to equate changelings with beasts. The main character explained to the man that Xavier was still too young to hide his tail and ears, but assured that the boy would not harm anyone. The boy got angry when the manager said that even taking into account all the facts, the princess should not go into the store with the changeling. The man added that it is difficult to say whether changelings think as soberly as ordinary people. Xavier froze when the manager said that if a child suddenly attacked someone, he would immediately blacken the name of Princess Kanmion. The boy let go of Raylene's hand when he heard that he was so stupid that he couldn't even stay in human form. A lot of words began to spin in the mind of the changeling that the boy was stupid and could harm the lady's reputation. The main character put her hand out to the side, hiding the boy behind her, and thought that there was no reason for people to look down on Xavier. The princess said that she had personally brought the changeling with her and asked if the manager was questioning a member of the Kanmion family. The boy was very surprised when the main character confidently said that Xavier had never let her down. In a stern tone, the princess asked the manager if he really thought he had the right to worry about her, to which the man immediately apologized for insulting the lady. Then, more gently, the main character asked the manager to accompany her and the boy to the waiting room. Patting Xavier on the shoulder, the princess told the changeling that everything was fine and he should not worry anymore. Going inside the waiting room, the main character told the boy that they needed to wait a little. Looking at Xavier's depressed state, the princess realized that she shouldn't have brought the boy here. Suddenly, the child raised his head and asked the girl for forgiveness for causing her unnecessary problems. The manager approached the princess and asked if the lady wanted to consider something specific or wanted to see all the offers, to which she replied that let the man carry everything. The manager asked to wait for the main character for 1 minute and then clapped his hands, and his assistants appeared on the threshold of the room with boxes in their hands. After putting all the boxes on the table, the manager said that there were all the goods that were worthy of being worn by Princess Kanmion. After patting the little boy's head, the main character told Xavier to choose whatever he liked. Changeling was very surprised when the young girl pointed to the jewelry and said that it was her gift to Xavier. The main character smiled and, hugging the child, told the boy to choose everything that he liked. The princess noticed that Xavier was in turmoil, so she took one of the hairpins and tried it on him. Smiling sweetly, the main character said that Xavier was good at everything and she could not make a choice, so she asked what the boy liked himself. The changeling smiled embarrassedly and began to look at all the decorations that were on the table with interest. The main character immediately noticed that Xavier's gaze caught on a pink brooch that was lying in the box. The princess took the box with the brooch in her hands and looked at the boy's enthusiastic face with surprise. The main character then asked Xavier if he liked anything else, and the boy pointed to the pink ring. The young girl watched the shifter's enthusiastic gaze a little confused. The main character immediately told the manager to immediately carry all the pink jewelry. After a while, Princess Raylene showed Xavier the other pink jewelry and asked him what he liked about it. The little boy said in confusion that he liked absolutely all the jewelry that the lady had shown. The main character realized that Xavier really likes the color pink and thought it was very cute. The young girl firmly decided that it was necessary for the changeling to try on all the jewelry, so she ordered the manager to bring a mirror immediately. The little boy enthusiastically began to immediately try on all the pink jewelry on himself. The main character looked at Xavier and, touched, said that all these jewelry were very suitable for the boy. A little embarrassed, the changeling asked if Princess Raylene really thought so, to which the girl replied that pink suited the boy very well. The main character told the manager that she was buying everything that Xavier had just tried on. The man said that he would immediately pack all the jewelry, so he approached the little boy to pick them up. The manager bowed to Xavier and said that he had previously been rude to the boy, so he apologized for his behavior. The main character thought that changelings in most cases are still slaves, so people are mistaken about them. The young girl stroked the little boy's head, but Xavier suddenly turned around and called out to Raylene. The main character froze abruptly and was surprised when Xavier's thin hand reached for her face. Princess Canmion was then even more surprised when the changeling fastened a beautiful hairpin in her hair. The little boy smiled brightly and said that this jewelry was very suitable for a young girl. Xavier added that he also wanted to choose jewelry for Raylene, to which the girl smiled embarrassedly and thanked the boy. The main character asked the manager if they accidentally had tanzanite jewelry, to which he replied that there were jewelry, but the choice was small because the stone was discovered quite recently. Princess Raylene smiled and said that it was okay and that the man should show everything he had. A few minutes later, the manager brought the girl a luxurious necklace, a ring, and earrings. The main character took the necklace in her hands and thought that it would fit perfectly and would sit well on Xavier even in the form of a leopard. Princess Canmion then took the ring in her hands and asked the changeling what he thought of the jewelry. The boy asked if Raylene was going to buy it too, to which the princess replied that if Xavier appreciated it, then yes. When the girl asked if the boy didn't like the ring, the changeling shook his head and said that he liked it. Xavier ran up to the main character and whispered in her ear that all these jewelry are very, very expensive. However, the princess hastened to calm the changeling, saying that she was rich enough to buy up at least the entire store, so the boy could not worry and take whatever he wanted. Then the main character took a box with rings in her hands and jokingly said that since Xavier did not want to accept her gift, then, in this case, she would give it to someone else. The shifter's heart began to beat faster as soon as the princess said that she really wanted to make paired accessories with Xavier. The boy grabbed the hand of the main character with the box and plaintively said that he really wanted to get these jewelry. The main character handed the box to the manager and asked him to hang the rings on a chain and return them back. Xavier reached for the box, not wanting to give it to anyone, and the princess wondered how long the chain would be enough. The main character pulled the little boy aside and asked him to wait a little. Xavier really didn't want the box to be taken away from him, so he immediately turned into a leopard form. The main character took the ribbon from the leopard's neck and calmed him down, saying that she was not taking it away and would soon return everything. The princess explained that she just wanted to make sure that the chain would not cause discomfort when Xavier wore it in leopard form. As soon as everything was ready, the main character stretched out her hand to the little boy and said that it was time for them to go. Putting on all the jewelry he bought, the changeling confidently went outside with the princess. For the first time, the main character noticed how Xavier was smiling brightly, because he was clearly happy at the moment. Viscount's daughter Iris stood alone on the balcony until the crown prince suddenly called out to her. The pink-haired girl turned around and looked at His Highness the Crown Prince with tears in her eyes. The man immediately ran up to the Viscount's daughter and impulsively hugged Iris to console her. The pink-haired girl asked if the crown prince would attend a national celebration of the founding of the state with Princess Raylene. In a firm voice, the Crown Prince said that he would never go with the only daughter of Duke Candmion to any event. Viscount's daughter, Iris, hearing the Crown Prince's words, was immediately delighted and smiled maliciously. As soon as the main character returned to her Candmion estate, the girl immediately fed Xavier. The princess was touched by how the leopard ate food with great pleasure and told the changeling to eat more and grow bigger. The main character told Becky that, as expected, Xavier likes chicken the most. Lillian began to laugh when Raylene added that it was worth catching all the chickens in the capital and giving them to the changeling to eat. Looking at the happy and cute face of the leopard, the main character thought that Xavier could destroy the world with his face. From an overabundance of emotions, the princess accidentally hit her hand on the back of the chair, and then the leopard ran up to the girl and began to breathe restlessly on her wound. The main character was very surprised when she realized that someone cares about her and, regardless of the conditions, prioritizes her. The princess wrapped her arms around the leopard's muzzle and said with a smile that it was much better than she thought. Suddenly, someone knocked on the main character's room, and Becky immediately headed for the exit to find out what had happened. As soon as the maid returned, Princess Candmion heard the news that the Crown Prince had come to visit her. The main character was unpleasantly surprised and asked if the Crown Prince could come to her without warning. The princess stroked the leopard's head and heard from Becky that usually all guests give advance notice of their intention to come, because this is the rule of good manners. The main character asked the maid to tell the Crown Prince that in this case she was terribly busy and would not be able to meet him. Becky anxiously turned to the princess with the words that this was the Crown Prince himself, and there could be unflattering rumors about the lady, to which she replied that there was no point in listening to gossip. The main character firmly said that she could not afford to treat herself without due respect, even a man who is the Crown Prince and her fiancé. The girl remembered that the Crown Prince, dissatisfied with the fact of engagement to Raylene, cheated on her, exchanging her for another woman, and did not even dissolve the marriage. The main character wondered why to indulge such a person at all, if he only knows how to raise himself above everyone and inflate his own ego. Becky resolutely said that she would comply with Raylene's request and immediately pass everything on to the Crown Prince. The main character wondered if there was a scene in the novel at all when the Crown Prince was looking for Princess Candmion. Suddenly, the young girl remembered that such a scene had indeed been in the novel. The maid was about to leave, but the princess stopped her and said that she thought she should meet with the Crown Prince. The main character realized that the time of the scene is approaching, where she will finally be able to unwrap a large and delicious candy. The princess was immediately encouraged and told Becky to notify the Crown Prince to wait for Raylene, as she needed time to prepare. As soon as the main character entered the room where the Crown Prince was waiting for her, the man said that the girl was late. The princess appeared before the prince in a luxurious red dress along with a leopard and asked the prince if she hadn't asked her to wait. Xavier began to growl at the Crown Prince, and the man asked the girl what was wrong with this animal. The Crown Prince turned to face the main character and looked at her with his beautiful red eyes. The princess was confused by the realization that as soon as she saw the Crown Prince, one thought immediately flashed through her head that this man was actually a good person. The main character thought about what if the Crown Prince was nice to Raylene and did everything to be a worthy life partner. The thought flashed through the princess's head that maybe it was she who ruined the life of the Crown Prince, forcing him to take her as his wife. The main character immediately emerged from her thoughts as soon as Prince Frederick approached her and roughly grabbed her chin, asking how dare the princess ignore his words. The young girl looked at the man indignantly and thought that how dare he do such a thing in broad daylight. Throwing the Crown Prince's hand aside, the main character asked what the man allowed himself at all. Crown Prince Frederick was very surprised by Princess Raylan's reaction and looked at his hand with interest. The main character turned away from the man and, being irritated, began to think that something was definitely wrong with the Crown Prince. The princess sat down at the table and told the Crown Prince that he should be grateful, because if the man had not been the Crown Prince, he would have met his end long ago. Prince Frederick looked at Raylene angrily and asked what the girl was carrying now. The main character smiled and asked how the Crown Prince dared to grab her hand without permission. The Crown Prince was very surprised by the girl's words and asked if she was really saying such words to the Crown Prince. However, Princess Raylan smiled even more and replied to the man that only she could afford such a thing. The Crown Prince looked at the young girl in annoyance, but he couldn't find the right words to counter the lady's words. The main character decided to get to the point of the meeting, so she asked the Crown Prince why he came to her. However, the Crown Prince smirked and told Raylene that she had begged him to come before, and now she was asking why he had come. The leopard began to growl even louder as soon as he heard that Prince Frederick had told the lady that she was being too rude. The main character asked the Crown Prince that she really had to bow to the guests, that they unceremoniously appeared without an invitation. Frederick looked at the grinning leopard and told the princess that it was an ill-mannered beast, just like its mistress. The Crown Prince imagined a picture of how Raylene, hearing his words now, would immediately begin to apologize to him. Contrary to the man's expectations, the princess firmly told the Crown Prince that he did not need to worry about her manners, and asked if there was a reason for the prince's sudden interest in her person. The Crown Prince chuckled and told Raylene that he assumed this was another attempt to seduce him. Prince Frederick took a fresh look at the main character and said that it was very funny. The princess's patience began to run out, so she asked the man if there was anything else the prince wanted to tell her. Without waiting for an answer, the main character stood up and said that in this case she would go, but she was immediately stopped by the Crown Prince with a gesture of his hand. Prince Frederick said he had only come to say that he would not accompany Raylene to the upcoming foundation celebrations. The Crown Prince immediately smirked after saying these words and began to carefully observe Princess Candmayan's reaction. The main character suggested that Prince Frederick was waiting for her to start begging him not to do this to her. However, the Crown Prince frowned as the young girl said in a calm voice that she agreed with Frederick's statement. The princess took a whole cup of fragrant tea in her hands and told the Crown Prince that it had nothing to do with her. The main character turned the cup over, pouring all the contents into it, and told the Crown Prince that the Sai cup had already been emptied. The young girl smirked and addressed His Highness, saying that if he was done, he could go. Frederick asked Raylene what this behavior was, to which the princess got up from the table and replied that how could she enjoy drinking tea with someone with whom it was not even worth drinking tea. The Crown Prince realized that the girl was about to leave the room, so a firm voice told the princess to sit down. However, the main character pretended that she simply did not hear the words of the Crown Prince, and with her head proudly raised, she headed for the exit. At the very door, the princess turned to Frederick and said that if he wanted respect for himself, then he had to show it to the people around him. The main character put her hand on the head of the leopard, who had been looking aggressively at the Crown Prince all this time, and told Xavier that they were leaving. Princess Candmayan took a deep breath and realized that the time of anger was finally over for her. However, the main character froze abruptly when she saw Prince Frederick's hand in front of her, which allowed her to open the door. Leaning into Princess Raylene's ear, the Crown Prince said in a languid voice in the girl's ear that he could not accept the words that the lady had said. The main character turned to face the Crown Prince, who said that Raylene had no reason to refuse him. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, Raylene and Iris were completely different, but the former was taken as an equal to a man, if not even above him. And on the contrary, Crown Prince Frederick could safely look down on the pink-haired girl, Iris. The main character knew from the novel that the arrogant Crown Prince couldn't stand being with someone like Raylene, so right now he couldn't just ignore her. The young girl frowned and asked Prince Frederick if he had anything else to say to her. The main character was outraged by the man's question, so she said that she could not believe that the prince was doing such a thing in her own house, and concluded that Frederick simply lacked a sense of tact. Hearing the princess's words, the Crown Prince immediately got angry and asked how the girl dared to say such words. The main character heard outside the door that Sir Ian had asked her to allow the lady to enter. The door to the room opened, and on the other side, the knights asked what was going on here now. The young girl was immediately surrounded by knights and a leopard, so Raylene told Frederick with a grin that she would now see how far he could go. The Crown Prince froze abruptly and realized that there was nothing more he could do in such a situation. Adjusting his jacket, Prince Frederick calmly told the princess that if this was a new challenge, then he would accept it. Leaning into the ear of the main character, the Crown Prince whispered to Raylene that this was a refreshing experience for him. Prince Frederick left, leaving the young girl perplexed by his strange expression. The main character suggested that the Crown Prince most likely decided that Raylene was looking for a new way to make him fall in love with her, and she was very angry. The young girl was not at all happy with this outcome of the conversation with Frederick, so she turned to Becky with the words that she wanted to go out, to which she asked if she should prepare gloves. The main character asked the maid what she meant, because the girl was going to go shopping. The young girl knew that most likely Becky thought that the princess was furious and depressed, so she decided to clarify that foundation day was coming soon, so she needed to prepare properly. Noticing that the maid was very worried, the main character calmed her down, saying that the laws of the universe are built on karma, so one day everything will come back to haunt the crown prince. After calming down a little, Becky suggested that the princess go to get a new dress, to which the lady said that it sounded wonderful and asked the maid to book her a room to try on. As soon as Becky asked which boutique Raylene was going to, Becky immediately thought that it wasn't Rosemary's fault that Iris had appeared in her dress. Therefore, the main character told her maid that she was going to visit Rosemary's boutique today. As soon as the young girl arrived at the place, the lady immediately noticed Rosemary herself and Iris at the entrance. As soon as Rosemary noticed the princess, she immediately exclaimed with joy and surprise, making the Viscount's daughter freeze and turn to look at the guest. The main character appeared in front of the girls in a beautiful dark turquoise dress with a hat on her head. The princess, looking at Iris, could not understand how she had managed to stumble upon this oppressive personality. The Viscount's daughter was perplexed because she did not understand how Raylene could behave like this, because a lady should be upset now. Rosemary told the princess that she was very worried that the girl had completely stopped coming to her, to which the main character thanked the aristocrat with a smile for waiting for her and not forgetting. Lady Rosemary looked at Princess Candmian and sincerely said that there was no way she could forget her. The designer immediately blossomed and invited the main character to go inside to try on dresses. As Princess Raylene approached the front door where Iris was standing, the Viscount's daughter bowed to the girl. However, the main character simply passed by, pretending not to notice the pink-haired girl, forcing her to freeze. The Viscount's daughter realized that Princess Raylene had done this on purpose, so she bit her lips in anger. The main character became very interested in what exactly Iris's facial expression is now. As soon as the girls went inside, the princess asked Rosemary if she had found the stolen dress. The main character looked at Iris's reaction with a smile, and the designer said that she was still trying to find the thief, but could not do it. Lady Rosemary hesitated, and Princess Raylene reassured her, saying that she was not such a narrow-minded person. The designer cheered up when the main character told her that she had seen Rosemary go out of her way to help her. The princess said with a smile that she didn't even know what she would do if it happened again, to which Rosemary assured Raylene not to worry anymore because she would do her best. The main character looked at Iris and told the designer that her words inspire confidence, but Raylene prefers to talk about specific actions. The princess added that she hopes that Rosemary understands what she is getting at, to which the designer also looked at the Viscount's daughter and said that she would mean. The main character knew that Rosemary had enough influence in the fashion industry to make a significant impact on Iris's textile business. And the princess also knew that over time, the designer would do everything to prevent the fabrics of the Viscount's daughter from getting into her boutique. Looking at Rosemary, the main character smiled and said that in this case, she trusted her. The young girl then looked at Iris and told the designer that she must have another visitor. The pink-haired girl froze when Princess Candmian made a surprised tone, as if she was seeing her for the first time. Rosemary turned to Raylene with the words that she should not worry, because Iris was not a visitor, to which the princess replied that she could not do so, because she knew the Viscount's daughter. Iris, noticing that Princess Candmian was looking at her, bowed to her once more in confusion and greeted her. When Raylene asked what she was doing there, the pink-haired girl smiled and said that she was just doing business in the Conwell area. Iris added that Rosemary had asked her for a favor and began to sit down on the soft sofa across from Princess Candmian. However, the Viscount's daughter was surprised and froze when the main character seriously and sharply said that she did not say that she could sit down. The pink-haired girl looked at Princess Candmian in confusion, not understanding what she meant. With a serious expression on her face, the main character repeated that she did not allow Iris to sit down. The princess understood that the past events had only happened because of Raylene's stupidity and that Iris seemed to mistake it for her strength. The main character wanted to show the Viscount's daughter that you have no right to even sit down if Raylene does not allow it. Princess Candmian laughed and told the Viscount's daughter that she was just joking, adding that she could sit down because with their level of relationship, there was no need to ask permission. The pink-haired girl, in order not to show her emotions, squeezed the hem of her dress and thanked Princess Raylene. The main character asked Rosemary if she had finished talking to Iris, to which the designer replied that they were in the middle of the discussion when Raylene arrived. Princess Canmyon smiled and said that since Iris had come to try on the dresses, then Rosemary should serve the pink-haired girl first. Iris waved her hands and said that she had come here for the conversation, to which the main character replied that there was no need to be so careful with her. Princess Canmyon asked Rosemary to send her all the dresses to the duchy, except for those that Iris chose. Then the main character smirked and said that she actually intended to buy the entire assortment because she was lucky to be born in the Canmyon family, which is famous for its wealth. The pink-haired girl froze abruptly when she heard the words of the princess, who herself spoke to Iris when she met Lucas. The main character turned to the designer and said that she therefore had the opportunity to buy luxurious dresses, especially those sewn by Rosemary. Princess Canmyon went on to say that she had enough money to buy every dress on the continent. The pink-haired girl was tired of listening to the boasting of the main character, so smiling, she decided to speak out. Putting her hands to her heart, Iris calmly said that she had come to Rosemary to discuss a personal matter. Then, smiling brightly, the Viscount's daughter added that she was not going to come to try on the dress alone. The main character immediately realized that Iris was hinting at the crown prince, so she said that it was a relief for her. The princess stood up and added that there were many beautiful and valuable things in the world, and her origin allowed her to get all of them. Taking a piece of sugar, the main character said that human greed knows no bounds, so everyone strives to get something more valuable. The princess went on to say that when a person is consumed by this feeling, some things inevitably lose weight. Throwing a lump of sugar into Iris's mug, Raylene added that almost everything in her eyes had become meaningless, but others would definitely see the preciousness in these things. The main character expressed confidence that there are still people who will come up and take what the other threw away as unnecessary. Iris looked into her mug and tried to smile, as Raylene said that she was grateful to such people for putting things away so diligently that they had become garbage to her. The Viscount's daughter smiled and, approaching Raylene, said that she understood that the most precious and significant thing should go to the princess. And then Iris added that she knew full well that Princess Canmyon was constantly worried that this value would be taken away from under her nose. Overwhelmed with determination, the pink-haired girl looked at the girl and said that she hoped that Raylene was looking forward to the foundation celebration. After bowing to Princess Canmyon, Iris said that she would very much like to see Raylene at this party. The main character laughed loudly and loudly when she realized that she could no longer tolerate the hypocrisy of the Viscount's daughter. Looking at Iris, the princess wondered if Iris was hinting that she would embarrass her at the party. The pink-haired girl looked at Raylene in surprise and thought that the princess was completely distraught. The Viscount's daughter froze sharply and was even more surprised when Princess Canmyon grabbed her by the shoulders sharply and painfully. The main character, leaning into Iris's ear, whispered quietly so that Rosemary could not hear that the pink-haired truth really thought that she could pull something right in front of her. The princess turned to Rosemary with the words that a lot of tea had been spilled and, apologizing, asked the designer how she could fix the situation, to which Rosemary replied that everything was fine. The main character said that since her cup is empty, then she should go home. Handing the empty mug to Iris, the princess added that she would also look forward to the Foundation Day celebration. After a while, the main character arrived in the Duchy of Canmyon and immediately got to work, despite the fact that Becky asked to take a break. Looking at the piece of paper, the princess realized that Xavier's former owner was definitely the nastiest of all people, and so dirty that she didn't know how to wash him off. The main character was angry that the sinister usurer demanded 50% every month. Half sitting on the couch, the princess wondered how she could get all the man's money, and she hadn't heard Becky telling her to sit up straight. The main character thought that every merchant's business is barely functioning, so if someone wants to buy it, he will gladly make a deal. Princess Canmyon couldn't understand why no one had ruined the merchant's absurd business yet. Xavier called out to the main character to show his new look and asked the princess what she thought. Lady Canmyon resolutely demanded that she be immediately told the price of the suit on Xavier and the price for everything he managed to try on. The main character turned to the changeling with the words that he looks just gorgeous, because anything sits as if it was sewn on it. Xavier was embarrassed and said that the praise from Princess Canmyon made him very happy. Looking into the joyful eyes of the boy, the main character realized that she would never forgive the man who made him a slave. And the princess also firmly decided that she would definitely repay Crown Prince Frederick and Viscount's daughter Iris for their discourtesy. Xavier realized that Raylene was not thinking about him at all, so he took the princess's hand in his hands and kissed it. Those present in the room abruptly fell silent and looked at the little boy in surprise, including Raylene herself. Xavier plaintively told Raylene to stop thinking about the other person and just look at him. The main character grabbed Xavier's face and embarrassedly said that if he continued to behave charmingly, then she would finally float away into oblivion. The little boy smiled brightly when Princess Candmion suggested that he spend the day together. The next day, Xavier approached the main character and asked where Raylene was going. The princess realized that she had forgotten to tell Xavier earlier, so she said that she was going to the Foundation celebration. The little boy hesitated a little and said quietly that today the girl was preparing much longer than usual. The main character looked at Xavier and said that this party was organized by the royal family, so she needed to pay special attention to her appearance. The shifter, fingering his fingers, asked if this meant that Raylene would be back late again, to which the princess replied that she would probably be late, so Xavier could go to bed without her. The main character thought that she would be the central figure of this evening, so she wants to watch the show to the very end. The little boy hesitated a little and asked the princess if the girl could come early today. The young girl was slightly surprised and replied to Xavier that there was no way she could return earlier today. Then the child looked into the eyes of Princess Candmion and plaintively asked if he could go with her. The main character remembered that on their last outing, Xavier said that he would not do anything and did not even eat until he returned home. The child started crying and said that the princess was just afraid that he would scare people because Xavier was not a good boy. The main character ran up to the boy and, grabbing his hands, sincerely said that this was not so. Placing her hand on Xavier's face, the princess said that she would try to return early and spend the whole day with the boy after the holiday. As soon as the main character swore an oath to her words, the child cheered up and apologized to the princess for bringing up this topic. Taking some of Raylene's hair in his hands, Xavier said that the girl's beautiful hair was completely tangled, to which the lady replied that it was okay because the changeling was more important to her. The child wrapped his little finger around the princess's pinky finger and promised that he would not sleep to wait for Raylene. Sitting down on the sofa, Xavier said that in this case he would watch how the princess became more beautiful. The child smiled brightly when Raylene told him that she had received a boost from the boy, so now she would be the most beautiful. Becky grabbed the princess and told the girl to put on the dress first, so as not to ruin her hair later. As soon as the main character went into another room to change clothes, Xavier's face immediately turned sad. After a while, the princess arrived at the Imperial Palace, which was the venue for public holidays. The main character asked the Duke to accompany her, to which the man gladly agreed to spend time with his daughter. Once the Candmion family was inside the palace, the Duke left Raylene, saying that they would see her later. Consistent princesses immediately approached the main character and enthusiastically said that Raylene looked just fine. Princess Candmion chuckled when the redhead said that she was worried because she hadn't received a response from Raylene to her letter. The main character replied that all this time she was busy studying things that are related to the work of her beloved father. The followers of Princess Candmion froze when they realized that the girl wanted to start some kind of her own business again. Suddenly, the main character turned her attention to one black-haired girl who was standing embarrassedly among the other ladies. That very young and embarrassed girl in a burgundy dress turned out to be the Baron's fiancée, whose name was Sylvia. Miel approached Princess Raylene and said that it seemed that the other girls had spoken out about Sylvia's appearance. The main character thought that the style of the Baron's bride definitely does not fit her sweet and beautiful face. The red-haired lady chuckled and said that Sylvia's burgundy dress would look best on Princess Raylene. Aisha agreed with the girl's words and added that Raylene has a narrow chin and a long neckline, so any outfit suits her. Sylvia blushed when she heard Miel say that the Baron's bride's dress would suit Princess Candmion perfectly. The main character looked at the embarrassed Sylvia and thought that the girls of this social world can be very cruel. Princess Raylene turned to the Baron's fiancé with the words that her dress was obviously a little out of the theme of the event at the palace. Sylvia, all red with shame, squeezed her eyes shut tightly when she saw that the only daughter of Duke Candmion was heading straight for her. However, the Baron's bride was very surprised when the princess calmly said that the girl had a lovely and attractive face. The main character looked into Sylvia's eyes and asked why her dress could not preserve the natural beauty of a lady. Princess Raylene smiled brightly and suggested that the Baron's bride look for a suitable dress together next time. Sylvia burst into tears of happiness and thanked the only daughter of Duke Candmian for the honor bestowed on her. The main character looked at the red-haired Feyre and realized that the girl did it on purpose to make her look good. Princess Raylan looked at her followers and said that she hadn't seen them in as much detail as she was at this moment for a long time. The ladies were very surprised when the main character said that when she saw them, she realized that the girls are very, in fact, beautiful. Miel turned to the princess with the words that Raylene should continue to try to adhere to this gentle character in the future. Lady Miel smiled softly at the main character and added that she would definitely do everything that the princess would not wish. The only daughter of the Duke of Candmian smiled softly and thanked Miel for such kind words addressed to her. Suddenly, the main character heard that the exit of His Majesty Prince Frederick Khan, Charlene Oz, along with Iris, was loudly announced. Everyone present in the hall began to whisper that no matter what happened to the Crown Prince, he should not forget that he had a fiancée. Crown Prince Frederick danced with the Viscount's daughter, riveting the eyes of everyone present in the hall. Princess Raylene's followers began to loudly outrage at the Crown Prince's act because his bride was nearby. The main character remembered that this is the very scene where she must turn with tears in her eyes to her father so that he brings the Crown Prince to reason. And then, according to the novel, Princess Raylene will try to convey to the Crown Prince that she loves him very much and madly. However, the main character remembered that there were very few people in this scene who supported the arrogant Princess Raylene. The pink-haired girl, dancing with the Crown Prince, immediately noticed that the only daughter of the Duke Candmian was watching them. Viscount's daughter Iris looked at the main character and smiled brightly at Princess Candmian. The Duke's daughter waved at the pink-haired girl and thought that she probably thought she had stolen one person and won it all. The main character grinned maliciously at the thought that the dreams of the Viscount's daughter are very simple and sweet at the same time. Suddenly, the princess heard a familiar voice that said that it was absolutely normal to be angry and also quite fun. Without even looking back, the main character immediately realized that Viscount Lucas was standing behind her. The master of the Information Guild smiled brightly and told Princess Raylene that they hadn't seen her for a long time. The young man came closer to the lady and said that if she was angry, she could just go with him for a strawberry dessert. Lucas added that he paid a lot of money to get dessert, but Raylene never tasted it last time. Then the man looked into the eyes of the main character and said with a smile that instead of a strawberry dessert, the lady could try it. The main character was very surprised when Lucas suddenly took her hand and asked if the girl could give him a chance to dance with her. The guildmaster smiled and added that this way the princess's revenge would be very successful if she was with him. The Duke's only daughter, Candmian, looked at Lucas in surprise and didn't understand what the man meant. The main character then realized that the guildmaster wanted to use her to get revenge on Iris, so she refused. The princess explained to Lucas that she had a fiancé eating and that she could not do the first dance with him while the Crown Prince was in the hall. The main character smiled when the man said that her fiancé had already started dancing with another girl instead of her. The Crown Prince noticed that the Duke's daughter Candmian was talking along with a man, and he did not like it. The main character noticed that the Crown Prince was watching her, so she did not move away from Lucas, but smiled maliciously at the groom. The guildmaster was very surprised when Princess Raylan suddenly let go of his hand and walked towards the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince and Iris immediately stopped dancing when they noticed the Duke's daughter Candmian approaching them. The main character stopped in front of the couple and, folding her hands in a lock, mockingly asked if the Crown Prince was really worried now. Crown Prince Frederick looked at Princess Raylene without interest and asked what the girl was doing now. The main character replied to the Crown Prince that he would see everything for himself and began to remove the white glove from her right hand. The pink-haired girl flinched when Princess Raylene threw a glove in her face and looked into the girl's eyes in disunderstanding. Raylene Shan Candmian put her hand on her heart and said that she was putting her honor and challenging Iris Jan Conrad to a duel. The pink-haired girl took the princess's glove in her hands and quietly asked the Duke's daughter what she was doing now. The main character with a grin asked Iris if she had never thought that something could be wrong with her. The princess said that apparently she should have behaved more calmly and adapted to others, not taking into account her standards. Iris asked with a smile that how a princess dared to behave in such a way in front of His Majesty the Crown Prince of the Empire. The Viscount's daughter froze when Raylene said that the girl's family were pathetic bugs who only knew how to flatter and please. The main character feignedly asked Iris if she had just gone too far with her words. The pink-haired girl froze abruptly when the princess asked her if she knew the reason why she might behave like this. The main character smiled brightly and said that she was allowed to do everything because she was the only daughter of Duke Kandmayan. Princess Raylene frowned and told Iris that as an aristocrat, she needed to know such basic things. The crown prince was tired of listening to the princess's speech, so he took the girl's glove from Iris's hands and headed towards the lady. Approaching the only daughter of the Duke of Kandmayan, the crown prince of the empire carefully put a glove on her right hand. The crown prince leaned over to Raylene and said that he thought it was high time for the princess to stop. Then, abruptly seizing the girl's hand, the crown prince of the empire quietly but sternly told her not to dare to go against the will of his heart anymore. From the strong tension, the main character's hand began to tremble, so the princess firmly told the crown prince to let her go. The young girl smiled when the man did not comply with her request and repeated that he should immediately let go of her hand. The prince froze abruptly, and the princess chuckled when she heard whispers in the hall that the Kandmayans would now ask for a breakup. The main character eventually pulled her hand out of the man's grip and told the crown prince that it looked very stupid. The princess turned to Lady Iris with the words that she had insulted her at the festival in her honor, so she had to compensate for this. The pink-haired girl began to get very nervous and tried to explain to Raylene that it was all just a misunderstanding. The main character smiled and said that she was merciful, so she demanded a duel so that Iris could apologize and prove her innocence. The princess stretched out her hand and asked the Viscount's daughter if she would accept her generous offer. The Viscount's daughter realized that Raylene had driven her into a dead end, so she bit her lip out of anger and to hide the tears that were coming. The princess straightened Iris's hair and said that as a girl she could be a noblewoman if she was unable to defend her honor. Taking a strand of pink hair in her hands, the main character asked the girl how long she would continue to treat her boldly. The princess leaned over to Iris and asked if trampling on the family of the Viscount's daughter would be better than arranging a duel. The pink-haired girl froze abruptly when the main character whispered quietly that today she would come to a glorious end. The crown prince told Raylene that he had agreed to dance with Iris because he had originally planned something like this. The main character replied to the man with a smile that there were much more interesting things to do, for example, to ruin the Conrad family today. Looking into Iris's eyes, Raylene asked the prince if he really wanted her beautiful arms and legs cut off. Frederick abruptly grabbed the princess's hand, and she only added that the crown prince should not be so jealous. The main character put her hand on the man's face and said that she was diligently thinking about what gift should be presented to the prince. The princess frowned and told the man that before giving him a gift, the prince must immediately let her go. The crown prince listened to Raylene's words and replied that the princess was acting very arrogant at the moment. The crown prince of the empire froze when a familiar voice demanded that Princess Kandmayan's hand be released immediately. This person turned out to be Duchess Isabel Sean Carlos, who was the current head of the Carlos family. Duke Kandmayan also approached the prince and said that he was no longer going to put up with his rudeness towards his daughter. The princess watched as her father shielded her with his body and told the prince that just because he had power and strength, that didn't mean he could use it on someone weaker. Duke Kandmayan demanded that the crown prince of the empire no longer call him a teacher. The crown prince got angry and asked if the two dukes had gathered today to insult him. Isabel indignantly said that the duke's daughter Kandmayan had promised the prince the rest of her life, so she should not be insulted here. The Duchess turned to Raylene with the words that Carlos's side would witness the duel she claimed. Isabel added that women from noble families have their own laws and regulations, so the lady can do as she sees fit. Looking at Iris, Isabel said that the duel was important enough because the honor of each of the families was at stake. The pink-haired girl froze with fear when the Duchess added that the duel would be conducted without attracting anyone's help. The main character looked at Isabel Carlos enthusiastically, glad that the woman took her side. The crown prince chuckled and told Raylene that she got away with it when she started doing what she wanted. The main character emerged from behind the shoulder of the Duke of Kandmayan and asked Frederick if she was not beautiful. The crown prince chuckled when Raylene said that she had quite a few opportunities and possessions to cause trouble. The main character smiled sweetly at the crown prince and told him not to dare to provoke her anymore. Turning her back on Frederick, Raylene sadly turned to her father and told him to leave. However, the main character was very surprised when Duke Kandmayan put out his hand, preventing Raylene from leaving, and looked at the prince sternly. The princess looked at her father, who said that as a member of the Kandmayan family, he was not going to put up with it. The Duke's words made the main character feel emotional because she felt warmth and sincere support from a family member. The whole time, Lucas was watching the scene, who was upset when he noticed that Raylene was about to cry. The main character could not understand why the real Raylene chose such a terrible person. The young girl understood that she did not really remember the prince in the novel, so she did not know what the villain really wanted. The main character hesitated, but the head of the Kandmion family firmly told the girl that she would not marry the crown prince. The princess looked at the Duke in surprise as the man told her to just go and let Prince Frederick know. The head of the Kandmion asked Raylene not to force him to repeat it twice, and immediately asked when the girl would comply with his request. The main character laughed and said that the Duke himself had just said that he would not repeat it twice. The girl added that she would leave as soon as the banquet was over, because it was a national anniversary and it was wrong to discuss the collapse of the empire. The Duke asked Raylene if she had anything to do, to which she replied that she did, so she needed to stay a little longer at the banquet. Suddenly, the main character abruptly remembered that Xavier was most likely waiting for her at home at this point in time. Princess Raylene looked outside through the window and thought that it was late, and the changeling must have gone to bed a long time ago. However, the little boy was actually sitting with his legs crossed near the entrance gate of Kandmion Manor and was waiting for the princess. Xavier turned when Becky asked him if the boy was cold and told him to go back into the house. However, the little boy turned his head negatively, and then the maid came closer and covered the child with a warm blanket. Xavier sat and thought that he had been waiting for Princess Raylene for hours when she returned from the banquet back to the manor. The little boy tried his best to hold back his tears because he missed his mistress so much. Xavier suddenly remembered Raylene's confused expression when he asked her if he could just go with her. The child became very ashamed and decided to himself that he would never do this again in his life. That was why the little boy decided that he would just wait patiently for Princess Raylene for as long as necessary. Suddenly, Xavier had the thought that the Duke's only daughter, Kandmion, might have simply left him. However, the little boy decided that he would just stay in one place and wait patiently for the girl. The child's imagination drew a picture of Princess Raylene returning home and hugging Xavier tightly. The boy in response hugs the girl and sincerely says how much he missed her all this time. The main character wanted to be alone in silence and think about her own, so she went out on the terrace of the imperial castle. Stretching out her hand to the clear sky, the princess quietly said that the moon was very bright and beautiful today. Suddenly, the main character froze when she heard the question why the girl was talking to herself. The princess ran up to the iron railing of the terrace out of fear and asked in confusion who it was, since the door was locked. The main character suddenly screamed in fear when a man's hand appeared below under the railing. Lucas asked if the lady was so surprised when she saw him, to which the princess replied that normal people come in through the door. The man apologized to the girl and said that he wanted to talk to her, but he could not just enter through the door. Raylene realized that she was alone here, so the man couldn't just come in, because what if he saw something obscene? Lucas made a pitiful expression on his face and told the girl that if she wanted to be alone, he could just leave if she wanted. The main character realized that the problem was that people were constantly revolving around her who wanted to meet Lucas. The princess cleared her throat and told the man that her mouth was already hurting from talking too much. The main character bent over the railing and asked the guildmaster how he got here. Suddenly, the young girl froze when she realized that the terrace was very high off the ground. After asking for forgiveness, Lucas wrapped his arms tightly around the back of the princess's shoulders and said that it was very dangerous. The main character turned her head and looked at the smiling face of the owner of the Information Guild. The young man grabbed the Duke's only daughter Kandmion by the hand and led her deeper into the terrace. The main character watched Lucas's smile with surprise and thought about what he was going to do now. The man told the princess to sit down because the girl has very large heels and most likely her legs hurt a lot. The main character sat down on the sofa and asked Lucas in surprise why he had come to see her. The master of the Information Guild sat down next to the princess and said that he didn't need any special reasons for this. Lucas smiled and said that if Princess Kandmion had chased him away, he would have left immediately. Looking at the girl's confused face, the man asked if she really didn't believe that he could come for no reason. Lucas took a deep breath, looked into the distance, and told the princess that he had just come to look at her face. The young man blushed slightly and asked what Raylene was doing here alone, because she was probably very bored. The main character was very confused and asked why the guildmaster continued to do this. Suddenly, the princess realized that Lucas was most likely worried about her, so he came to console her. The main character remembered that as soon as she realized that Iris was using her, she thought that she would listen to everything without regrets. Lucas was very surprised and asked what the only daughter of Duke Canmian was looking at so intently. The main character calmed down and replied that it was not important, and added that she did not even really like the man. Lucas began to get a little nervous, and the princess added that he shouldn't worry about anything else, but he replied that he didn't. As soon as the main character asked why the man thought so, Lucas immediately blushed and said that it was absolutely unimportant. The young girl looked at the guildmaster in surprise and asked if the man was really okay. However, Lucas changed the subject, saying that Iris didn't know what to do when the lady scolded her because she couldn't think of any excuses. Raylene replied that the man probably did not expect such a thing from her, to which he said that it was very pompous and ignorant. The main character felt a little ashamed, so she said that Lucas simply did not understand how much Iris annoyed her was. The man looked at the lady carefully and said that he was glad that the princess did not allow others to influence her in any way. Lucas then added that the more he looked at Raylene, the more he realized that he knew almost nothing about her. The man looked into the eyes of the princess and said with a smile that he really wanted to know as much as possible about the girl. The main character hesitantly asked if Lucas was really so interested in her. The master of the Information Guild was a little confused and just stared at the princess silently for a few seconds. Then the young man smiled and said that it must be very difficult for a girl to understand that this is the truth. The princess began to say that she wanted to think about something and be alone, but Lucas quickly interrupted her, asking her to wait a minute. The main character stubbornly looked at the man and thought that he looked like he was trying to come up with something on the go. The girl leaned against the back of the sofa and thought that Prince Frederick and Iris could not cope with her actions at all. The main character had the impression that this couple really hoped for a happy ending, like in a fairy tale. The girl remembered that the novel was about the return of Iris and thought that maybe the pink-haired woman had come to see what would happen. The princess knew that if everything was like in a novel, then Raylene would immediately rush to the prince and begin to tell him how much she loved him. Then Crown Prince Frederick would have told the Villainess to stop openly defaming the honor of her family. Everyone present in the hall would begin to laugh loudly, because for them it would be a funny sight that the Canmiones were rejected. People would say that, as expected, the young daughter of the Viscount was better than the princess, and Iris would realize that she had finally defeated Raylene. The main character grabbed her wrist and realized that this thought immediately made her feel somehow uncomfortable. The princess could not understand what the author of the novel was thinking when he made Crown Prince Frederick the main character of the story. The novel ranks first in the ranking due to the fact that the author chose the tags well and wrote an interesting introduction. Suddenly, the girl remembered that one of the tags said that there would be a possible betrayal in the novel. Lucas turned to the princess and, with glowing eyes, said that he remembered what he had wanted to say to the girl earlier. The man asked if Raylene was going to leave the merchant who used the beasts as slaves alone. The princess thought about it and said that she had been thinking for a long time about what could be done about it, but unfortunately, she could not come up with anything. Lucas reminded Princess Raylene that she was the kind of person who could find a way out of any difficult and incomprehensible situation. The main character replied to the man that it doesn't matter how much money she has, because she is not going to give it to that guy. However, Lucas smiled slyly and said that bad people could be dealt with power and influence, and he would help the lady. The man snapped his finger and said that first the princess needed to give the merchant 10% of the money he stole. The main character was interested in what Lucas was up to, but he replied that the young girl would soon find out everything herself perfectly. The princess thought that since she was offered help, then it was probably worth accepting it, because this situation worries her very much. The young man smiled and suddenly turned to the girl with the words that she can be very different. Lucas added that it is very cute for him when a girl looks like this, because at such moments, a lady looks like a kitten. The main character froze when the man added that sometimes the princess looks very menacing, like a real lioness. Lucas grinned and, looking into the girl's eyes, concluded that he really liked Raylene's versatility. As soon as the music began to play louder, the master of the Information Guild, to the princess's surprise, abruptly stood up. Adjusting his collar, the young man asked if he could now invite Raylene to a slow dance. Lucas held out his hand to the girl, and the main character looked the man straight in the eyes in surprise. Raylene asked why Lucas was so obsessed with dancing, to which Lucas replied that he himself had been looking for an answer to this question for a long time. The main character looked at the man in confusion and began to think about what to do in this situation. Lucas was surprised when Raylene walked past him and said that they shouldn't dance next to the transparent door. The young man replied to the princess with a smile that this place is very beautiful, and the music is clearly audible. The main character turned to Lucas and said that anyone who saw them dancing would definitely think that they were having a secret meeting. The man took the princess's hand and replied that it was obvious that Raylene was very angry, so she wanted to be with a handsome man. The young couple looked carefully into each other's eyes, and each of them lost all thoughts in their heads for a second. The music began to play even louder, its sounds filled the entire space, and the couple plunged into a slow dance. However, the main character realized that what she was doing now was absolutely wrong. The young girl stopped, causing Lucas to be very surprised and ask Princess Raylene what was wrong. The main character replied that nothing happened. She was just tired, so she suggested that the man stop. However, the guildmaster grabbed Princess Raylene tighter and pitifully asked the girl to give him one more second. Lucas asked the princess why the girl was alone on the terrace in such a state. Taking the girl's wounded arm, the man asked why Raylene did not take care of the wound because she was most likely in great pain. After pulling her hand away, the main character told Lucas that it was nothing special and that she was no longer in as much pain as she used to be. The young girl pursed her lips as soon as the guildmaster asked if this was the reason why the princess was hiding here. In a cold tone, the lady said that she wasn't hiding, but just wanted to rest alone, and added that Lucas should not make things up. The man asked if he could take Raylene home, to which the main character replied that he shouldn't because she was really fine. The girl began to think that she just didn't want the prince to realize that she was scared, and froze when Lucas threw a jacket over her shoulders. The main character turned around and asked the man what he was doing and why he covered her with his dark blue jacket. Lucas said with a smile that the princess did not want to show her weaknesses and asked why the main character was so proud. The man looked into the girl's eyes and said that he liked her unusual appearance and unshakable pride very much. The owner of the guild jumped off the terrace and finally told the main character that he would come to her again very soon. The young girl quickly ran to the iron railing and looked down, but Lucas was gone. In the head of the main character, the words of the young man that he liked her scrolled once again. Lucas hid among the bushes with purple roses so that no one would notice how embarrassed he was at the moment. The princess got out of the carriage and noticed that many people were crowded around the gate, so she asked if anything had happened. The little boy, who was drinking cocoa and biscuits and sitting under the blanket, immediately lit up when he saw that Raylene had returned. The girl asked why everyone else was there, to which Becky replied that Xavier was waiting for the lady so much that he refused to go inside. The maid approached the princess and asked if everything went well with the girl and what happened to her outfit. The main character, hugging Xavier tightly, thanked Sir Ian for helping her out of the carriage. The girl felt a man's hand resting on her shoulder and, turning around, noticed the Duke, who offered to go inside. The young girl smiled brightly, thereby agreeing with the proposal of the head of the Candmian family. After a while, Lucas stood up and, combing his hair back, said to himself that the princess was clearly driving him crazy. The man remembered that when he first saw the girl, he immediately thought that she was a rather strange person. Initially, the young man was just a little curious about this strange princess who doesn't care about the opinion of others. The image of the main character reappeared in Lucas's mind, so he sat down to collect his thoughts a little. The young man realized that if Levon knew about his thoughts, he would have laughed until his stomach hurt a long time ago. The green-haired man once asked if Lucas knew why the only daughter of Duke Candmion had bought herself a half-beast. The guildmaster replied that the information gathered showed that the princess's evil deeds in the social realm were quite limitless. However, Lucas wondered if it wasn't obvious that people who might do bad things to aristocrats would be so kind to the commoners. The man stood up and said with a smile that the truth was that the princess had never mocked people without a noble title. Levon grinned and asked Lucas to answer him honestly that he really liked the Duke's daughter Candmion so much. The guildmaster rolled up a piece of paper and replied that the princess was just an interesting person and added that he would never fall in love. Lucas emerged from his thoughts and thought about what must have happened, just confused because the lady had taken him by surprise. The young man suddenly remembered that when Princess Raylene eats, it is like a small child. Lucas was sure that everyone who saw the young girl at this moment would think that it was quite cute. The owner of the Information Guild tried to justify himself by saying that he just wanted to dance with the princess on the terrace. Lucas's heart began to beat very strongly, and he blushed terribly when he imagined the image of the main character. The young man immediately covered his face with his palms and hummed quietly that he had just gone crazy. Lucas wondered what was wrong with just holding hands like in childhood. Suddenly, the man remembered how the girl grabbed her wrist and thought that she must be in a lot of pain right now. An image of Raylene appeared in Lucas's mind, which asked him why he was so worried about her, since they were strangers. The young man realized that the next time he met the princess, he would definitely tell her everything. The master of the Information Guild was determined to destroy the wall that the Duke's daughter Canmion had erected herself. Lucas sincerely wished that Princess Raylene would be comfortable with him and that the girl could rely on him. The man realized that he had a long way to go, because it is difficult to get along with a person who is always trying to run away when they meet. The master of the Information Guild pressed his lips to the princess's glove, which he had in his hands all the time. The crown prince was walking down the corridor of the imperial palace to meet with His Majesty the Emperor. As he approached the throne room, Prince Frederick noticed the head of the Canmion family and stopped abruptly. The Duke bowed to the crown prince and said dryly that Frederick had already arrived. Then, the head of the Canmion family looked sternly at the young man and left the imperial palace. Entering the throne room, the crown prince asked why His Majesty the Emperor had summoned him to his presence. Frederick froze when a glass of wine flew near his face and broke, and the emperor said that the prince did not understand anything. The current emperor Edwin told the prince that he was betrothed to a family that could be compared to the foundation of an empire. The emperor said in a stern tone that the crown prince had no right to insult their family so easily. Frederick disagreed, because they were the imperial family, which no one could simply contradict. Edwin asked the crown prince if he really thought they were superior to them because of their origins. The man explained that Carlos and Canmion are the founders of the empire, who laid the foundation for development. The emperor asked Frederick what kind of crown prince he was if he did not understand such elementary things. The prince froze when Edwin said that the reason he became crown prince was because Raylene had chosen him as her fiancé. Frederick remembered that the princess had once told him that if it had not been for her, he would have been ousted by his elder brothers long ago. The emperor said that the crown prince had no purple eyes, golden hair, or outstanding talents. The voice of Princess Canmion sounded in Frederick's head, asking why he put himself above others. Edwin sternly told the crown prince to take responsibility for the decisions made. The crown prince turned around as soon as the emperor ordered him to leave and be sure to carry out his order. The image of Raylene in Frederick's head chuckled and told him not to provoke the princess anymore if the man didn't want to lose his undeserved title of crown prince. The next day, the main character, along with Xavier and Becky, went to a village festival in the lands of Manhwa. Noticing the actors, the princess asked the maid if she was also doing scenes on the street, to which Becky replied positively. The young people immediately recognized the Canmions, the first Emperor Cadrian, and the black-haired Duchess Carlos among the actors. The actress said loudly that she, Realis Sean Carlos, would now bring justice to the vicious king. Everyone watching the scene began to rejoice, and the main character was very surprised that everyone loves Carlos so much. The princess said that the Duchess deserved such love, and that she remembered how she helped her at the imperial festival. Becky reminded the girl that she had written a letter to Carl yesterday, in which she said that she wanted to meet the woman in person. The main character asked why the maid was constantly blinking, to which she replied that it was all because of the man next to her. Princess Raylene looked at the passers-by and noticed a very familiar face of a man among the crowd. This man turned out to be Circassian, and the main character immediately smiled because she agreed that the man was very charming. Becky's maid noted that the young man did not come to the festival alone, but with a little boy. The child turned around, and the main character realized that he was just a small copy of Circassian. The young man also turned around and immediately looked at Duke Canmion's only daughter. The main character immediately blushed when she realized that Circassian had noticed her and most likely recognized her. Princess Raylene tried to hide behind the back of the maid Becky, hoping that the knight would think that he was just identifying himself. However, Cassian approached the girl, and then the lady emerged from behind her, and making a surprised expression on her face, told Becky and Xavier to look at the stage. At that very moment, the actors were acting out the scene of the execution of the vicious king who used to own these lands. Circassian asked if he had made the princess feel uncomfortable, to which the lady shook her head. The girl asked if the knight did not come to the festival alone, to which the man patted the boy on the head and said that he did. The main character was very surprised and asked Sir Cassian a little sadly if he had already managed to get married. The princess compared the child to Cassian and realized that they looked exactly the same. The main character realized with horror that all this time she had been drooling over a married man and was very upset. Sir Cassian was very surprised to notice the expression on Princess Raylene's face and informed her that he was not married at this point in time. The main character pointed to a small copy of the man and stubbornly asked whose child it was. Sir Cassian put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told the princess that he was his younger brother. The main character breathed a sigh of relief and was immediately glad that the night was actually free. The princess froze abruptly as Cassian apologized to her, saying that his brother was a little frightened. The main character realized that she needed to somehow calm down the little boy and immediately came up with something. After a while, Princess Raylene returned with 2 cotton candy and asked the child if he liked them. Handing the treat to the boy, the main character told him that if he wanted, they could eat cotton candy together. After a while, Xavier and Xavier's smiling brother thanked the princess for such a delicious treat. Becky's maid approached the children and told them that they would both need to brush their teeth before going to bed. Sir Cassian told the main character that apparently the children really liked the cotton candy bought by Princess Raylene. Suddenly, the girl realized that she had suddenly almost addressed the knight as a sweetheart, and she felt ashamed that they had not had such a relationship. Smiling in confusion, the main character said that she just bought cotton candy for the children and was glad that they were happy. Sir Cassian put his hand on his heart and sincerely thanked the only daughter of the Duke of Candmion. The main character began to be embarrassed and remembered that Cassian met Iris right at the festival. The girl knew that according to the original story, Lucas, Frederick, a blonde knight on a white horse, and some kind of wizard were supposed to appear during the festival. The main character remembered well that it was at this very time that the birth of Iris's harem began. The princess wondered what would happen to her, and Cassian wondered why there were no bodyguards next to the girl today. The lady explained that the knights accompany her from afar, specifically so as not to embarrass those around her. The main character added that this was her father's condition, but she still does not think that she will be attacked. Princess Raylan smiled brightly and said that she had wanted to visit this festival for a long time, so she was glad that she was here. Sir Cassian smiled too and said that it was very good, but he asked the girl to be careful. The young man asked the lady what the city festival was like and whether it was not very different from aristocratic parties. The main character, as if fascinated, looked at people and agreed with Cassian that there are indeed strong differences. The princess said that here she walks in the town square, where people have fun and laugh in the fresh air. The main character smiled brightly and added that everyone looks so happy and free and it's really great. Suddenly, the young girl realized that she had always felt tense, as if she couldn't do what she really wanted. Also, the blurring of memories associated with the crown prince caused some discomfort for Princess Raylene. The main character had the feeling that there was something more that she did not yet know. Suddenly, the young girl had the thought that suddenly she was just someone's puppet. The princess snapped out of her thoughts when Cassian held out his hand to her and asked if she would like to join. The main character asked the young man in surprise if he offered to dance with him. Cassian smiled and said that the pace was fast enough, but the movements could be easily changed, so the lady could improvise. The main character stretched out her hand in response, and the young man added that the girl should not worry because he would be nearby. The princess replied to Cassian that she did not even think that she would receive an offer from him to dance together. At Lady Raylene's words, the young man said that this was a festival, which meant that everyone could just be themselves and have fun. The main character more confidently grabbed Sir Cassian's hand and said that she fully agreed with his words. The young couple whirled in a fast dance, and the princess felt as if her body was floating in the sky. Very surprised and blushing a little, the main character asked what Sir Cassian really was. The young man replied that he was just an ordinary commoner knight and one of the 12 great knights. The music began to play even louder, causing a surge of energy, and all the inhabitants of the city began to dance with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, people noticed that the princess had black hair, so they were happy because they thought it was Duchess Carlos. Little girls ran up to the main character and said that it was a great honor for them to meet Duchess Carlos. A woman then ran up to the princess and danced around her, saying that she was honored to dance with her. The main character realized that Carlos's family is loved and strongly respected by absolutely all people in the empire. The young girl was so carried away by dancing that she did not notice how she suddenly bumped into someone's back. Turning her head, the main character realized that she had crashed into Sir Cassian and told the man that they had finally met. The princess added that it seemed to her that she had already managed to dance with everyone, but froze when Cassian abruptly grabbed her by the waist. The main character was very surprised when suddenly a young man took her in his arms and carried her away from people. Princess Kandmian buried her face in Cassian's shoulder and, blushing deeply, realized that the man was now too close. As soon as the knight lowered the main character to the ground, the girl asked the man why he decided to leave. Cassian replied that it seemed to him that the dancing had tired the lady, and therefore he wanted to quickly take the girl away from unnecessary fuss. The princess said embarrassedly that if she had sensed ignorance on Cassian's part, she would immediately stop him. The girl added that ignorant people do whatever they want, not paying any attention to the opinion of other people. The main character smiled and turned to Cassian with the words that she did not mind, so the man should not apologize to her. Looking at the city, the young girl enthusiastically said that its night view was very beautiful. The young man looked at the princess carefully and asked if he could ask her a question. The main character happily agreed and asked the young man what he wanted to learn from her. Cassian cleared his throat and said that he had always heard that the princess refused to dance to everyone except the crown prince. The young man looked into the girl's eyes and asked why Raylene had accepted his offer. Putting her hand on her heart, the main character replied to Cassian that she just wanted to dance with him. However, the young man could not understand the real reason, so he asked the lady again why she wanted to dance with him. The princess mentally replied that she had agreed, because it all seemed to her a beautiful dream. Looking into Cassian's eyes, the girl realized that she just wanted to dance in this dream with a handsome and attractive man. The main character could not understand why a man with such a desperate look asked the reason. The princess decided to respond to Cassian, saying that she could not refuse the knight because it would be rude of her. Clenching his fists tightly, the young man said that he was a commoner and had no right to even stand next to the princess. Sir Cassian turned away so as not to look into the eyes of the main character, and the girl, on the contrary, pitifully stared at the man. Princess Kandmian abruptly grabbed the knight's hand and said that she did not care at all about his origin, because friends should not attach importance to status. Raylene added that the difference in status will never play a big role in friendships, because people are friends only when they feel comfortable around each other. Cassian looked at the princess in confusion when the girl said that now they could also be friends with each other. The main character asked the man that it was probably a little strange to hear such words from the lips of the princess. However, Princess Raylene knew that she had told Sir Cassian the absolute truth, hiding nothing. The knight got down on one knee and asked if Raylene could dance with him at the next party. The main character was very surprised and froze when she realized that Cassian wanted to dance with her. The man asked if the lady was against it, to which Raylene replied that she had always thought that Sir Cassian hated her. The knight smiled sweetly and replied that he had been fixated on his own inferiority before, so he reacted to the lady in this way. The main character realized that Cassian is one of those people who hide such a beautiful smile from other people. The princess looked fascinated into the man's eyes and thought about whether she could feel like the main character of the novel now. The lady shuddered sharply when she heard the voice of the maid behind her, who shouted that she had been looking for the girl everywhere for a long time. Becky began to scold Raylene for going too far because her heart almost sank into her heels when she didn't see a lady nearby. Cassian's younger brother hugged Xavier and cried, saying that Becky's sister was actually very scary. The changeling decided to calm the boy down and, taking off his headdress, showed him his leopard ears. Cassian explained to Cassian's younger brother that Becky was just really worried about Raylene, so he shouldn't be scared. The young man approached the child and, taking him in his arms, asked if the boy wanted to return home now. The main character called out to Cassian and thanked him for the fact that the man was able to give her his time today. The knight smiled brightly and told Princess Kandmian that he was glad that the girl liked everything. Among all the inhabitants of the city at the festival, there was another blonde man who was a knight. The man felt the girl take his hand and ask if she could ask him one question. The knight turned around and looked with a smile at the pink-haired girl named Iris, whom he immediately liked. The Viscount's daughter, folding her hands in front of her, asked if the man could meet her the day after the festival. The next day, Levon stood on the threshold of the Duchy of Kandmian with a large box in his hands. When the knights asked what the purpose of the man's visit was, Levon replied that he had arrived at the manor to deliver an important letter. The main character immediately perked up when she heard from the maids that a letter had just been delivered to her. The princess told Becky that they needed to hurry, because Duchess Carlos must have sent the letter. The Duke's only daughter, Kandmian, walked quickly down the grand staircase and looked around. Lavan, who was standing at the bottom near the stairs, noticed Princess Raylin and smiled slyly at his thoughts. The green-haired man bowed and said that he was glad to finally meet Princess Raylin Shan-Kandmian. The main character was very surprised when a young man approached her and handed her a large box in her hands. Lavan handed the Duke's daughter a letter and said that it had been sent by Viscount Harry's himself, and the princess immediately realized that it was from Lucas. Unfolding a piece of paper, the main character frowned and asked that Lucas should have sent her something. The young girl began to read the letter, which said that the princess immediately needed to open the box. Turning to the maid, the main character asked what was in the box, to which Becky replied that it was someone's seal. Lucas went on to write that this seal belongs to the former owner of the changeling, and the girl can figure out how to use it. After reading that the man had sent something else, Raylene turned around with interest and noticed that Becky had taken out a mango and something else. Taking an incomprehensible cone in her hands, the main character began to examine it from all sides. In the letter, Lucas wrote that it was very stupid to endure pain in her arm, so the princess should recover as soon as possible. The main character frowned because she told the man that she did not want anyone to know about her wound. The princess knew that if she said that she was ill, it would only cause sympathy for a short time, but it would not solve the problem. Raylene clutched the medicine in her hands and thought that instead of showing weakness, it was better to show willpower and patience. Turning to Becky, the princess told her to burn the letter, put a seal on her table, and fetch the jacket she had brought from the National Day Festival. Frowning, the main character gave the box with all the things back to the green-haired man in his hands. Then the princess smiled, asking the man to return the jacket as well, and added that she would accept the main gift. Another maid ran into the room and told the Duke's daughter Raylene that she had received a letter from Duchess Carlos. The main character froze sharply with surprise when she realized that the woman had finally answered her letter. The young girl quickly opened the letter and, after reading it, realized that Duchess Carlos wanted the princess to come to her. The main character resolutely said that she could not miss such a chance because she needed to get to know this woman better. As soon as Levin was alone in the room, the man began to examine the jacket and realized that it was Lucas's clothes. The man began to laugh loudly and decided that he had to return as soon as possible and report that he had done everything. Now Levin understood Lucas's words that Princess Raylene really knows how to make people laugh. The main character spun around in her outfit and told Xavier that she was going to visit Duchess Carlos today. To the surprise of the princess, the boy smiled brightly and said that he was escorting the young girl to the carriage. As soon as the main character left, Xavier took a stick in his hands and firmly decided that he would definitely do it. The boy sneaked up on the place where the knights were training and began to carefully observe the men. Becky was passing by and seeing Sir Ian, she wanted to greet him, but she realized that he was busy. The maid walked on and stopped abruptly when she saw the acorns falling from the tree one by one. Xavier struck an acorn tree with a stick with all his might, hoping to learn how to properly wield a sword to protect the princess. The boy decided to rest a little and, clenching his red hands into a fist, looked at the knights. Xavier wanted to get stronger so badly that just thinking about it made him cry a little. The boy knew that if he was taller and stronger, then he wouldn't have to turn into a leopard to protect Raylene. Squeezing his eyes shut, Xavier began to think about how many more years or decades he needed to grow. After drawing a portrait of the princess with a stick on the ground, the boy promised Raylene aloud that he would grow up someday. Xavier was frightened when suddenly Sir John emerged from behind a bush and said that if the boy held a stick like that, he could hurt himself. Coming closer to the child, the man asked if Xavier really wanted to learn fencing. The boy quietly replied that Raylene said that she didn't need help, but he wanted to help her too. Xavier added that the princess was always so kind to him, and he couldn't even give anything in return, but just brought trouble. Looking into the man's eyes, the changeling resolutely said that he wanted to grow up and become as strong and tough as Sir Ian. Becky covered her mouth in surprise when she heard that Xavier said that he wanted to protect Raylene and stay by her side. Xavier told Jan that this was why he secretly watched the knights, and then trained alone so as not to disturb others. The knight replied to the boy that he did not think that turning the training area into an acorn area would help Xavier afterward. Ian added that if it was all about physical strength, then Mr. Xavier could turn into a leopard and quickly deal with the enemy. However, the child replied that he was despised for being a leopard and added that he did not want Raylene to be looked upon with contempt because of him. Sir Ian replied that he was an accompanying knight and added that the likes of him existed to protect their masters. A little thoughtfully, the man said that someone who has someone to protect certainly needs to learn a lot. Xavier listened carefully to Ian's words that the result comes only with a long time, so he needs to be patient. The knight added that the little boy should not be too upset because of the lack of result. Xavier wrapped his hands tightly around the stick and confidently said that he wanted to protect Princess Raylene at all costs. Putting his hand on his heart, Sir Ian addressed the boy and said that he would help the changeling a little. Xavier bowed to Knight Jan and thanked the man with a bright smile for wanting to help. Raising his head, the boy turned to Sir Ian and asked him if he had anyone whom U-Man wanted to protect besides the princess. Becky approached Xavier and asked with a bright smile if the boy really wanted to become a knight. Sir John immediately blushed violently and turned away, and the child resolutely said that he would try hard. Xavier asked once more if Ian had someone he wanted to protect, to which the man replied that he only worked for the Candmion family. After a while, the little boy began to train hard again, and Ian and Becky looked at him from the sidelines. The knight was a little nervous, and the maid thought that Xavier was always very worried in his mistress's absence, but now he looked quite calm. Becky turned to the man and asked Sir Ian to take care of the child. Xavier mentally asked Princess Raylene to wait a little longer, and he would definitely protect her. After a while, a young girl, Raylene, arrived at Duchess Carlos and got out of the carriage. The doors to the manor opened and the butler appeared on the threshold, who told the princess that he would take her to the woman. As soon as Raylene went inside, the man informed Duchess Carlos that a representative of the Candmion family had arrived. The main character was very surprised when the door suddenly opened in front of her and the Duchess appeared on the threshold. The young girl was confused and immediately bowed to the woman, saying that she was very glad to see her again. Duchess Isabel replied that Raylene surprised her very much and thanked the princess for visiting her. As soon as the woman asked where the lady got this hair color, the princess replied that she had inherited it from her grandmother. Isabel was immediately perked up when she realized that the lady had inherited the color from Aunt Laisha and asked if her father used transformation magic. Approaching the table to take the tea set, the Duchess turned to Raylene, saying that in fact the Duke loved her very much. Isabel explained that since the lady was born with dark hair and purple eyes, her father used transformation magic to avoid trouble in the future. The main character was very touched when she realized that the Duke had made such sacrifices for her. Isabel told the princess that during the celebration of the National Day, the girl's words and deeds made her very happy. The Duchess asked the princess if she knew that a woman named Rielis Jean Carlos was called a hero of the empire. The lady replied that she knew that the heroine had achieved many reforms and amendments for women by cutting off the head of the Emperor Baimond. Then Duchess Carlos asked the girl if she knew why Rielis beheaded Baimond. Noticing the interest in the lady's eyes, Isabel began the story that hundreds of years ago a war began, which ended with the action of one heroine. When the war came to an end, people, specifically men who were drafted into the army, returned home. Men were extremely dissatisfied with the fact that in their absence, women took all jobs to provide for the family and the people. The stronger sex stubbornly tried to regain their rights, and the weaker sex worked not to lose their position, while both sides respected each other and gradually made concessions. The famous war hero was a woman, and the Emperor Baimond could not cede power to a woman. The man accused the heroine of being a witch and burned her at the stake, and that's when the witch hunt began. The Duchess added that many women at that time were sentenced to death for meaningless reasons, and the women had no choice but to constantly hide and restrain their discontent. Isabel looked into the eyes of the princess and said that at that time women's rights were not even announced. Raylene listened attentively to the story that a heroine named Rielis Jean Carlos had raised the sword of justice. The Duchess said that the witch hunt ended only when Emperor Baimond was beheaded. As she poured herself tea, Isabel said that the beliefs of those days persisted even after hundreds of years. As an example, the woman said that it is generally believed that aristocratic women should behave quietly and modestly. The Duchess smiled and added that when she saw what the princess did at the party, she felt relieved. Isabel chuckled at the thought that she now realized that Frederick was just a spoiled boy. The Duchess firmly said that male aristocrats are even proud of such things, while women should put up with such an attitude. The main character realized that in the past, Raylene probably did not take this boundaries into account, which is why she was called a villain. Isabel turned to the princess and said that she still wondered how far Frederick could have gone. The princess was wary when the Duchess said that there were things that urgently needed to be clarified. Isabel explained that the princess's honor was certainly tarnished because of a young girl from the Conrad family. The Duchess told the princess that she would know that many in society liked her humiliation and could take advantage of the situation. The main character smiled and replied to Isabel that she understood this well and was already thinking about her further actions. The Duchess smiled and replied that the princess was very wise and added that she hoped she would do the right thing. Isabel looked into the girl's eyes and said that she was sure that many women from noble families had experienced some joy from the act of Princess Raylene Shan Kandmion. The Duchess asked the girl if she knew it was possible just because she had power. The main character was well aware that for a girl of her age, this act was unimaginably rude. The princess suggested that most likely many felt ashamed of the way she treated Iris. The Duchess turned to the girl with the words that she was going to make her son a duke and soon leave for the capital. Isabel reminded the princess that she stood up for her during the celebration of the National Day. The head of the family, Carlos, firmly asked if the young girl could now help her. The main character understood that even if she did not agree, the Duchess would still move to protect her subjects. The girl blushed at the thought that she was ashamed that she only enjoyed a rich life and did nothing of the sort. Princess Raylene looked into Duchess Carlos's eyes and replied emphatically that she would definitely help her. Grabbing the girl's hands, the woman replied that thanks to the princess, she now felt relieved. Isabel added that she would send her son to Raylene very soon, to which the girl did not object. The Duchess chuckled and said that she hoped the princess would consider marrying her son. Isabel smiled and hurried to reassure Raylene, saying that her son was just an excuse, because she liked the girl very much and wanted to always keep her close at hand. Closer to the evening, the main character thanked the Duchess for the invitation. The woman wished the princess a good trip. The young girl came to the conclusion that Isabel is a great woman who inspires with her wisdom and prudence. The main character has firmly decided that she has had enough rest and that she must definitely learn more. As soon as Princess Raylene arrived back at Kanmian Manor, the girl immediately began her studies. While the main character was sorting out the notes and trying to remember everything, Becky calmly poured fragrant tea. The maid turned sharply and was frightened when Princess Raylene suddenly laid her head on the table. The main character began to whine that her head was about to explode, to which Becky replied that it was high time for the girl to take a break. However, the princess refused, saying that she had to learn more about the heroes, and then the maid reminded her that she was about to have a duel with Iris. The main character opened her eyes wide when she realized that she had completely forgotten that soon she needed to meet the pink-haired woman. Smiling brightly, the young girl turned to Iris with the words that the crown prince would soon be next to her. With full determination in her eyes, the princess told Becky to bring all the documents related to the Kandmian family. The main character wanted to know who was the viceroy of the estate, the population of the estate, the harvest, taxes, and much more. As she left the room, Becky asked her in surprise why she had suddenly decided to find out about all this. The girl replied that she was tired of sitting idly by, and that she had a lot to learn in order to become a worthy princess of Kandmian. The determination of the main character was also explained by the fact that the girl promised to help Duchess Carlos. The maid closed the door on the back side and, leaning against it, thought that the princess had grown up so much. Becky ran to the butler to tell him that the mistress had asked to bring her all the documents related to the estates. The man was very surprised and enthusiastically replied that the possessions were quite extensive, so he would immediately ask someone to go to his room to fetch them. As soon as the butler left, the maid took a deep breath and looked out the window in surprise. Sir Ian turned to the breathless Xavier and said that their training was over for today. The man approached the child and handed him a book, saying that it was very useful and it would be good if the boy read it. Xavier immediately remembered how one of his former owners had told him that he had no right to touch books. The child looked at the textbook in surprise and asked in confusion if the man was really giving him the book. Becky ran outside and shouted happily that Xavier had already finished his training. Sir Jan froze, and the maid told the boy that the lady had taken a break from her studies, so they could now have lunch together. Xavier was flipping through the textbook, trying to make out and understand every word in it, and suddenly he began to cry. Becky and Knight Jan froze in surprise and fear, for they did not understand what had just happened. Xavier smiled, replied that everything was fine, and thanked the man for giving him the book. Becky went back to the princess and informed her that the girl needed to have lunch, to which Raylene replied that she was going to take a break. As soon as the main character asked where Xavier was now, the child peeked out from behind the door and said that he was there. The princess got up to stretch her legs and asked the boy where he had been, what he wanted for dinner, and what kind of book he had in his hands. Xavier replied to the girl that his teacher Jan had told him that this textbook would help him in his studies. Raylene was surprised that the boy was also studying and, approaching him, said that if he wanted to do something, he just had to tell her. Xavier replied that he wanted to understand what was written in the book, but that he could not read, so he asked Raylene for help. The main character smiled and enthusiastically replied that she would bring a teacher for the boy so that he could also study. Xavier replied emphatically that he would try hard and thought that he would be able to protect Raylene someday. The next day, the Duchess's son Carlos arrived at the Candmion estate and was immediately greeted by the butlers. The man smiled and said that he had not seen the only daughter of Duke Candmion for a long time. The main character put her head on the table from fatigue, and at that moment they came into her room and told that Duke Carlos had arrived. Becky helped the princess up from the table while she thought that she was scared as soon as she saw the amounts in the ledgers. The main character told the maid that the teacher brought her papers and told her to understand whether the money in them was received legally or not. Princess Raylene almost cried at the thought that not all aristocrats do such things. Having calmed down a little, the main character turned to a girl named Lucy with the words that how things were going there for the crown prince of the empire. The blonde girl smiled happily and informed the princess that the crown prince did not leave the palace all day long. The main character chuckled at the thought that in fact Frederick is not as unshakable as he wants to seem. Lucy went on to say that the prince's reputation is not very good because of his act, many say that a man should not become the next emperor. The main character was very angry that people look only at Frederick's behavior and do not take into account the fact of infidelity at all. The princess said that if she had done nothing, she was sure that people would continue to look down on her. Lucy informed Raylene that in the case of Viscount Iris Jan Conrad's daughter, almost all the ladies had turned their backs on her. The blonde girl added that day after day, small gatherings gather that accuse Iris of immorality. Smiling, Lucy said that noble ladies wanted to take this opportunity to eradicate such things. Smirking, the princess said that the prince would be in thought for a while, and Iris was unlikely to appear in society. Despite the fact that Becky did not finish collecting Raylene, the main character headed to the door to meet Duke Barad. The maid tried to stop the princess, to which the girl turned around and replied that she already looked very good. With a smirk, Raylene reassured Becky, saying that if she was so charming, the Duke might just go blind. As soon as Princess Candmion stepped out into the hallway, the butler bowed and announced that Duke Barad was waiting for her inside. The main character approached the room, opened the door, and Isabel's son, noticing the princess, said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young girl immediately froze as soon as she heard the man's voice and began to wonder what this strange feeling was. A picture from the past immediately arose in the head of the main character, where Barad asks her what she thinks about his idea. A little confused, the young princess replied to the man that they really hadn't seen him for a long time. Duke Barad smiled and said that he was pleased to see the girl after such a long time. The man arched an eyebrow and asked the princess if they couldn't communicate a little easier. The girl shuddered as soon as the Duke asked if the main character was not happy to see him at all. Taking a deep breath, the man asked the lady what was that strange expression on her face, and the princess thought that it was just a reflex to idiots. The main character tried her best to remember what connects her with this young guy. The girl knew that their mansions were built opposite each other, so she came to the conclusion that she had often seen Baradam in the past. Realizing that Raylene did not like seeing a man, the main character told the Duke to start behaving like an aristocrat. The princess froze as soon as the man said that if she did not want to listen to him, she could tell something herself. The main character took a mirror in her hands and began to examine the face, and Barad said that aristocrats are still very prim. Princess Raylene found such a man's statement unacceptable, so she approached him and said that it was rude. Folding her hands in front of her, the main character told Barad that if he didn't like something, he should just ignore it. The man looked at the girl in surprise, as she asked if the Duke always condemned the behavior of other people. The Duchess's son Isabel said quietly that he had never had anything to do with Princess Candmion before. And then, smiling, Barad added that now he was curious because Raylene was a very special girl to him. The young man began to clap his hands every time after each word that the princess was strong, brave, and arrogant. Stretched out on the couch, Barad said that it was very surprising to him how Raylene always held herself in front of him. The girl smirked and said that the Duke was also a special man who was rude, unscrupulous, and straightforward. Barad grinned nervously and invited the princess to sit down and talk a little, because he had not quite meant it before. Scratching his head, the young man looked at the main character in embarrassment and asked her for forgiveness. The young girl looked at the Duke in surprise, not understanding why he was apologizing to her. Raylene was surprised when Barad asked her to think again about what he had said to her earlier. The man made a surprised expression on his face and said that, "How can you forget a marriage proposal so easily?" A picture flew through the head of the main character, where Raylene constantly left a man when he asked her to marry. The princess also remembered that the Villainess was always angry when Barad kept up with her, proposing to get married. The main character was very surprised when she realized that the real Raylene hated Isabel's son so much. The young girl emerged from her thoughts and, crossing her arms in front of her, told Barad that she would never marry him. Despite the girl's words that she did not like the Duke at all, the man replied that Raylene was a gorgeous girl. Barad asked if girls didn't like courageous and strong guys like himself. The princess told the man to find someone else, to which he said that his mother would be very unhappy about it. Taking a deep breath, Barad said seriously that anyone he wanted either hated him or she already had a man. The Duke plaintively asked if Princess Raylene really thought he could find his man. The main character replied to the man that, of course, he could find him, but Barad exhaled and said that he was not asking for much. The Duke said that if only there was a girl who was not afraid of the name Carl, then he would be satisfied with it. The main character was very surprised when she suggested that the man was looking for someone with whom he could be on an equal footing. Barad apologized to the princess for complaining to her a lot, to which the girl replied that there was nothing wrong with it. The main character thought that she, unlike a man, would like to marry someone who would easily obey her. Kneading her fingers in front of her, the young girl said that she understood Barad when she listened to him. The main character froze in surprise when the young Duke said that he was glad that he was somehow useful for the girl. The princess looked attentively at the pleased face of Barad, who was sitting directly opposite her. The princess's servant went into the room and said that the Viscount's daughter Conrad had arrived in the dance hall to conduct a duel. Barad grinned and said that he was afraid to even imagine what the face of a man who liked to appropriate someone else's looked like. The main character smiled and asked the young Duke to accompany her to the dance hall. As soon as the young people arrived at their destination, many of Princess Raylene's knights immediately greeted her. Barad whispered in the girl's ear that she had really thought of humiliating Crown Prince Frederick's mistress properly. However, the main character did not want to humiliate Iris like this. Just her father himself said that he himself would pay due attention to the duel. The young Duke said that if the princess decided to take such a step, she should definitely do everything properly. Through the huge crowd of knights, Isabel Shan's son Carlos noticed a pink-haired girl who tried to keep herself proud. The man was very surprised when he realized that he had already met her during the festival when the Viscount's daughter herself unexpectedly approached him. Barad recalled that as soon as the pink-haired woman asked him to meet her the day after the festival, he apologized and said that he was supposed to be the judge of a duel that day. Iris was very confused when she heard about the duel, and the man added that it would take place in a very famous family. Noticing the beautiful jewelry, the Viscount's daughter immediately switched her attention and asked the man to see how cute the jewelry sparkled. Barad asked what had happened to the stranger, to which Iris replied that something very unpleasant had happened, and now she wanted help from the Lord Knight. The Viscount's daughter took one of the jewelry in her hands and, smiling, said that she thought that if a man was with her, everything would be fine. Then, putting the jewelry on herself, the pink-haired girl asked the knight if he would be next to her. Barad grinned and asked what he would get for it, to which Iris began to give him a slight beating and said that she thought he would do it just like that no matter what. The young Duke smiled and agreed with the stranger's suggestion, saying that she was as beautiful as a cherry blossom. The Viscount's daughter was very pleased with the knight's words, so she smiled brightly and thanked the man for the compliment. The young Duke emerged from his memories and smirked at the pink-haired girl. Iris said with hope in her eyes that she was surprised that Mr. Knight actually turned out to be a member of the Carlos family. Barad smiled stiffly when the Viscount's daughter asked if he had come here to help her. Iris thanked the man for going so far and tried to take his hand. However, in a firm voice, the young Duke said that he was here as the judge of this duel, so he asked Iris not to be cunning. The main character was in a stupor because she could not understand how it happened that these two knew each other. The princess froze at the thought that the Duke could be a knight who would eventually save the pink-haired girl from the villainess in her face. The Viscount's daughter looked hopefully into the young Duke's eyes and said that she did not understand at all why the knight was doing this. The main character found it strange that among the men who were related to Iris, there was no dark-haired man. Suddenly, it dawned on the princess that Barad was the blonde knight who would play the main role as Iris's male follower. The main character could not understand why the pink-haired girl wanted to keep silent about it until the duel. Looking at the confused Iris, the princess mentally praised her for creating such a reliable shield for herself. The main character looked at the angry face of Duke Barad and said that the man needed to remain calm. Isabel's son glanced at Princess Raylin and shouted that it was very low to use other people. Duke Barad asked the main character if she really didn't want to finish all this right now. As soon as the man took out his sword and said that he needed to end it, the princess grabbed him by the collar and told him to stop. The main character whispered quietly that she knew that the Duke would get angry and rush at Iris, but she was still surprised. Suddenly, Princess Raylin froze as the knights pointed their swords at Duke Barad, hiding her from the man. Isabel's son said in confusion that he was very sorry in front of the princess for not being able to cope with his feelings. Becky's maid ran up to the main character and began to examine the princess for injuries. The young duke felt ashamed and once again apologized to Raylin, to which she replied that she was fine. The main character pressed her hand to her chest and thought that it seemed that an old memory of Raylin flashed through her head now. Princess Raylin sat down on a chair to catch her breath and thanked Becky for bringing her the drink. The main character turned to the maid with the words that it seemed that a show was planned, so Becky should bring popcorn. Barad chuckled and told Iris that at the party she was always hanging around the prince and even danced the first dance with him, and asked how a girl could claim that her conscience was clear. The Viscount's daughter replied that it was a request from Crown Prince Frederick, and she simply had no other choice. The main character turned to Becky with the words that Iris seemed to cry from the current situation. Barad replied to the pink-haired woman that he clearly shouldn't help a man who couldn't even judge the situation. Princess Raylin quietly said that the Duke was now on the offensive and it was not clear what Iris would do. The Duke turned to the Viscount's daughter with the words that because of her intemperate behavior, Princess Candmion was disgraced. The man added that even if Iris did not recognize him at that festival, she now knows that he is Carlos. The pink-haired girl hesitated when Barad asked if the honor of the Viscount's daughter was more important than the princess in this duel. The young duke added that when they met, Iris constantly humiliated Princess Raylin in front of him. At that point in time, Isabel's son just wanted to turn a blind eye to the insults towards the only daughter of the Duke of Candmion. The Viscount's daughter shouted, looking into the man's eyes, that she did not humiliate Raylin, but told the truth about her and her crimes. The young duke asked the pink-haired girl if she really thought he would believe her lies. Iris looked into the man's eyes and said that she did not understand at all what the knight was telling her now. Barad replied that he did not understand where Iris's pride was at all, since she ran from one man to another in search of profit. The main character quietly announced that it was definitely a victory for the poor and unfortunate daughter of the Viscount. The young duke said that he didn't care what family Iris was from or what her status was. He just liked the way the pink-haired girl talked about her dreams. Barad added that he thought Iris was working hard to make her dreams come true, but it turns out that she uses dirty methods. Combing his hair back, the man recalled that the pink-haired woman said that she would definitely restore her honor and pride. And then Barad's expression changed and he said that Iris herself said that she hated selfish people who can't see beyond their noses. The Viscount's daughter froze abruptly when the Duke said that she was going to use him, but unfortunately she couldn't. Barad said that he felt he wanted to challenge someone to a duel for throwing mud at a loved one. The pink-haired girl abruptly grabbed the man by the shoulders and said desperately that she thought that the knight would always be by her side. Barad replied that there is only one winner in this fight, and if Iris does something wrong, then she will have to take responsibility. The main character was very surprised when the young duke turned sharply and called out to her. The man asked the princess to keep everything she had seen today a secret so that his mother would not kick him out of the house. The main character made a thoughtful expression on her face and said that she was afraid that the young duke would owe her. Barad scratched his head and apologized to the princess for the rash words he had said about marriage in the living room. Raylin was surprised when the man apologized for putting up with all of Iris's bad words about the princess. The main character smiled brightly and said that she was sure that the young duke would help her a lot in the future. Barad grinned and replied that he had come to the Candmion estate as a judge for a duel and was leaving with a debt. The Duke turned to the princess with the words that since there was nothing more to judge, he should return to his place. Iris looked at Berod's pleased face as the princess told him that she would definitely thank the man later. The pink-haired girl clenched her fists and said quietly that she couldn't understand why Raylene was constantly interfering with her. The main character looked at Iris and asked if there was anyone who could help her now in this situation. The princess looked at the trembling girl and thought about the fact that she had tried to deal with it alone, but now it was over. Coming closer to the Viscount's daughter, the main character thought that, unlike the real Raylene, she did not seek revenge. The princess looked into the pink-haired girl's eyes and said quietly that it was time to stop all this. However, Iris abruptly grabbed Raylene by the shoulders and, with mad eyes, asked what Princess Kandmian was up to. The pink-haired girl shouted, saying that she couldn't understand what the Duke's only daughter was doing at all. Iris was screaming so madly that Raylene would not succeed at all that even the knights had to hold her back. Becky tried to calm the main character, who began to get angry that the Viscount's daughter was communicating with her informally again. The princess knew that all she wanted was for the pink-haired girl not to bother her anymore. Becky's maid began to say that she did not understand how the Viscount's daughter could communicate with her mistress so familiarly. The main character wondered what to do with Iris so that everything would be resolved quickly and without unnecessary noise. It was clear to everyone present that the Viscount's daughter continued to ignore the status of Princess Raylene. The main character knew that she had to stop it, otherwise there would be dirty rumors about the only daughter of the Duke of Kandmian. Raylene remembered that she was a villain, after all, so she asked Becky to report Iris's behavior to all the boutiques and stores in the capital. The pink-haired woman looked at the princess in confusion when she said that all places where Iris is shopping will be deprived of the material support of the Kandmian family. The main character added that Becky should inform all boutiques, regardless of what products the Viscount's daughter bought there. Raylene leaned over to Iris and asked if she still didn't understand what situation she was in. Then Raylene remembered that the pink-haired woman lived in a rented mansion, so she ordered Becky to buy the house that day. Iris began to shout that the princess shouldn't cling so foolishly to the crown prince to get what she wanted. However, the main character only grinned, because unfortunately, pink-haired, she was not the real Raylene. Looking at the pink-haired girl, the princess realized that Iris had always been too desperate in her actions. The main character said that it would be nice for her to try to become a loan shark and expose all Conrad's debts. The Viscount's daughter froze abruptly and, looking into the eyes of the only daughter of the Duke of Kandmian, said that the girl was crazy. The princess folded her hands in front of her and asked Iris if she really thought she would endure in silence. The main character frowned at the Viscount's daughter and mentally ordered her to apologize to her immediately. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl broke free from the knight's grip and rushed at Princess Raylene with all her anger. The knights immediately grabbed and dragged Iris away while she shouted that the men were mocking her. The main character was tired of tolerating the behavior of the Viscount's daughter, so she quickly approached her and hit her in the face. In a cold tone, Princess Kandmian ordered Iris to come to her senses, for she had already gone completely off the rails. Becky knocked the Viscount's daughter to the floor and said that she would not hold back, because the pink-haired woman was trying to harm her mistress. The main character looked at the lying Iris and said that today the pink-haired girl lost the duel because of recklessness. The Viscount's daughter froze abruptly when Princess Kandmian said that from that day on, Raylene's honor was restored. The main character sat down and, grabbing Iris by the face, looked into the girl's eyes and said that it was all over. Holding back tears, the pink-haired woman asked why Raylene had suddenly changed so much, because she had never been like this before. The main character grinned and, looking directly into Iris's eyes, said that the girl still continues to be familiar. The princess asked the Viscount's daughter if it was better for her to cut off her head or for Raylene to humiliate the whole family with her. The pink-haired girl looked at Duke Kandmian's daughter in confusion and asked if Raylene was seriously talking now. Not reacting in any way to the words of the Viscount's daughter, the main character ordered Iris to make her choice immediately. As soon as the knights brought the sword to the pink-haired girl's leg, the Viscount's daughter trembled and told them not to do so. The princess said that if Iris didn't like both, then she could finally apologize for her brazen behavior. The pink-haired girl, lying on the floor, bowed to the princess and apologized to her for her rudeness. The main character ordered the knights to release the Viscount's daughter and make sure that she did not do anything. The princess turned to the maid Becky and said that everything she had previously ordered was cancelled. When asked why Raylene made such a decision, the girl replied that she was forced to be cruel because of the many eyes. The main character thought that she could destroy Iris's family and make her suffer, but she does not want to do it. Becky informed the princess that she should come up with a punishment for the pink-haired girl, for example, pulling out the tongue. Raylene clearly did not like this idea, so she offered to demand an amount from Iris to compensate for moral damage. Becky began to complain that as the daughter of a viscount, she dared to blame her mistress at all, because Raylene had done nothing wrong. The main character had the impression that Raylene had some kind of goal, which is why she held on to the prince so desperately. The princess suggested that Iris may know a lot more than it might initially seem. For the main character, the prince was generally funny because Iris's seductive speeches and actions completely drove him crazy. Princess Raylene chuckled at her thought and said quietly that Frederick would have known who he had fallen in love with. The main character could not understand why the villainess constantly turned a blind eye to Iris's ridicule. The princess began to wonder what the real Raylene really wanted to achieve. And the most important question that did not give the girl peace in any way was how exactly Iris was connected to all this. As he left the Candmion estate, the young Duke Barad talked about how the Viscount's daughter had done a great job. The man was flattered that Iris called him a knight, even though he was actually a real aristocrat. Stopping at the gate, Barad concluded that he must have seen in the Viscount's daughter a woman worthy of the Carlos family. The young Duke remembered Princess Raylene and said that things were only getting more interesting to him. Becky, noticing that the lady had stopped, ran up to her and asked if the young girl was all right. The main character smiled and calmed the maid, telling her not to worry because she was perfectly fine. Princess Candmion emphatically added that from now on, she wanted to do what she thought was right. The main character did not care what kind of relationship Iris and Raylene had, because the pink-haired woman was punished for her greed. The young girl was very curious about what the crown prince of the empire, Frederick, would do now. After tearing off one of the roses, the main character asked Becky to prepare her a change of clothes and a carriage. When the maid asked if the lady was going to the imperial palace, the princess said that she was bored with beating around the bush. The main character added that she had been too patient lately, so it was time to stop all this. A spilled bottle of expensive wine lay spilled on a huge bed next to the crown prince of the empire. There was a knock on Frederick's room and the news that Princess Candmion had just arrived at the prince's house. The crown prince thought he had heard, for it was strange that Raylene should have decided to visit him at such an hour. Frederick quickly went down the stairs and, noticing the princess, asked why the girl had come to him. The main character, sitting in an armchair, said that she had thought a lot about what she could take away from the crown prince. The man chuckled and said that Raylene really thought there was something she could take away from him. The main character looked into the eyes of the crown prince and reminded him that she was Raylene Shan Candmion. Frederick could not understand what the young girl was getting at, so he asked what the princess meant. Folding her hands in front of her, the main character said with a sly smile that she was breaking off her engagement to the crown prince. The words spoken by the princess made the crown prince freeze and ponder their meaning for a few more seconds. As soon as it dawned on the man, Frederick asked how Raylene dared to say such a thing to his face. Taking a glass of wine, the girl said that a man should not treat her so indifferently, even if he is the crown prince. After these words, the room in which the young people were was plunged into silence for a few minutes. Frederick stood up and said that he would pretend not to hear anything, to which the princess commented that running away from the problems would not solve them. The main character added that she has no reason to keep this engagement, so she is going to break it off. The crown prince stopped abruptly and asked in a calm tone that hadn't the princess herself said that she loved him. The young girl was a little surprised by Frederick's question, but she immediately said that she no longer loved him. The crown prince turned around and desperately shouted that Raylene was lying now because the girl had always been crazy about him. Grabbing a bottle of wine, the main character screamed back that she admits that she had feelings for a man in the past. Then the girl added that she had been naive and stupid, and now it became clear to her what a terrible person Frederick really was. After drinking the wine from the bottle, the princess concluded that she had had enough of this circus, which she was no longer going to participate in. Coming closer to the man, the main character said that she was grateful to the prince for the fact that the man himself gave a reason for the breakup. In a firm tone, Princess Candmion added that she would soon send all the necessary documents on the termination of the engagement. The crown prince's face turned red with anger as the young girl said that she wanted to end this as soon as possible. Frederick slammed his fist on the table and asked what was the reason and why Princess Raylene had changed so suddenly. The crown prince recalled that as a child, the duke's daughter, Candmion, was always there for him and supported him. The crown prince began to yell that the princess could not change her attitude towards him so abruptly because it was like a betrayal. Clasping the man's hands, the main character said that she was no longer going to silently tolerate Frederick's behavior. The princess squeezed the prince's hands tighter and said that the man could forget about the support of the Candmions. The main character moved closer and whispered in Frederick's ear that the crown prince himself was to blame for everything. Raylene recoiled and said that she would sort out all the documents herself and send them to the man in the near future. The young girl was about to leave, but the crown prince grabbed her hand and asked her to linger. The main character was very surprised when Prince Frederick unexpectedly abruptly pulled the girl towards him. As a result, the young girl fell directly on top of the crown prince, and their faces were at a very small distance from each other. Princess Raylene froze abruptly when she realized that Frederick was reaching out to kiss her. The main character grinned and said that the prince did not even try, because she feels only disgust for him. Frederick smiled and refuted the princess's words, saying that the girl was still the same Raylene who loved him dearly. The smile on the crown prince's face subsided, and the man said seriously that if the princess wanted respect, he would give it to her. Frederick knelt in front of Raylene and added that if the princess wanted, he could get rid of the viscount's daughter. The crown prince smiled, and looking into the girl's eyes said that he was ready to fulfill any request and whim of Raylene. The main character asked if the man was really ready to fulfill any of her requests. The princess reached out her hand to the face of the crown prince, who said that the girl could not even doubt. Running her finger over Frederick's lip, the main character told the man, in this case, to listen to her request very carefully. Raylene firmly stated that the Candmian family completely refused to support His Highness, so Frederick should not bother her anymore. The crown prince froze as Princess Raylene added that the man should give up his pathetic attempts to get everything back. Looking the man straight in the eyes, the main character said that she was not going to marry Frederick. The young girl stood up and said with a smile that the conversation between her and the crown prince was over. Frederick began to shout that Princess Raylene could not do this to him and just leave him. Hearing the words of the crown prince of the empire, the main character surprisingly immediately froze abruptly. Memories flashed through the princess's mind of how Raylene herself had told Frederick that she would never leave him. The main character clutched her head and could not understand why she had just felt so uncomfortable in her soul. The prince approached the princess and said that the girl completely belonged to him, so he would never be able to run away from him. Grabbing the young girl by the chin, Frederick said in a tearful tone and a serious tone that Raylene should stop angering him. The main character smirked and told the man that apparently her punishment was too lenient for him. Raylene added that the reason why Frederick allows himself to treat her so vilely is because the man is the crown prince of the empire. Looking into Frederick's eyes, the main character said that she would deprive the man of this title and make him fall at her feet. The crown prince of the empire began to shout that the young girl understood absolutely nothing. The princess's body seemed to be caught in a spider's web, and the main character herself could not move her limbs and began to suffocate. Suddenly, the young girl felt that someone had approached her from behind her, and that it was immediately easier to breathe. The young Duke Barod, looking into the eyes of the crown prince, said that he was very disappointed with the man's action. Frederick turned to the Duke, saying that he had never given a man permission to visit him. Barod clutched his sword and told the prince that it was very unseemly to mock a noble girl like this. The crown prince grinned and said that it is customary to punish anyone who questions the authority of the royal family. The young duke said that he did not understand how he used to serve someone who did not even have a sense of shame and guilt. The crown prince said that Barod was as stupid as the rest of the Candmion family. Frederick asked if the man had paid Raylene, but the young duke replied that he and the prince had nothing to talk about. Barod approached the main character and, taking the girl in his arms, ordered the maid Raylene to follow him. Turning around, the young duke said in an icy tone that he would definitely remember everything that had happened today. The crown prince did not think of what to say to him at Barod's words, so he silently watched as the man left with the lady. As soon as the duke was alone with Raylene, the girl told the man to let her go, but he refused. Barod thought that the princess was very bad, so he was surprised when Raylene abruptly opened her eyes and said that she was fine. Becky ran up to the young mistress and asked how she was feeling, to which Raylene replied that nothing had happened to her. Suddenly, the main character heard the loud voices of someone from the entourage of the crown prince's palace. The princess immediately decided that extra witnesses would not interfere and she should take advantage of such a chance. In a serious tone, the main character turned to Becky with the words that now she was pretending to be sick and she needed the maid to play along with her. As soon as the maid agreed, Princess Raylene fell to the floor, pretending that she was very ill now. Becky began to act out a play, simulating her concern for the condition of the Duke of Kandmian's daughter. As soon as the palace entourage spotted the princess, the maid began to shout even louder and more desperately for Raylene to come to her senses. In a theatrical voice, Becky said that Princess Kandmian could not be okay after being treated like this. The maid continued to say that her mistress had tried to behave politely and nobly to the last. In her speech, Becky also decided to add that Princess Raylene has a very kind heart. The main character whispered softly that the maid would not forget to mention the Crown Prince of the Empire. The maid screamed throughout the room that Crown Prince Frederick was to blame for Princess Raylene's unconsciousness. The palace entourage approached the maid and asked in confusion what had happened here and why Princess Kandmian was in such a state. Becky whispered softly to Raylene that she had no tears left, to which the lady replied that the maid should ask the Duke for help. The maid grabbed the confused Duke Carlos on his cloak and asked him to carry Princess Kandmian to the mansion. Noticing that the man was hesitating, the main character opened one eye and looked at the man as if telling Barad to pick her up immediately. The young Duke immediately said that he would definitely fulfill the request of Princess Raylene's maid. The palace entourage surrounded Becky and began to calm her down, asking what had just happened. Barad lifted the princess into his arms, who began to smile at the fact that she could always rely on these two. The main character found it strange that she began to feel drowsy little by little. Looking at the girl, the young Duke said in a low voice that Princess Raylene could already open her eyes. The man was a little upset when he apologized to the girl that he could not come earlier. Hugging Raylene tightly, Barad said that he would make sure that the prince could never do this to the princess again. The young Duke was alerted when the Duke's daughter Kandmian quietly said that she had one request for the man. Looking Barad straight in the eye, Raylene said that if she slept for more than 6 hours, the man should hand her over to her father to overthrow the crown prince of the empire. As soon as the young girl expressed her request, Princess Raylene immediately fell into a deep sleep. Barad looked at the girl carefully and told the lady not to worry because he would definitely fulfill her request. In the late afternoon, the carriage arrived in the Duchy of Kandmian along with the young Duke, Princess Raylene, and the maid Becky. As soon as the young lady was laid on the bed, the family doctor immediately came to her to check on the condition of the princess. Suddenly, the head of the Kandmian family burst into Raylene's bedroom and anxiously asked how the girl was feeling. Noticing that the princess was unconscious, tears welled up in the Duke's eyes, and the man asked what had happened. Running in his daughter's bed, the head of the Kandmian family fell to his knees and wondered if Raylene was really so bad. The Duke said with tears in his eyes that the princess had said that she was going to break off the engagement, but why then had the girl come in such a form? The mood of the head of the Kandmian family changed dramatically when the young Duke said that Raylene had been attacked. Barad added that, after all the rude remarks from the crown prince, the princess lost consciousness. The young Duke apologized to the head of the Kandmian family for not being able to prevent such consequences. The family doctor hastened to reassure Raylene's father, saying that the young girl's life was not in danger. Duke Kandmian squeezed the princess's hand even tighter when the doctor said that the girl would need care for some time. The head of the family rose from his knees and, exhaling deeply, said that he was glad that the young heir Carlos was sorry. Looking into Barad's eyes, Duke Kandmian said that he assumed that the man knew much more about this situation. The young Duke looked back into Raylene's father's eyes and said in a calm tone that he would tell everything. After hearing the story about the crown prince, Duke Kandmian angrily wrung out the wet towel. The man put the cloth to Raylene's face and heard Barad say that the princess had asked for a message. Duke Kandmian froze when Isabel's son announced the girl's request that if Raylene did not wake up in 6 hours, she wanted her father to overthrow the crown prince. The Duke asked how long it would take for the girl to wake up, to which the doctor replied that he doubted that it would be in the near future. The head of the Kandmian family exhaled and said that Frederick had a high probability of getting what he deserved. The Duke looked at his daughter and said with a smile that he would do whatever Princess Raylene wanted. Touching the girl's face, the man added that the lady should not worry about anything and just trust him. The Duke then walked over to Barad and said that he was well aware that it was difficult for the man to interfere with the prince. The head of the Kandmian family put his hand on Duke Carlos's shoulder and added that he was very grateful that he had helped his daughter. Suddenly, Lucy ran into the room and reported that there was a riot in the royal palace at this point in time. The blonde girl explained that several witnesses said that the lady lost consciousness due to the antics of the crown prince. The Duke smirked and said that he had no doubt that the princess had foreseen such an outcome. The mood of the head of Kanmyeon changed abruptly, and the man said that if he did not overthrow the prince, then it would mean that he would no longer bear the surname Kanmyeon. As soon as Duke Carlos was alone with Princess Raylene, the man quietly said that he had told everything. The young man was about to leave, but froze when he noticed that a leopard was approaching the girl's bed. Barad turned his head back and noticed that the animal had stopped right in front of Raylene's bed and was looking at her. The main character slowly opened her eyes and did not understand where she was at the moment. Realizing that it was a dream, the princess decided that she needed to wake up immediately, but she felt a touch on her hand. The young girl was very surprised and froze when she was suddenly pulled to him and hugged by a man. The main character heard an apology from the man's lips for not being able to protect the girl because he was still weak. Suddenly, the space cracked, and the girl saw the real Raylene, who said that this was not why she gave her body. The main character forgot how to breathe properly in surprise when she realized who exactly was standing in front of her right now. The princess watched as the real Raylene made a swing and ordered the girl to wake up immediately. The main character screamed and jumped out of bed abruptly, feeling the frantic beats of her heart. The young girl touched her face and realized that the villainess had just slapped her in the face. Suddenly, the princess noticed Xavier in the form of a leopard next to her, who was sleeping peacefully. Noticing that the animal's paw was on her hand, the girl said that she was glad that the boy always stayed with her. The main character hugged the leopard tightly and decided that she should sleep a little more to regain her strength. As soon as morning came, the young girl felt that she was hugging something soft and fluffy. The leopard raised his head abruptly, and the main character, smiling broadly, asked if Xavier had already woken up. The young room froze when she heard her maid's voice and asked how long Becky had been here, to which the maid replied that she had been here for quite some time. The main character quietly said that she found it strange that she still did not get better because she felt sluggish. However, the young girl was very surprised when Becky reported that the princess had slept for 2 whole days. The main character jumped out of bed and said that she had so many things to do that had accumulated during this time. The princess froze when the other maids approached her and told her that the lady should not overexert herself at this time. Xavier in the form of a leopard lay on the lap of a young girl, and the main character said that the boy could be there too. Becky sternly said that until Raylene was examined by a doctor, the mistress was strictly forbidden to leave the bed. The head of the Kanmyeon family suddenly burst into the main character's room to check on his daughter. The young girl immediately turned her attention to her father's tired face, who asked how Raylene was feeling. The family doctor entered the room and informed the princess that he needed to take some of the girl's blood for analysis. The duke turned to Raylene and said that if he did not overthrow the crown prince, he would leave Candion Castle. The main character looked into her father's eyes and said in a serious tone that she would do the same. The princess took a deep breath and said that this was the reason why she didn't have any more time to rest. The doctor poured the girl's blood into a flask with a blue liquid, which immediately changed color to red. The doctor told the duke that the lady was recovering, but she had to get up early because she needed bed rest. The main character jumped up from the bed and said that she had absolutely no time to chill out in bed. The duke said to his daughter that he would do whatever was necessary and added that Raylene should have a good rest. The main character said that she was ashamed that she told the prince that she herself would overthrow him, and now she is just lying in bed. The head of the Kanmyeon family put his hand on the princess's shoulder and said that he understood the girl's confusion well. The man looked into his daughter's eyes and sincerely asked her to promise to have a good rest. The main character immediately blushed with embarrassment when she realized that the duke was very worried about her and promised that she would rest. A servant entered the princess's room and informed the head of the Kanmyeon family that a letter had arrived from the royal palace. The duke's mood immediately changed, and the man told Raylene in a serious tone that it was time for him to go. The main character went back to bed and began to talk about how she was very hungry during this time. By nightfall, the princess was left alone and, making notes on a piece of paper, thought about what upset her that she was not told anything. The girl decided that first of all she needed to learn about the political situation, the prince's misdeeds, and the opinion of society. The princess knew that she could simply overhear the first 2 points, but she did not understand at all how to find out the opinion of society. Throwing the notes aside, the main character began to whine that she was very hungry because she ate only unleavened porridge all day. Suddenly, the young girl's eyes abruptly opened as she smelled the magnificent aroma from the balcony. As soon as the main character opened the huge doors of the balcony, the girl immediately froze with strong surprise. The princess could not understand that she was imagining that there was a whole basket of delicious food in front of her. The main character began to thank the Lord from the bottom of her heart for leaving her delicious food and her favorite meat. However, Princess Candmion abruptly stopped praying to the Almighty when she heard laughter from the side of her. The blue-haired man, trying to hold back his laughter, said that the young girl was very funny. The main character immediately recognized Lucas, who began to cry from his blue eyes from laughter. The man hovered over Princess Candmion and said that the girl's order with an abundance of steaks was already ready. The main character noticed Sir John below, who was walking around the territory of the ducal estate. The master of the Information Guild froze when the only daughter of the Duke of Candmion began to call loudly for the night. Sir John immediately ran up to the princess, and the girl informed him that there was a suspicious person on her balcony. However, as soon as the main character turned to point her finger at Lucas, the blue-haired man disappeared. Raylene addressed Yanu with the words that everything was fine, and the man could safely continue his work. Exhaling deeply, the main character said hopefully that she thought she was just dreaming it all. Lucas appeared next to the princess and asked a little resentment if Raylene thought it was too much. The young man smiled sweetly when he noticed that the Duke's daughter Candmion shuddered and screamed in fright. The main character, pointing her finger at Lucas, gave the man the option of either leaving himself or waiting to be taken out. The guildmaster calmly went inside the room and said that he was very sad that the princess was chasing him away. Lucas noticed Raylene's notes and said that there had been quite a few uprisings in this country, let alone the overthrow of princes. The man added that the local people in any situation fully trust the royal family. The guildmaster explained that the people had never blamed the royal family for the famine, the plague, or the streets full of orphans. The main character was surprised that Lucas was so calmly telling her everything she wanted to know. Lucas added to his story that there are rumors that the crown prince broke off the engagement with tears in his eyes because of the tactless and mercantile princess. The young girl realized with horror that all the rumors were turning in favor of the royal family. The main character thoughtfully said that it turns out that the royal family controls all the news. After the princess's imprisonment, Lucas said that even with all this, Raylene's revenge would be successful. The owner of the Information Guild held out his hand to the girl and said with a smile that he would definitely help her. After a while, the young man was already sitting at the table and watching the princess devour food with great appetite. As soon as the girl tasted the meat, the main character's eyes immediately lit up and she said that it was delicious. The young girl enthusiastically began to try the rest of the dishes, and Lucas laughed quietly, touched by the princess's reaction. The young man asked the girl what the princess was going to do next in such a situation. In a calm tone, the main character replied that she was going to overthrow the crown prince of the empire, Frederick. And then Raylene added that if everything Lucas had said was true, then she wouldn't have time to bat an eye before they got rid of her. After thinking for a while, the princess said that now she had no idea how to do the right thing in this situation. The girl stood up abruptly and told Lucas that she should immediately go to her father and ask him to find the necessary information. The master of the Information Guild smirked and said that Princess Raylene now had an easier way. Taking 2 cards out of the deck, Lucas mysteriously said that the girl could ask anything because he knew all the information. The main character took 2 cards from the hands of the young man and said in surprise that it was very interesting. The young girl thoughtfully said that the royal family could not do without scandals at all. Lucas cryptically replied that the more people believed in the crown, the lower the emperor would fall when that belief faltered. The man then said that the relationship between the royal family, Carlos and Candmion, had always been good. Grinning, the young man informed the princess that her father was really furious about everything that had happened. The main character did not understand the phrase when Lucas said with a smile that Mr. Duke was simply magnificent. The man said that Raylene's father came to the emperor and said that he was not going to tolerate such an attitude towards his daughter. The Duke added that as long as Prince Frederick remains crown prince, the Candmion family will not set foot in the palace. In conclusion, the head of the Candmiones added that many other noble families who are the support of the empire agree with him. Lucas said that the Duke, like many others, refused to support the royal family, which put great pressure on the ruling family. The girl was surprised when the master of the guild said that in the end, the Duke even began to shout that his daughter was now branded. Lucas began to shout, parodying Raylene's father, that how did the prince dare to treat the precious child of his house like this? The young man laughed loudly and said that only Mr. Duke could behave like this with the emperor. The main character was very happy that her father did exactly as she wanted. Raylene decided that she had to find even the smallest faults of the crown, so that the entire empire would believe in what Frederick had done to her. The young girl knew that if everything worked out, it would turn out that the royal family was only pretending to be good and noble. The main character decided to ask Lucas how far he could go to help her. The man smiled mysteriously and asked if the lady knew that both Duke Kanmyeon and the king himself bought information from him from time to time. Raylene was very surprised that the king was also a client of the Master of the Information Guild. Lucas said that the ruler of the empire pays quite well, so he has no reason to refuse. The young man looked into the eyes of the princess and said that he never allowed information to leak. Lucas grinned and turned to Raylene, saying how much the princess was willing to do him a favor. The main character was a little taken aback by the serious tone with which the man began to talk to her, so she was a little confused. The Master of the Information Guild, noticing the princess's reaction, smiled and said in a childish voice that it was a joke. Lucas stood up and told the young girl that he wanted her to understand one important thing. As soon as the young man went to the princess, the main character asked what Lucas meant. The Master of the Information Guild got down on one knee in front of Raylene and said in a serious tone that he would do anything to milk her. Looking into the princess's eyes, Lucas added that he agreed to be a reliable and obedient provider of information. The main character froze when the young man said that it was enough for the princess to say what exactly she wanted. Lucas smiled mysteriously and said that Raylene was the only person who could point him out. The young girl grinned and asked if the gratuitous transaction was not the most terrible. The young man froze abruptly as Princess Raylene touched his chin with her hand. The main character looked into Lucas's eyes and with a sly smile asked him to cooperate with her. Raylene approached the man's lips and whispered softly that if they were lucky, they would share the profits they would make. The Master of the Information Guild smirked and said that the princess was very reckless and extremely willful. The main character let go of Lucas's face and said that first she had to prepare an advance payment. The princess explained that there is one handsome guy who took her 3 billion and does not pay any interest. The man replied that it was quite dangerous to do this alone, so he asked to let Raylene help her. The main character held out her hand, demonstrating her refusal of Lucas's offer, and said that it was a personal matter for her. The Master of the Guild handed the princess a map and asked to allow the girl to at least direct her in the right direction. The young man explained that the one the girl wants to catch is in a gambling house in Hines. Lucas crossed his arms in front of him and said with a smile that when the princess needed him, she would just need to leave the balcony door open. Raylene was surprised when the man said that the princess always had a man who would show up when she needed to. The Master of the Information Guild looked at the girl's reaction and said that it would hardly console her. Lucas was about to leave when suddenly the princess abruptly called out to her and asked her not to look for any more information for the king. The main character smiled slyly and reminded the man that now they are on the same team. The Master of the Information Guild sneered and said that he would have to see the princess more often now. The young girl wanted to say that this was not what she meant, but Lucas waved to her and said that they would meet soon. As soon as the man jumped out of the window, the main character quietly asked who else among them was still reckless. Lord Cashin was in the 12th squad in the Knight's territory, carrying sacks that had recently been brought. Suddenly, the young man froze when he heard Princess Raylene Shan Kanmyeon calling out to him. The main character said that she understands that this is unexpected, but she has something she wants to ask Sir Cassian. The princess came closer to the man and asked if the handsome knight could spare her some time. The young man looked at the young girl and asked if the princess was okay. Cassian explained that he understood that it was none of his business, but that he had heard some rumors about Princess Raylene. The young knight reported that he had heard that the crown prince had asked the girl to break off her engagement to him. The main character chuckled and asked if Cassian had heard that Princess Kanmyeon was rude and selfish. The young girl froze abruptly when the young man replied in a serious tone that all the rumors about her were lies. Sir Cassian looked Princess Kanmyeon straight in the eye and said that the girl was not like that at all. The main character smiled and said that it was she who broke off the engagement with Crown Prince Frederick. The young man immediately smiled and said that he honestly believed in the words of Duke Kanmyeon's daughter. The young people set off, and Cassian revealed that Hines was a terrible man who not only treated changelings as slaves, but also issued illegal loans. The man added that women who cannot pay debts to Hines are forcibly sold by the trafficker to brothels. The main character listened attentively to the information that the merchant also forcibly brings the girls he likes to the harem. The young girl could not understand why the police had not yet arrested Heinz. Cassian explained that the police had repeatedly tried to expose the merchant's illegal dealings, but as soon as they came to see him, Heinz was never there. The knight assumed that the merchant had his own connections with the police, so he could never be caught. When Cassian asked why Raylene was looking for this man, the lady replied that she was angry with the merchant because he was playing with her money in the gambling house. The main character clarified that she wants to return her 3 billion, which were given for Xavier, and save people from Heinz. The princess firmly decided that since the kingdom was so stubbornly protecting the impudent man, then she herself would finish him off once and for all. Cassian couldn't figure out how they would find the merchant's whereabouts, but Raylene calmed him down, telling him that she knew everything herself. An image of Lucas appeared in the head of the main character, who said that he was giving her the seal of a man named Heinz. Looking at the gift from the owner of the Information Guild, the princess smiled at the thought that Lucas was always helping her. After putting a stamp on the sheet, the main character announced that she now had a receipt, according to which Heinz must pay her 3 billion. Based on the information that Lucas had reported, the young girl quickly found the place where the merchant lived. The main character turned to Xavier with the words that they should pretend that they came just to play. Princess Raylene came in first and said she just wanted to make sure they were in the right place. Suddenly, a drunken man appeared in front of the main character and asked what the girl needed here. Grabbing the stranger by the hand, the drunkard asked if the sweet lady had come to this place to pay the debt. Cassian ran up to the princess and pushed the man away with all his might, and Raylene realized that they had arrived at the right place. The knight exhaled and said that he wanted to ask the girl something if she didn't think it was rude. Cheese Cassian looked into Princess Raylene's eyes and asked directly why the lady had entrusted this matter to him. Looking at the knight, the girl thought about how she simply hated watching others neglect Cassian, so she wanted to glorify him so that people would finally start respecting him. However, the main character replied that she turned to Cassian because he was the only one she could trust with the case. When Princess Raylene asked if such a reason was enough for a knight, the man said with a smile that it was enough. The merchant threw the money aside and said that it wouldn't even cover the interest, to which the couple plaintively asked for some more time. Heinz announced that today's lot should be put up immediately, and the stage was brought out by 2 children who were sobbing piteously. The merchant kicked the father of the children and said with a grin that he just had to bring all the money on time. The main character threw off her fur coat and said with a smirk that this place smells very bad. Everyone present immediately turned their attention to Princess Raylene, not understanding what the girl had forgotten in such a place. When Heinz asked why the princess had come here, the main character replied that the merchant should know himself. Placing her feet on the table, Princess Raylene loudly announced that the man must return all her money to her immediately. Becky put a receipt on the table, and the main character explained that she wanted to return the money that Heinz borrowed from her. The man took the paper and said in confusion that he did not remember putting his seal on it and generally borrowing money from the princess. Heinz froze when the princess informed him that he owed another 50% of the amount each month. Becky added that 3 months had passed, and the main character picked up and demanded all the money from the man with interest. Heinz began to yell loudly that she could not borrow such a huge amount from the daughter of the Duke of Candmion. In response, the main character shouted that the merchant was a nobody to raise his voice at her like that. The princess stood up and indignantly asked how Heinz dared to borrow the Duke's money to open gambling establishments. The merchant clutched a note in his hands, and the main character added that very soon the merchant's mansion would be confiscated. Heinz grinned and asked if the princess was too self-confident if she had only 1 maid and 3 knights. The main character froze when she heard a crowd of people behind her, and Heinz ordered to get rid of the princess. At the same moment, Sir Cassian drew his sword from its sheath and rushed into the crowd to protect Raylene. With a mad smile, the main character asked Heinz if he was not afraid to even point his sword at Candmion. The merchant asked the lady in confusion what he had done wrong, because the Duke and his family cannot mock good people like that. The main character asked the man why all criminals are so shameless and stupid. Princess Raylene announced that from now on, the kingdom will judge people even for minor crimes. The main character looked at Sir Cassian and said with a smile that she was instructing him to finish this work. The knight immediately got down on 1 knee in front of the princess and said that he would do anything Raylene wanted. All this time, a blue-haired man was watching everything that was happening in the institution with interest. Lucas adjusted his hat and hurried away, but Sir Cassian still managed to catch sight of the stranger. The knight was about to run after the man but stopped when Raylene asked in confusion what was wrong. Circassian took a deep breath and, turning around, said with a smile that everything was fine and the princess should not worry. The master of the Information Guild was slowly climbing the stairs, humming some tune to himself. Taking off his hat, Lucas ironically said that when the princess needed help, she immediately turned her attention to the commoner knight. The master of the Information Guild has come to the conclusion that Princess Raylan is weak in front of handsome men. Snapping his finger, Lucas said that he wanted to tell one cautionary tale about the princess as he had promised. At the same moment, the young man was surrounded by several children who were waiting with interest to see what Lucas would tell them. The blue-haired man said that he wanted everyone to know the story as quickly as possible. Lucas revealed that it was Princess Raylan who punished Hines, who even the royal family could not catch. As soon as the man added that the lady had also saved everyone in debt, one of the boys beamed and said that Raylan was an angel. From this word, Lucas became very funny and the man confirmed that the princess is an angel incarnate. The blue-haired man announced that in fact the crown prince is a womanizer and a man. The children began to indignantly discuss among themselves that this was the same crown prince who openly cheated on their angel princess. Spreading his arms to the side, Lucas addressed the children, saying that they could not leave everyone else in the dark. The guys said in unison that the man could rely on them, and Lucas immediately smiled and took out some money from his inner pocket. However, the master of the Information Guild didn't expect that one of the girls would put out her hand in front of him, stopping him. The little girl said that instead of money, Lucas could just come to their shelter today, because the man had been gone for a long time. Lucas was surprised when one of the boys said that they would always help because a man never spares anything for them. The master of the Information Guild smiled and patted the boy on the head, saying that he shouldn't think like that. Looking into the children's eyes, Lucas said with a sincere smile that he was counting on them very much. The guys waved to the man and said that soon the whole world would be talking about how the devil prince mocked the princess. Lucas remembered the face of the commoner knight again and wondered if Raylan liked such simpletons. When Hines was taken into custody, the public immediately learned about all the heinous crimes of the merchant. Thanks to the fact that Princess Candmian was able to punish Hines, to whom even the royal family could not do anything, her authority grew even more. The main character was sitting on the street and listening to the two ladies discussing the latest news among themselves. The first lady said that it turned out that the engaged crown prince went to the first party and left it first, leaving Raylan alone. The second lady indignantly said that Frederick did not feel sorry for the princess at all, since he had an affair with the Viscount's daughter. The girls were outraged by the fact that the crown prince did not even thank the princess for punishing the damned Hines. Becky quietly told Raylan that the rumors had already spread, and there were now few people left who trusted the crown. The maid was surprised by the fact that this story had spread so quickly among the residents. The main character agreed with Becky and quietly said that she had so many people to help her. The maid looked at Princess Raylan and asked the girl why she did not think of becoming the heiress of the Candmian family. The main character thought that in any case she would need to confront Frederick on an equal footing in the future. The princess immediately jumped up from her seat and informed Becky that she had to talk to her father immediately. The main character enthusiastically announced that she wanted to become the heiress of the Candmian family in order to deal with the crown prince herself. All this time, the princess and her maid were eavesdropped on by the Viscount's pink-haired daughter, who was sitting at another table. Iris, overwhelmed with rage and resentment, clutched her dress and decided that she had to return at any cost. The pink-haired girl couldn't believe that Princess Raylan really thought this was the end. The Viscount's daughter was angry at the fact that she had lost everything she had because of the only daughter of the Duke of Candmian. Suddenly, Iris smiled madly when she remembered that she had one more ace up her sleeve. Xavier sat in the garden of Candmian Manor under a tree, reading a book that Sir Ian had given him. Suddenly, the child smiled brightly when he heard that Princess Raylan had already returned home. Becky helped the young aristocrat out of the carriage and asked if the lady was going to go straight to the Duke. The lady said quietly that she was nervous because she needed to convince her father that she was worthy of becoming the heir of Candmian. The main character was very happy when she noticed that the leopard was running towards her and asked if Xavier was really waiting for her. Grabbing the shapeshifter by the paws, Princess Raylan decided that they would go together to the Duke. Moving down the hallway, Xavier asked the girl what it meant to be the heiress of his family. The main character looked at the boy in surprise when he asked if this was different from the current position of the princess. Raylan thought about the answer and said that if she became the heiress of the family, it would greatly increase her opportunities. The main character was embarrassed by the fact that she constantly relies on her father's power for free. The princess looked at Xavier's curious face and asked if he would support her if she became the heir to the family. The child smiled brightly and, putting his hand on his heart, said that he would always stay by Raylene's side. The butler knocked on the door of Duke Candmayan's office and told him that Princess Raylene had come to see him. Sir Jan noticed Xavier, who was standing alone near the door, and asked if the boy had come to see the Duke. The child looked at the man and asked in a serious tone if Teacher Yang could teach him swordsmanship. The Duke spread his arms to his sides, showing off the many desserts on the table, and said with a smile that he was glad to see his daughter. The main character looked at the sweets on the table in front of the Duke and could not understand what all this could mean. The man explained that he was very glad that the day had finally come when the princess herself came to him. Raylene said in confusion that she hadn't even said she was going to see her father, to which the man replied that he knew everything in advance. The head of the family asked the girl what had happened, that the princess was looking for him. The main character asked her father if he had heard about the rumors that are now circulating throughout the kingdom. The man chuckled and asked if the girl meant that the devil prince abused the bride, or that Raylene punished Heinz, who not even the crown could catch. The Duke explained that when there was little information, he wondered who the arbiter of justice was, and it turned out to be his daughter. The main character clenched her hands into fists and said that she was embarrassed that she did not carry out this manipulation with rumors alone. Lucy froze when she heard Raylene say that the lady had heard how much her father had done for her while the princess was resting. The Duke looked at the blonde and the girl hurried to explain, saying that the princess insisted that she should know everything. Raylene said that her father appealed to the aristocracy and, using the Duke's political position, demanded the overthrow of the prince. The Duke was surprised when the princess revealed that she was jealous of his power, which was able to put such direct pressure on the royal family. The main character quietly said that although she did not do everything on her own, she wants to show that she is also capable of something. Summoned up her determination, Princess Raylene confidently asked the Duke to make her the heir to the Candmian family. The Duke firmly said that he had no intention of making Raylene the heiress of the Candmian family. The main character looked at her father in confusion because she did not expect to hear such an answer from him. The man explained that Raylene had everything from birth, but she only used it to make people suffer. The Duke said that he covered up all the girl's misdeeds because he loved her, but he was not going to declare the lady the heiress. The main character looked into the eyes of the man and said that she understood that she did not fulfill her duties and was not responsible for her actions. Standing directly in front of the Duke, the princess said that she did not claim that she would never make mistakes again. In a serious tone, the main character said that she no longer wanted her irresponsibility to be covered up with the name of Candmian. Bowing to the man, the princess said that she really wanted to become a worthy heir to their family. The Duke wrapped his arms around Raylene's shoulders and told her that they had been born with Candmian blood, so they were men of action, not words. The man smiled and asked the lady to provide him with proof that the girl was worthy of such status. The Duke asked the princess to remember that accepting the help of other people is not always bad, because it can be a good support. After looking into the young girl's eyes, the man decided that he should tell Raylene that he was very proud of her. The main character was very touched by the words of the Duke, so the girl snuggled up to the man and thanked him for everything. Sir Ian informed Xavier that the boy was definitely moving much faster than before. After these words, the changeling thought that he had been feeling a strange tingling sensation all over his body lately. Realizing that his head was splitting violently, Xavier blocked Master Ian's punch. Suddenly, the boy felt a strange and sharp impulse go through his body. Feeling an unprecedented surge of strength, Xavier threw Master Ian aside with all his strength. The young man flew into the brick wall and looked at Mr. Xavier in surprise. The child's eyes turned black, and the boy himself noticed that he was abruptly surrounded by a bunch of birds and animals. Holding cotton wool and hydrogen peroxide in her hand, Becky asked in confusion if Sir Ian was okay. The knight blushed sharply and, very nervous, replied that everything was fine with him and the girl did not have to worry. Becky, looking straight into the man's eyes, said that she had heard that Sir Ian had injured himself during training. Xavier was very ashamed, so the boy turned to the man saying that he was very sorry that everything happened this way. Sir Jan leaned closer to the child and said that he was fine, so Xavier should not apologize. The man said with a smile that it was his own fault that he did not notice that the boy had grown up so quickly and fought seriously. When Sir Ian asked if Xavier still had a headache, the child replied that he was all right now. The changeling knew that although Master Yang had forgiven him, it could happen again. Xavier clenched his knees and wondered if Princess Raylene might get into trouble again. A red-haired man named Rise was sitting in his office when Xavier walked in and apologized for being late. The boy was very confused when the teacher said that he had heard that something had happened today during the training session with Sir Ian. Rise explained that he had heard this from a butler passing by who was very excited about the knight's condition. Xavier hesitated and the man tried to calm the boy, saying that at least he didn't do it on purpose. The teacher approached the child and said that he had heard from Lillian that Xavier's whole body had been numb and aching lately. When asked by the changeling if he was sick with anything, Rise said that perhaps Xavier was in pain due to his height. The teacher sat down opposite the boy and explained that his body was sending signals that Xavier was growing. The boy was surprised when Rise told him that very soon the changeling would be ready to become an adult. Xavier asked in confusion if he would become an adult like Raylene, Becky, and the teacher, to which the man nodded his head positively. The changeling was a little scared to think about anything else, because the boy always looked unchanged. In a calm tone, Xavier asked the teacher what he would need to do when he grew up. Rise smiled and said that usually older children go to school to become more independent. An image of Princess Raylene appeared in Xavier's head, and the boy thought that perhaps then his personal capabilities would significantly increase. Changeling asked Rice's teacher if he would also go to school when he grew up. The man told the boy that Kanmyeon has its own school, which accepts everyone who needs training. Xavier froze in surprise when Rise said that he thought this institution would be suitable for the master. The boy began to think that it would hurt him to be away from Raylene for so long, but the desire to become an adult as soon as possible was much stronger. Xavier was well aware that he needed to become an adult like Raylene in order to be on an equal footing with her. A few days later, the main character went to a salon party with her follower Miel. The princess came to the conclusion that she needed to gather information in order to eventually become the heiress of the family. The main character froze in surprise when she heard that the ladies were discussing the fact that magic really exists. Raylene's followers tried not to make too much noise when discussing this interesting topic. The main character could not believe that real wizards could really exist in this world. Suddenly, it dawned on the princess that if magic existed, it meant that she could immediately do everything as she originally intended. Listening carefully to what the ladies were saying, Raylene came to the conclusion that the girls did not know some details. The main character decided that she most likely needed to ask Lucas about magic, who probably knew everything. The consistents began to whisper that wizards were very evil because they did a lot of evil deeds and then left. As soon as the young aristocrats noticed Princess Raylene, the main character immediately discarded the idea of Lucas. The ladies quickly ran up to the duke's daughter, Kanmyeon, saying that the princess had not been seen in the social circle for a long time. The red-haired girl said that while Raylene was resting, Lady Yulan opened the salon every day just to show off. The main character remembered that Lady Yulan is the blue-haired girl who is Iris's errand. The red-haired lady also added that Yulan humiliated many girls in the salon, that they even left it in tears. Miel said that the blue-haired girl opened various salons related to art, music, and even embroidery. The main character grinned and mysteriously asked if she should also open a small salon in the future. Red-haired Farah was surprised when Raylene asked her about her hobbies and replied that she loved writing poetry. The main character exclaimed in surprise that Farah was really well-versed in literature. A girl named Sarah embarrassedly said that she really liked horseback riding. Miel said that no matter how much she thought, she could not remember that she was engaged in a hobby suitable for a lady. The main character replied to Miel that she did not ask about hobbies for the lady, and she was just interested in finding out what everyone is sincerely fond of. Miel was very surprised and said that she was well-versed in mathematics because she often helped her father with business. The princess suggested that the lady open a salon once a week on the subject of the things that the girls had just talked about. Inspired, Farah raised her hand and offered to open a salon in her mansion for the first time. The main character smiled at the fact that she was pleased to see all this and decided that she needed to write a letter to Lucas as soon as possible. Young aristocrats surrounded the princess from all sides and said that they were very interested in learning about Raylene's hobbies. The main character showed her heart and said that no one else knows how to spend money with such pleasure except her. In an instant, the room fell silent, and the atmosphere in the air became tense at the same instant. The main character became very ashamed, and she sincerely wanted to return to her home as soon as possible. A young girl knocked on the door and told Lucas that Princess Kandmian had sent him a secret message. The master of the Information Guild immediately perked up and was happy when he heard the name of the sender. Levon began to laugh at the man's reaction, to which Lucas turned to him with the words that the green-haired man did not leave him for long. In the letter, Princess Raylene said that she wanted to meet some wizard, but did not know where to find them. Lucas smiled as he read the line that the lady wanted to do something the world had never seen before. The man asked the waitress if there was any reward attached to this letter, to which he received a negative answer. Lucas chuckled and said quietly that this was to be expected from the only daughter of the Duke of Kandmian. Looking at the maid, the master mysteriously said that he simply could not disappoint the princess. The main character opened the doors of the balcony as soon as she heard strange sounds and thought that Lucas was to blame. The princess noticed a bird with a house in which there was a letter saying that the young people would use this baby to report any news. Lucas wrote that if there is a blue scarf, then the baby will only pass letters, and if it is red, then the man will personally visit. The main character realized that she had to hang a birdhouse on the balcony and be guided by the color of the fabric. In the letter, Lucas went on to say that wizards are those who have waged wars with magical weapons for the past 100 years. The wizard's strength was enough to destroy hundreds of thousands of human lives, which is why they are dangerous. Lucas also wrote that he had never personally met wizards, but he had turned to them for potions several times. The man clarified that wizards are still proud with their own oddities, and it is not easy to deal with them. Lucas then asked how much Princess Raylene would be willing to pay the wizards to make them happy, and the man added that he would look forward to what the only daughter of the Duke of Kandmian was up to this time. The main character smirked when she realized that she could lure wizards to her side with the help of money. Noticing that the sun was beginning to rise above the horizon, the princess decided that it was time to begin. Becky was very frightened and begged the Duke's daughter Kandmian to come back, as it was too dangerous, to which Sir Jan agreed. The main character resolutely said that they now have a rare opportunity to get a useful potion. Adding that she needed to take advantage of these chances, the princess stood in front of the huge tower and exclaimed for the sesame to open. Suddenly, a large green eye appeared on the tower, which asked why the young people had come here. Becky ran up to the main character and hugged her tightly, telling Princess Raylene to run away quickly. The Duke's daughter looked at the big eye and said that she had come here to visit the head of the magic tower. Suddenly, a door appeared and the young people noticed that an unfamiliar red-haired girl was standing there. The stranger introduced herself, saying that she was the caretaker of the tower named Verche, and asked the princess to come with her. Noticing that 2 more people had come from the Duke's daughter, the caretaker told them with a mysterious smile to follow her. Verche went into the magic circle and asked the guests to come in too so that the caretaker could move everyone at once. As soon as the young men complied with the red-haired girl's request, the magic circle glowed with a bright green light. Verche looked at Princess Raylene and happily said that the Lord of the Tower was already waiting for her. At the same moment, the main character found herself in a small room, which was filled with books everywhere. Looking around the room, the princess could not understand where Becky, Sir Ian, and the caretaker had gone. The main character froze abruptly when she heard that some male voice spoke to her. The stranger looked at Princess Raylene and introduced himself as the Lord of the Magic Tower, calling himself Gren. Noticing a handsome young guy, the main character began to thank fate for such a gift. The Lord of the Tower turned to the princess without much interest, telling her to come closer to him. Then Gren calmly asked how the royal princess had ended up in such a place. The girl said that she needed to do something, but the kingdom's capabilities were limited, so the lady came to the tower. The Lord of the Tower said that he and the others often engage in personal research in the field of magic. Gren said that if the wizards were interested in the lady's case, they would do their best, depending on how much the princess offered in return. The princess asked if she could ask on behalf of Kandmian, to which the Lord replied that it was very doubtful. Then the main character asked if there was any magic so that her voice could be heard by all the wizards here. Hearing a positive answer, the princess said that if he started talking nonsense, Greg would immediately interrupt the magic. The Lord stretched out his hand to the main character and politely asked the royal princess to give hers. As soon as the girl complied with the request, the space around her changed, and Greg reported that everyone could hear the princess. Becky was standing behind Sir Yun when she suddenly heard the princess's voice, and she was very surprised. The main character said that she wants to hold a competition among all the wizards of the Magic Tower with a cash prize. The princess added that she had brought the plan to the room of the Lord of the Tower and would like to give the prize to someone who would complete it quickly and efficiently. At the end of her business proposal, the main character named the amount of the prize at 5 billion. The Lord of the Magic Tower was very surprised when he heard the princess's name. The main character let go of Greg's hand and froze in surprise when she heard strange noises approaching the room. At the same moment, a crowd of wizards burst into the room, shouting in unison that the 5 billion would be theirs. The Lord of the Tower snapped his finger and the door to the room immediately closed, leaving all the indignant wizards on the other side. Taking off his glasses, Greg turned to the princess, saying that the room was quite uncomfortable, but the girl could sit down. The man poured tea with the help of magic and said that as soon as the lady complied with his request, they could talk about his profit. The main character asked Greg if it was okay to immediately narrow down the circle of volunteers to the Lord of the Tower. Then the young man replied that the royal princess needed not one, but several copies. Greg added that since the girl needs this thing to sell, it is necessary to immediately agree on a percentage of future profits. The Lord of the Tower showed Princess Raylin a piece of paper on which was written an approximate amount of money. As soon as the main character took the paper in her hands, the sheet immediately unfolded to the floor, causing the girl's indignation. The main character began to listen to Greg's demands that the income that came in excess of the goal should go to the wizards. The princess indignantly replied that these were all meaningless demands that should not be made if the thing had not yet been made. Pointing her finger at Greg, the girl asked if wizards didn't make enough money. The guild lord pursed his lips as Raylene asked why all mages were so obsessed with money when they had so many opportunities. Greg looked up at the ceiling and said that it wasn't necessary because he wasn't going to use the profits for himself. After thinking for a while, the Lord of the Magic Tower added that in his opinion, it would be a reasonable compensation. In a calm tone, the man said that in the world people often do not notice something or do not want to notice it. Greg explained that everyone thinks wizards have a lot of money, but the hidden truth is that wizards are very poor. The Lord of the Tower smiled at his words that no one knew about it, just as he did about the secret arrival of the princess in the tower. The main character realized that people now treat wizards badly because of the 100 Years' War, so they are forced to sit in the tower. The princess looked at Greg seriously when the man said that he would like the warlocks to receive some percentage of the income. The main character resigned herself to the demand of the Lord of the Tower and signed the paper at the same time. Greg immediately took the paper from Princess Raylene's hands and looked at the girl's signature with a smile. Looking at the main character in a new way, the Lord of the Tower sincerely thanked his dear client. Taking a deep breath, the princess replied that if Greg was so grateful, then he should give her a thank you plaque. When asked by the man what this thing is, Raylene explained that it is a round plaque, where gratitude to it is expressed in writing. The Lord of the Tower was surprised at such a modest demand of the girl, who said that it was time for her to go, since she had signed everything. Becky impulsively hugged her mistress, and the main character asked in surprise if her companions were outside the door all the time. When Princess Raylene asked why Becky was crying so much, the maid replied that she was just very worried about the lady. Greg's words about trusting wizards flashed through Greg's mind, so the man said quietly that Raylene was saying strange things. 3 days later, the main character received a letter from the Lord of the Tower, which said that the thing ordered by the princess was ready. The princess stood in front of the magic tower and, spreading her arms to the side, loudly said that the sesame should open. Becky asked if it was necessary to do so, to which Raylene replied that they had succeeded last time. A large eye appeared in front of the young people, and the main character heard the voices of wizards that the princess had come. The door opened, and the princess and her companions were very surprised when the red carpet was rolled out in front of them. The wizards all bowed to the girl and greeted the mistress of 5 billion. The main character glanced at one of the magicians, who excitedly asked the princess to climb on top of him. The young girl grimaced when she heard the other wizards arguing about their backs being more comfortable for the princess. Everyone in the room began to cheer excitedly at the presence of Mistress 5 billion in the magic tower. Becky was surprised by the fact that her mistress now had such authority among wizards. At the other end of the room, the Lord of the Tower appeared and joyfully greeted the lady of 5 billion. Greg then corrected himself by revealing the princess's real name, to which Greg replied that her name sounded much better than her nickname. The main character looked at the pen she was ordering and enthusiastically said that she liked everything. The moment Greg stomped his foot and said he was glad, the space around him began to change rapidly. The man began to say that the wizards of the tower are very grateful to the princess for the fact that the girl has become a ray of hope for them, so they want to give her a thank you plaque. Coming closer, the Lord of the Tower whispered softly in the princess's ear to come forward and say something. The main character was very confused, so the first thing that came to her mind was that it was a great honor for her. Then, calming down, the princess said that she knew well that wizards had to carry a heavy burden for hundreds of years. The girl added that although those present have nothing to do with what happened, it still causes them problems. The cloaked stranger listened attentively as Raylene urged him not to give up on his intended path, despite his difficult life. Then the unknown man threw a hood over his head and hurried to leave the room. The main character pressed the sign closer and wished the wizard of the tower a bright future. Listening to the loud applause, Princess Raylene went backstage, where the Lord of the Magic Tower was already waiting for her. The main character took a deep breath and said that it was very exciting, to which Greg said that the princess is incredible. The man looked the princess straight in the eyes and asked if Raylene was really not afraid of wizards. The main character replied in surprise that those military actions were committed by wizards of the past and not by those who are now. Holding out her hand to Greg, the princess said that in the future she would often come here to ask for a favor, so she asked for the same warm welcome. The Lord of the Tower shook the girl's hand and said that no matter what happened, the mages would always be happy to have their precious client. The modest hideout of Viscount's daughter Iris John Conrad was located somewhere near the magical Bashi. A man in a black raincoat came into the bedroom of the pink-haired girl and turned to Iris. The young man looked at the Viscount's daughter and reported a little confused that the princess was in a magic tower. As soon as a man named Kenyanshi revealed that Raylene had brought the blueprints he had memorized, Iris hugged the warlock tightly, calling him her only love. A few days later, a banquet was organized in the salon of the red-haired follower of Princess Raylene. The main character was saddened by the fact that she looked so tired due to the fact that she has too much to do lately. Other ladies indignantly turned to the princess and said that no one knew how bad the crown prince really was. The main character smiled sweetly at the aristocrat and said that thanks to them, she finally had strength. The princess remembered that in recent days, she had not given Xavier any time at all, so she began to worry a little about it. The main character smiled at the thought that the boy, despite the fact that studying is not easy for him, has never complained. Smiling softly, the princess decided that she wanted to please the hard-working Xavier a little. After a while, the princess's followers looked at Raylene's embroidery in confusion and said that perhaps she should try something different. The main character drooped, and the ladies hurried to calm the princess, saying that it was immediately clear from the embroidery what was depicted on it. The followers of the Stazu concluded that the embroidery depicted a wounded dragon, although in fact, it was Xavier. The main character clutched the embroidery and mentally asked for forgiveness in front of the boy for not knowing how to embroider at all. Miel turned to the princess and said that there had been a lot of talk about Raylene lately. The lady explained that the salon opened by the princess is known as a place for sweet and casual conversations, unlike Yulan's. The main character embarrassedly replied that her reputation is not so important, but she is glad that many people love this place. An unknown aristocrat said loudly that this place could not be called a salon at all, but just a meeting place for gatherings. Snatching the embroidery from one of the ladies, the stranger asked that since when the place for ordinary meetings began to be called a salon. The princess's followers, along with Raylene herself, froze when they heard the statement that the royal aristocrats would just laugh at them. Looking at the stranger, the main character came to the conclusion that it seems that someone decided to wreak havoc in this place. Among the other aristocrats, the princess saw Lady Yulin, who immediately looked away as soon as she noticed that Raylene was looking at her. The main character was well aware that Lady Yulin was trying to pretend that she was not involved in all this. Farah sat down closer to Princess Raylene and asked the girl what they would do about this situation. Miel said that the redhead had organized the party herself so she could intervene, to which the lady replied that she could not in the presence of the princess. Pointing her finger at the unknown aristocrat, Farah asked how she got into their salon in the first place. The redhead asked the princess to take a close look at how the lady behaved rudely in others. The main character stood up and with a stony face that did not express a single emotion, went to the stranger. The lady immediately noticed that a girl was approaching her, so she asked in confusion if something had happened. Saying that the stranger was apparently a born critic, the main character swung her embroidery. The stranger immediately concluded that the aristocrat wanted to hit her, so she began to cover herself with her hands. The main character, smiling sweetly and stopping the embroidery in front of a stranger, asked to evaluate her work. The aristocrat began to tremble and asked if the girl really wanted to unleash a dragon on her. The main character drooped when she realized that an aristocrat she did not know also sees a dragon in Xavier. Noticing the girl's indignant face, the princess asked in surprise if she had frightened her so much. Coming closer to the lady, the main character sneered slyly and added that she had not yet shown really terrible things. The stranger indignantly shouted that Princess Raylene was also proud of her crimes. The main character leaned closer to the young lady and asked with a smile that the girl belonged to which family. As soon as the aristocrat replied that she belonged to the Celebi family, the princess wrapped her arms around her arms and said with a smile that the lady was still joking her jokes. Twitching Lady Celebi's hands, the main character offered to reconcile as soon as possible because such words hurt Raylene. Lady Yulan stood up indignantly when she heard the princess say that it was best to live in peace. The main character leaned closer to Lady Celebi and whispered softly that she did not know what the girl wanted to achieve, but today was the day of the princess's return to high society. Turning around, Raylene waved to the aristocrat and said with a smile that it was time for her to go. Upon returning home, the main character thought that most likely Lady Yulan wanted to make her show off as a braggart in front of other ladies. Raylene knew that everyone was discussing the abdication of the crown prince and that the new ruler should be someone who would benefit the entire state. Looking at her reflection in the carriage, the girl thought about what she would like to see, what the king would do with all this. As soon as the main character left the map, the girl immediately noticed that Lucy had come to meet her. The blonde woman handed Princess Raylene an envelope and said with a smile that the long-awaited letter had finally arrived. Taking the envelope in her hands, the main character immediately came to the conclusion that the letter came from the royal family. The princess read the letter and, smirking, said that they finally wanted to see her in the imperial palace. Looking at the sky, the main character said with a smile that it was time to find out about the emperor's decision. Crown Prince Frederick sat in the dark room of the castle and read the letter without much interest. The message was sent from Iris, who wrote that except for the crown prince, she has no one more precious in the world. Frederick tore the letter into small pieces and, throwing them away from him, plunged again into the flow of his endless thoughts. An image of a cute girl from the past arose in the man's head when he drank delicious tea with each other in childhood. The crown prince blew himself up and asked in confusion why the daughter of Duke Condmian had come to this room so late. A new image of himself appeared in Frederick's mind, asking Princess Raylene's forgiveness. The crown prince immediately realized that these images were just good memories in his head. Frederick remembered that these events took place when his strict mother was holding a dinner party. The man remembered well that for a long time he had hated parties where many aristocratic families gathered. Frederick knew that everyone was constantly whispering that the color of his hair and eyes did not match his mother's. When Princess Raylene noticed the prince's torment, the girl smiled softly and asked to take her hand. For Frederick, the Duke's daughter Canmion has changed a lot after the ceremony of her coming of age. Previously, Raylene seemed to the prince arrogant and stupid, but it turns out that the girl was scared. The Duke's daughter Canmion looked into the crown prince's eyes and told him in a firm tone to be more determined. Frederick was very scared because society was constantly discussing that the prince was not the emperor's son. The aristocrats constantly smiled slyly and said that Frederick and Raylene were already behaving like a couple. At such moments, the Duke's daughter Canmion smiled sweetly and thanked the lady for her kind remark. Then the aristocrat grinned and said that she was glad that Frederick was able to find a worthy spouse. The crown prince listened in confusion to the words of joy from the lady and the fact that the Duchess of Condmion would be happy with their relationship. Frederick could not understand how an aristocrat was not ashamed to mention the Duchess, knowing well how much she had endured. Princess Raylene squeezed the hem of her beautiful and expensive silk dress in anger and mentally told her to calm down. In a calm tone, the girl replied that her mother, even in heaven, was waiting for her to ascend the throne. Raylene smiled madly and asked the aristocrat to wait until the girl ascended the throne and took revenge on everyone. Grabbing Frederick by the hand, the princess said that she wanted to enjoy a banquet with her husband now. The prince heard at last that the ladies had begun to discuss Princess Canmion's haughty behavior. Frederick covered his mouth with his hand as he began to vomit, and Raylene tried to cheer him up with words. At such moments, the princess would look at the prince softly and tell the man to simply ignore the lady's words. Emerging from his memories, Frederick came to the conclusion that this was when he loved that version of Raylene. The crown prince couldn't understand why things had changed now until he remembered another thing from the past. The head of the aristocratic faction, Marquis Baikal, approached the young couple and said that they looked good. No matter how flattering the man's words were, Frederick knew that the Marquis of Baikal had helped remove him from the throne. The Crown Prince froze as the man addressed Raylene with the words that she had beautiful purple eyes. A voice immediately surfaced in Frederick's head, which said that the prince would not be able to take the throne because of the color of his eyes. The young man covered his ears with his hands as the voices in his head began to say that Frederick would never ascend the throne. Raylene squeezed the prince's shoulder tighter and informed the Marquis that her marriage to Frederick was predestined. The Duke's daughter, Canmion, looked into the young man's eyes and smiled, trying to show that everything was fine and there was nothing to fear. Frederick looked desperately into Raylene's eyes, realizing that without her he would definitely be nobody. Princess Canmion was very surprised when suddenly the Crown Prince pulled his hand out of the girl's hands. Frederick tried to justify himself, saying in confusion that he did not feel well, so he wanted to leave. Ignoring Princess Canmion's screams, the Crown Prince quickly left the event. The young man ran into the first empty room and began to cry bitterly until Raylene came to calm him down. Frederick could not understand why Princess Canmion was apologizing to him because it was he who ruined everything. Therefore, the young prince began to shout loudly at the girl that he did not need her useless apologies. Raylene then replied that she just wanted to see Frederick and apologized for not being able to gouge out her eyes. The prince looked desperately at the girl, as Raylene said that she wanted to gouge out the eyes that hurt the young man. Frederick began to apologize to the girl for his rudeness, but Raylene firmly asked to step on her. The princess looked into the prince's eyes and firmly told him to start using her to achieve his goal. Finally, Raylene asked Frederick to put her next to him when he was at the top. Then the Crown Prince looked at the young girl in confusion, not understanding why she was saying that. Princess Raylene smiled softly and asked Frederick to never trust her and just use her. The girl said that the young man could do whatever he wanted with her because she would always be on his side. Frederick looked at the girl in confusion as she said that he was the only one worthy to be emperor. It was at that moment that the Crown Prince realized that Princess Raylene had even thrown her last name at his feet. Frederick listened attentively to the girl's words, that everything she had was intended for the future king. The man knew that Raylene loved the prince and was given to him, not caring about her own well-being. A servant entered the prince's room and reported that Princess Raylene had just arrived for an audience with the emperor. Frederick emerged from his memories and said quietly that it was time to apologize to his father. The man knew that Raylene still loved him and concluded that he loved her too. The main character arrived at the imperial palace together with the maid Becky and the knight Jan. The valiant knights of the emperor immediately informed the princess that the head of the empire was already waiting for the girl in the garden. As soon as the main character approached the garden, the male knight said that only the princess could go further. The main character looked at Becky's maid and knight Jan and asked them to wait for her for a while. Princess Raylene then walked towards the emperor, looking at the beautiful red roses in the garden along the way. In the middle of the flower garden, the girl noticed a beautiful gazebo in which the emperor was sitting and drinking tea. The main character stopped in front of the head of the empire and bowed, expressing her respect to the man. The blonde man smiled when he noticed the princess and, saying that he was glad to see her, asked the girl to sit down. The main character could not understand why she felt so embarrassed if she had never seen a man before. The emperor turned to the princess with the words, why the young girl unexpectedly decided to meet him. The man smirked when Raylene announced that she had come to finish an important matter. The emperor asked if the princess remembered how he had suggested that she break off her engagement to the crown prince. The man added that he remembers very well that the young girl at that moment was very convincing. The emperor rubbed his forehead and said that only his upbringing was always to blame for the mistakes made by a child. The man turned to the girl with the words that he knew that the prince was behaving badly towards the princess. The head of the empire said that he hoped that Frederick would reform as soon as Princess Raylene became his wife. As soon as the emperor expressed regret for the lack of attention, the princess tried to refute it. The man thanked Raylene, saying that he had spent a lot of time on state affairs and had completely forgotten about his family. The emperor poured the tea on the ground and said that Frederick did not know that the princess's feelings were dangerous. The head added that the crown prince could have chosen another lady, but he was interested in Raylene's generosity. The girl listened attentively to the words that she never cared about the behavior of the crown prince in society. In a calm tone, the emperor added that as soon as Raylene learned of Frederick's infidelity, she was alarmed. The blonde man sneered and ironically asked how the prince could do this to the princess. After the emperor said that he understood the girl, the main character thanked him for his support. Suddenly, Princess Raylin froze abruptly as she felt a light hand on her shoulder. The girl heard the voice of the villain, who ordered not to let the princess fool her. The emperor said in a stern voice that Raylin's inappropriate behavior towards the crown could not be denied. The head of the empire looked the princess in the eyes and said that the girl should be grateful that she was not punished. Furrowing his brows, the emperor ordered Raylin to deal with her behavior while he dealt with the affairs of the empire. Grinning, the main character replied to the man that she did not understand what he meant. The princess was a little hurt by the emperor's words, so the girl added that she wanted to resolve everything peacefully. The main character added that they will not be able to return to the past if they do not come to a compromise now. The girl resolutely said that any ruler does everything exclusively for the sake of his people. The emperor fell silent when the main character asked that shouldn't the royal family ensure peace. The head of state looked Princess Candmion straight in the eye and said that he had not seen her like this for a long time. The Villainess grinned when the man said that he believed that only a talking doll was sitting in front of him. The real Raylin disappeared, and the emperor wondered why his friend did not boast about his daughter's beauty. The main character wondered if this was really the villain who slapped her in the face. The young girl could not understand that the emperor was close to the Duke of Candmion. Pouring tea, the head of the empire asked that on what grounds he should break off the engagement with the prince. The main character realized that the man was deliberately ignoring the documents on the dissolution of the engagement from her family. Princess Raylin smiled sweetly and said that the next time the emperor would see her father. The man smiled confused and said that he was confused that there was such a small person in the meeting. Then the main character stood up and said goodbye to the head of the empire, saying that she was glad to meet him. The blonde man smiled kindly and advised the princess to be careful on the way home. The main character turned around and realized with anger that the crown prince was very similar to his own father. As she walked through the garden, Princess Raylin realized that she felt as if she had just been mixed with mud. Stomping loudly along the path, the main character quietly said that she had been trying to control her anger all the time. Suddenly, the young girl froze when she heard the villain's voice that Raylin did not need to endure everything. A quiet and crazy voice whispered in the main character's ear that the girl just needed to kill the emperor. The image of the wounded emperor arose in his mind, who asked the prince what he dared to do to him. Frederick, all stained with his father's blood, said with a mad smile that he was now the emperor. Princess Raylin stood next to her fiancé and said that Frederick had done well. The main character clasped her head in her hands and began to scream loudly, chasing strange thoughts out of her head. Suddenly, the young girl felt strong hands pressing her against the man's wide chest. Raylin looked up and saw the crown prince, who anxiously asked if the girl was okay. The main character asked Prince Frederick in confusion why he was in this place now. The crown prince smiled and replied that he had come because he was very worried about the young girl. Princess Raylin couldn't figure out if Frederick was really crazy. The main character pulled away from the prince and dryly thanked him for the fact that the man did not allow her to fall. Then the girl indignantly said that she did not understand at all what the crown prince was telling her now. The main character added that she could not even think that Frederick would talk to her so easily. The prince asked Raylin if she wanted to behave accordingly, since she could not ask for forgiveness. This statement by Crown Prince Frederick made the main character open her mouth in amazement. The man took a step forward and said that for Raylin's sake, he would go to her father and apologize for her. Taking a lock of the princess's hair in his hand, Frederick said with a smile that they could still get everything back. The main character indignantly replied that she had the feeling that she was talking to the wall. The princess asked loudly if Frederick had nothing more to say to her than this nonsense. The crown prince angrily replied that Raylin couldn't behave like that to him, since she had come to apologize to the head. Frederick exclaimed that he wanted the girl to be by his side, so he was ready to apologize to the crown. Approaching the main character, the man indignantly asked why the princess could not understand this. The main character passed by and said that she did not see the point in talking to the crown prince. In a calm tone, the young girl informed the confused young man that it was time for her to leave. Frederick quietly replied that the princess had no conscience at all, since Raylin had come to finish him off completely. In an angry tone, the crown prince said through clenched teeth that the emperor would never forgive the girl. Frederick turned to Raylin and said that good always changes depending on the strength of the parties. Looking into the princess's eyes, the prince added that soon the daughter of Duke Candmion would have no one to trust. The main character looked around when Frederick warned the girl not to regret her act. Turning to face the man, Raylin said that very soon everyone would return to their places. In a serious tone, the girl turned to Frederick and told him to think that all this had happened to him. The main character added that since the prince loves Iris so much, then now nothing prevents him from being with her. Furrowing her brows, the princess said that this was her last warning to the crown prince. The young girl demanded that Prince Frederick return all the money he owed her to her family. The man grinned nervously and told Raylene that they could only trust each other. Tears came to Frederick's eyes, and the man plaintively said that he would give the princess everything. The main character ran away, and as soon as she stopped, she began to think that the crown prince was crazy. Looking around, the princess realized in surprise that neither Becky nor Sir Jan were near her. Suddenly, the stranger reported that she had asked the maid with the knight to leave to talk to Raylene alone. The main character saw a woman who looked very similar to the crown prince. The princess immediately realized that the queen was standing in front of her, so she bowed to the woman, expressing her respect. With a wild grin, the woman said that thanks to Raylene, she was thinking about not living at all. The main character was confused and said that she was a little sick, so she was going to leave. Suddenly, the queen ran up to the princess and grabbed the young girl tightly by the shoulders, glaring viciously into her eyes. The woman quietly said that she desperately wanted Raylene to do it to Prince Frederick again. The queen revealed that the crown prince is suffering indescribably because of Princess Canmion's betrayal. The main character replied that Her Majesty needed to talk about this with the crown prince herself. The woman began to scream that why couldn't Raylene just follow her plan and make her son king? The queen reminded the girl that it was she who personally taught Raylene everything that was necessary for this. The little princess always cried when the woman sternly said that they had to lift it high, and the queen added with a smile that it was necessary to make sure that no one dared to look down on Raylene. Little Raylene's legs were red from the pointer, but the girl always stood straight, trying not to cry. The main character grabbed the queen by the hands and ordered her to stop, because Frederick himself ruined everything. The woman replied in a calm tone that Princess Raylene could just have told the prince that she loved him. The queen explained that any person is ready to believe these words like a small child, forgetting about betrayal. The woman grinned hysterically and said that the princess had destroyed the one she loved so madly. In a calm tone, the main character said that she was only doing what the queen wanted so much. The woman froze abruptly when Raylene said that only the queen herself was to blame for everything that was happening. The main character apologized to the woman and, citing poor health, hurried to leave. The queen quietly told the prince to use all the pieces she had placed on the board and become king. The woman began to mumble madly for Prince Frederick to become king no matter what. Closer to night, when the sun had long since disappeared behind the horizon, the duke's daughter Canmion returned to the estate. The main character lay down on the bed and realized that Frederica's mother had also gone mad, like the prince. Xavier went into the room of the main character and gently said that he had brought hot tea for the girl. After drinking the drink, Princess Raylene said that she immediately felt better, and the extreme fatigue disappeared in an instant. Xavier excitedly said that the girl still looked tired and suggested that she go to bed as soon as possible. The main character understood that if she went to bed now, she would have a terrible nightmare with the prince and queen. Princess Raylene looked at the bed and noticed Xavier, who had taken the form of a leopard. Resting her head on the pillow, the girl asked if Xavier wanted to stay with her until she fell asleep. Hearing the purr, the main character snuggled closer to the leopard and said that she was not afraid of anything. As soon as morning came, Xavier looked at the sleeping girl, realizing that she needed to be woken up. However, the leopard snuggled closer to Princess Raylene, wanting to stay with her a little longer. The child, handing out newspapers, said that there was information about the overthrow of the crown prince from the throne. The newspaper said that along with the termination of the engagement to Raylene, it was decided to deprive Frederick of his right to the throne. The prince not only mocked the duke's daughter, but also committed a wicked act with the viscount's daughter Iris. The royal family decided to speak out about the behavior of the crown prince in the face of the public. It was decided to make a public apology to the Canmion family and deprive Prince Frederick of his right to the throne. The crown prince is replaced by Prince Haufolt, who has only recently come of age. His Majesty hands the young man a special sword of the ruling dynasty, showing that Haufolt is becoming the crown prince. Standing at the coronation, the main character could not believe that this was the end in her struggle with Frederick. Duke Canmion said in a calm tone that such an outcome was not even surprising. When Raylene asked what Frederick was doing now, the man replied that the prince was now under house arrest. The head of the Canmion family asked Raylene if she was going home, or if she had something to do. The main character replied that she wanted to spend a little time in society to show her feigned sadness. The Duke leaned over to Raylene and said with a sly smile that he had not expected anything else from his daughter. As soon as her father left, the main character made a sad expression on her face, which she tried in the mirror. Those present felt very sorry for Raylene and did not understand how Frederick dared to do this to the princess. The main character, grinning, decided that she would play a little and be able to return home to cute Xavier. Suddenly, the Duke of Barad abruptly approached the princess, who made the girl very surprised. The man whispered softly that he had seen Raylene grinning and congratulated her on her successful revenge. The princess replied that Mr. Carlos could not say such words under the protection of the crown. The young man smiled awkwardly and said that he was worried about Raylene and was glad that everything ended well. Barad leaned over to the princess and said that he was very pleased to see the girl. The main character asked the man that he must be very busy since he had to look after the crown prince. Barad smiled softly and replied that it was a common thing for the Carlos family, so it was fine. As soon as the man left, Raylene thought enthusiastically that she also wanted to talk so proudly about her family. Suddenly, among the crowd of guests, the main character suddenly noticed the knight Cassian standing in the corner. The man froze when the princess asked why Cassian was standing against the wall like a houseplant. The main character said that she knew that the knight refused to be promoted to a knight of the 10th level. The princess could not understand why Cassian would make such a decision, as it would have increased his income. The young man blushed heavily and replied that he had that person he wanted to guard. A little confused, the main character said that she was already jealous of this person. Then the girl looked into Cassian's eyes and said emphatically that she wanted the man's wish to come true. The knight smiled sweetly and replied that he was sincerely glad that Princess Raylene was okay because he was worried. Cassian added that when his wish comes true, the man really wants to meet the princess again. Scratching her head, the main character replied in confusion that she had urgent business and she needed to go. Princess Raylene began to smile at the thought that she had finally been able to meet people she liked. The girl decided that she wanted to return to the estate as soon as possible to tell everything to sweet Xavier. Suddenly, Lucas appeared in front of Raylene, who said that he almost missed the chance to see the princess. The main character asked in confusion what the young man was doing now at the coronation. Then the girl added that she thought that Lucas himself would come to her, and she would pay the entire appointed amount. In a serious tone, the young man said that he had not come to Princess Canmeon for money. The main character could not understand what Lucas needed, and then the guildmaster said that he missed him very much. The young girl froze, and Lucas hesitated, not saying the phrase he had wanted to say for a long time. The young man then smiled broadly and told the main character that they were one team with her. Noticing Becky, the main character excitedly replied that she was going to fall off her feet, so she wanted to go home. Lucas looked after the departing princess and thought with a smile that this was a very difficult young lady. The main character leaned against the door, not understanding why the man had just said such things to her. Very nervous, the princess ordered herself not to dwell on this, because she had a lot to do. As soon as the main character arrived home and got out of the carriage, the girl immediately noticed Xavier at the gate. Raylene told the boy that she did not know if she was able to repeat the facial expression that she trained in front of the mirror. Smiling softly, the main character said that she wanted to drop everything and go for a walk with Xavier. The boy called out to Princess Raylene and said that he was forced to leave Candmean Manor in the near future. Xavier was surrounded by animals, and the boy quietly said that he could not remain a small child forever. The main character turned to the boy in confusion and asked where he was going to go. Xavier noticed that Princess Raylene was drooping, so he revealed that he wanted to go to Candmean school. The main character breathed a sigh of relief, because she thought that the boy was going to leave her forever. Noticing the bird on Xavier's shoulder, the princess asked what were the animals that clung to the boy so much. The child explained that during the training, something went wrong and now animals are gathering around him. Xavier looked gently into the princess's eyes and asked the girl not to worry because he would be back very soon. The boy added that he had to move because all students of the Candmean school must live in a dormitory. Xavier said that he has already passed the entrance exams, and this week he can already move in and start studying. Scratching her head, the main character replied that she was very glad that the boy had found what he wanted to do. Raylene wanted to help with her tuition fees, but Xavier revealed that he had requested help from the education center. Then the princess wanted to buy clothes for the boy, to which Xavier replied that the school provided a uniform. The main character suddenly realized that the changeling had been preparing for the departure of their Canmeon estate for a long time. Xavier felt sad, so the boy told the princess that he was sorry he hadn't been able to tell about it sooner. The main character abruptly grabbed the child's hand and mumbled that it was high time for them to have dinner. The princess said that it didn't matter what decision Xavier made, and when he announced it, the main thing was that everything was fine. As soon as the princess was alone in the room, the girl thought about what she was doing so much, that Xavier made such a decision. The main character was well aware that she should be glad that she was able to spend time with the boy today. Princess Raylan said quietly that she had always had Xavier's support. A few minutes later, the main character asked Becky to find out what things the boy might need. The princess added that the maid should choose the best quality things for Xavier. Becky smiled and replied that wouldn't Raylene be calmer if the princess checked everything herself. As soon as the maid left, the main character pressed herself against the door and looked sadly at the embroidery with Xavier. Prince Frederick was lying on the bed in his room when the door quietly opened, letting in a ray of light. The young man immediately noticed that there was a girl standing on the threshold of the room, so he immediately thought it was Raylene. Frederick immediately smiled happily and asked why, as a beautiful princess, she refused to be here at such a time. The girl went to the prince's bed and began to whisper madly that Frederick would definitely become emperor. It turned out to be the empress, who sternly asked if it was really so difficult for the prince to fulfill her request. Frederick looked at his mother in confusion, and the woman, unable to stand it, hit the prince in the face with all her strength. The man mentally repeated to himself that although the empress had hit him, it did not hurt him at all. The woman grabbed Frederick by the collar and began to shout that she was the one who organized everything, and the prince ruined everything. Without hiding her hysterics, the empress added that because of Frederick, she was now forever attached to this place. The prince knew that his mother was a princess of another state who had accidentally become pregnant with his father's child. Without the symbols of the imperial family, Frederick understood that he remained only a disgrace to this family. All his life, the prince tried to earn the love of his mother, but his very existence disappointed the woman. Watching the empress cry bitterly, Frederick wondered if a woman would be able to love him. Suddenly, the image of pink-haired Iris appeared in front of the prince, who whispered with a smile that she loved Frederick. Just when the prince thought that he no longer believed in fairy tales about love, Raylene appeared behind the girl. Frederick wondered if the princess wanted the prince to trample on her and rise higher on top of her corpse. The man kissed Raylene's hand and said that he would definitely do everything to make everything back to the way it was before. The next morning, the main character accompanied Xavier to school, wishing the boy a safe trip. The child smiled stiffly and told the princess that he would be back very soon, that Raylene would not even notice. As soon as the carriage started moving, Becky said that she was afraid that the estate would become a little dull now. The main character resolutely replied that Xavier tried so hard, which means she also cannot sit idle. The princess then asked Becky to help prepare for the exit, causing the maid to be very surprised. The main character explained that she was going to visit the magic tower to earn more money. Greg was very surprised when Mrs. 5 Billion came to visit him so soon. The princess said that she came to discuss a couple of ideas regarding that ballpoint pen business. Then the main character resolutely said that she also wanted to participate in the work and bring her ideas. The princess looked into the eyes of the Lord of the Magic Tower and pleaded that the man not kick her out. Greg agreed in confusion, and Raylene wondered if she could ask one question of the young man. Very quietly, the main character asked if the Lord of the Tower knew anything about changelings. In a calm tone, the young man replied that his magi were studying such beings at this very moment. The princess moved closer to Greg and asked if the man was well versed in this. The Tower Lord replied that during the 100 Years' War, the Emperor had forced all the mages to exterminate the changelings. The man added that at that time, many representatives of both sides died, mercilessly killing each other. The main character was very surprised when Greg said that the King of Changelings died during the war. The Lord of the Magic Tower said that at this moment in time, the mages are actively looking for his heir. The princess could not understand why the mages were looking for an heir if they had killed the king with their own hands. In a calm tone, Greg replied to the girl that now the wizards had decided to protect the changelings. The Tower Lord explained that the magi must protect the heir before the imperial family found out who he was. The main character could not understand what role the imperial family plays in all this. Greg explained that the changelings were originally slaves and had served the imperial family for a very long time. The Lord of the Magic Tower added that the crown was very afraid that the power of the changelings would damage their authority. The emperor wanted to control the changelings with fear, so he ordered the mages to exterminate them. Greg revealed that this is why they want to find an heir and protect him from the imperial family. Then, in a calm tone, the Tower Lord said that it seemed that he had already told the princess more than he should have done. The young man wondered why Princess Raylene had suddenly asked about changelings. Scratching her head, the girl replied that she wanted to know what would happen if the cub was far from the guardian. After a moment's thought, Greg replied that he did not think that the child had left the place during the king's absence. The main character froze and asked what could be the reason to leave the old place for the changeling. The Lord of the Tower asked with feigned concern if Raylene had used the child as a slave. The main character began to think that perhaps Xavier really had some good reason. Greg decided to change the subject, so the princess told the princess that the imperial family knew about Raylene's arrival at the tower. The Lord of the Magic Tower immediately explained to the girl that someone was definitely watching the princess. Goosebumps ran through the body of the main character when Greg said that this person was somewhere nearby. The man added that in the future, all information about Raylene's visit to the tower will be passed on to the crown. Greg assumed that several princes, their servants, and of course the emperor himself would know about it. The Lord of the Magic Tower put his hand forward and said that he could help the princess solve this problem. A statuette appeared in Greg's hand, and the man asked the girl to use it during visits. Slyly smiling, Vladika said that he had forced his people to work hard for such a modest gift. Handing the statuette into the hands of the princess, the young man asked Princess Candmion to visit them more often. Lady Yulan turned to Iris without much interest and asked why the lady had suddenly come to her. The Viscount's daughter fell to her knees and began to beg the blue-haired girl to give her another chance. Lady Yulan asked Iris if they were in a relationship to help each other. The Viscount's daughter exclaimed with tears in her eyes that the lady had been benefiting from her all this time. The blue-haired girl grinned and replied that she remembered only the words that had become the subject of ridicule. Pink-haired Iris closed her eyes and whispered that this time it would definitely be different. Yulan replied that helping the Viscount's daughter could cause her unwanted damage, so she asked for something in return. Blue-haired added that now Iris does not even have Frederick's support, so she is pathetic. The pink-haired Iris grinned and replied sharply that Lady Yulan would have very much fun now. After adjusting her dress, the Viscount's daughter explained that Raylene was trying to act very deliberately. The Viscount's daughter smiled madly and said that she was well prepared so as not to bother Mrs. Yulan. Iris asked Yulan to make sure that the pink-haired woman could attend the event where Raylene would be. Then the Viscount's daughter bowed and said that she wanted Yulan to be present in person and see everything for herself. Iris was well aware that the blue-haired woman was just using her all the time, pretending to want to help. The Viscount's daughter knew well that Yulan wanted to remove Raylene because she belonged to the Crown faction. Also, the pink-haired woman was well aware that Yulan needed a topic so that all the ladies could start discussing it. Still, Iris knew that no matter what the blue-haired woman came up with, Raylene would never let it happen. The Viscount's daughter smiled softly and said that she would become a handkerchief that Yulan could throw away whenever she wanted. Blue-haired looked at Iris and asked if she could take the chance if she gave it. Putting her hand on her heart, the Viscount's pink-haired daughter smiled and resolutely replied that she would do anything. With a smirk, Yulan replied that in that case, they would negotiate through Lady Survey from now on. Blue-haired explained that her reputation could suffer if the public became suspicious. Then Yulan claimed that Survey was a close friend for her, who would keep everything a secret. Turning around, the blue-haired woman said that there would be an event soon, so Iris could already prepare. The Viscount's daughter smiled madly at the thought that Raylene would soon tear out her long tongue. As soon as the main character arrived at the banquet of the Marquise Charmin, the girl began to think that she was overtired yesterday. The princess was very glad that the Marquise had arranged this evening, because it helped to distract from thoughts of Xavier. Raylene was grateful to the Marquise for personally deciding to arrange a banquet in honor of the princess. The main character noticed that her followers were discussing sets from the kingdom of Vitro. The princess was very surprised when Miel said that the Candmion family had received a license to sell services. Scratching her head, the main character thought that her father has so many businesses that she does not have time to remember everything. Noticing the blueprint of the cup, the princess's face immediately changed because she also wanted to receive one set. The idea began to spin in the girl's head that she could make magic cups and then sell them. The main character realized that she had a new idea that would definitely make her rich. Miel turned to Raylene, confused, telling her to look at someone. Everyone present at the banquet, noticing Iris, began to discuss the appearance of the Viscount's daughter with displeasure. The Marquise indignantly declared that she had not sent Iris any invitation, so the lady must leave. The pink-haired girl apologized to the woman and said that she just wanted to talk to the princess. Raylene's follower approached Iris and, displeased, said that the girl was causing inconvenience. The Viscount's daughter looked into the redhead's eyes and firmly told her not to dare to stand in her way. The main character approached Iris and coldly asked what the Viscount's daughter wanted to tell her. The pink-haired one bowed to Princess Raylene and apologized for everything she had done. The main character accepted Iris's apology, but added that she no longer wanted to see the girl. Raylene was about to leave, but the Viscount's daughter said that she had realized something today thanks to the princess. Iris began to wonder why she couldn't refuse His Highness's help. The main character looked at the Viscount's daughter in bewilderment when she said that she knew that Raylene would hate her. Iris said that she had thought a lot about why she had so blindly believed every word of His Highness. Grabbing Raylene's hands, the Viscount's daughter said that she realized that she really loved Prince Frederick. Iris looked at the princess pitifully and said that she had behaved ugly with Raylene because of her feelings for the prince. The pink-haired girl asked the princess if she could forgive her for such an oversight. The main character replied to Iris that she would not be able to accept the apologies of the Viscount's daughter. The pink-haired woman quietly said that she had to spend a lot of energy to come to the event. Iris immediately deduced that Raylene didn't really like Prince Frederick. The pink-haired woman plaintively asked if the princess wasn't angry about what Iris said about loving the prince. The Viscount's daughter said that since Raylene calmly broke off the engagement, it meant that she did not love Frederick. Iris asked emphatically why the princess had done this to her and to His Highness. The main character replied to the girl that since she loves the prince very much, the princess no longer bothers her. Lady Yulin smiled as Iris put on a show in front of her guests. The pink-haired woman added that she was surprised at how callously Raylene pretended to love the prince. The princess was well aware that if she made a scandal, someone might agree with Iris. The main character realized that in the end, the aristocratic faction would get the opportunity to prick her. Princess Raylene approached Iris and asked if she had anything else to lose. The main character noticed a lady from the Servi family behind the Vicomte's daughter and called out to her. The princess addressed the lady with the words that the exclusion of her father from the assembly of aristocrats would be a punishment. With a snide grin, Raylene added that she would put another family in the empty seat. Iris shoved the princess, saying that Raylene was hiding her evil deeds by making her look bad. Miel could not stand it when the pink-haired woman said that the princess had made a criminal out of her. The main character realized that if Iris continued the performance, then everyone would say that the princess mocked her. Suddenly, Miel walked over and slapped the pink-haired woman in the face, making the princess surprised. Raylene's follower firmly said that Iris had no right to say anything at all. The Viscount's daughter angrily asked how a lady dared to raise a hand against her. Miel approached Iris and said that there were people in the room who understood her intentions well. Looking straight into the pink-haired woman's eyes, the follower said that she would hit Iris on the other cheek if she continued. Miel turned to the princess and said with a sweet smile that Raylene could enjoy the event. The main character was confused when the girl added that she would wait for Raylene to be needed. Suddenly it dawned on the princess that she could not stay here any longer and had to return. Back at the manor, Raylene ordered Becky to send a letter to Iris demanding damages. The main character was angry that the Viscount's daughter showed up for the banquet, although she cannot deal with debts. Taking some envelopes, the princess asked Lillian to write a letter to Miel asking for a meeting. Noticing Lucy, the main character asked the girl to find out about the rumors about the Count of Servi. The princess was very surprised when she noticed a black letter that had been unsealed. The main character suggested that the imperial family was checking letters from the Magic Tower. In the letter, Greg asked the princess to visit the Magic Tower and drink peach juice at Raylene's expense. Then the main character turned her attention to the envelope, which sparkled very brightly. The princess immediately realized that the letter had been sent by Lucas and immediately remembered the man's last words. At the same moment, the face of the main character turned very red, and the girl began to read the letter. Lucas asked the princess to come to him and taste the most delicious strawberry cake. The main character began to think about whether she should immediately taste peach juice or strawberry cake. The bell rang and Raylene came in saying that nothing had changed here. The maid smiled sweetly when she noticed the princess and invited the girl to try a delicious cake. Lucas sat in a secret room with his assistant and said that he needed to buy meat for the guys this week. Levin supported the master's idea, saying that Lucas had completely forgotten about his responsibilities because of love problems. The master was slightly outraged by the behavior of the assistant when he said that Lucas was a charlatan who did not repay debts. A maid knocked on the men's room and said that a guest had come to the master. Lucas replied that since he had no arrangements to meet, the maid could send the man home. The master's eyes widened as the girl said that she would relay the request to Princess Kandmyon. Lucas ran out of the room just as the maid informed Raylene that the master would not be able to see her today. In an inspired voice, the young man addressed the princess with the words that today he was completely free. Sitting in the office, the main character asked Lucas how he knew that Iris was coming to the party. The guildmaster smiled sweetly and replied that his letter could help the princess. The main character said that she saw the envelope after she returned home. When Raylene asked if Lucas was too worried, the man replied that he just wanted the princess to accept help. The main character immediately blushed when the master said that he was doing it for the sake of his princess. The protagonist then decided to ask if Lucas knew anything about the Count of Survey's family. The princess explained that the information she had obtained was not enough, so she needed help. After looking into Lucas's eyes, Raylene said that she wanted to turn the Survey family against the imperial family. The master did not understand the motives of the princess, so the girl explained that she wanted to deprive the family of the right to participate in the meeting. The main character immediately added that she already had an excellent candidate for an empty place. The master was very interested in how Princess Raylene was going to do all this. The girl explained that the weak point of the Survey family is the law on land ownership. Lucas smiled when Raylene said that it was enough just to provide the emperor with certain information. The main character recalled that recently a large shareholder in the person of her father left the imperial family. To all the troubles of the crown was added the unexpected accession to the throne of the youngest son. The emperor's family must be paid compensation for the damage caused due to the termination of the engagement. The main character added that very soon, the crown will have extremely unpleasant problems with finances. Lucas asked if Raylene meant that the emperor could confiscate Count Survey's property. Spreading her arms to her sides, the princess said that this was just a plan in her head for now. After thinking for a while, the master said that it would be a problem to put his man in an empty place. The main character agreed and replied that this time she would need the material support of her father. The Duke of Kandmyon, having listened to his daughter's idea, immediately supported Raylene and said that he would help with the money. The head of the family then added that the daughter carefully thinks through her actions and creates support. The main character looked at her father in confusion when he said that they would put her plan into action together. The princess informed Lucas that she had come to the master because Count Survey was overstepping the laws of the empire. Frowning, the main character quietly said that she would definitely teach the swindler to be smart. Lucas smiled softly and said that it would be nice if there were more aristocrats like Raylene in the empire. The main character was a little confused and replied that in this situation her greed is manifested. Holding out the card, Lucas said that Raylene didn't have to worry about taxes because he could tell the exact amount. Looking at the numbers, the main character was immediately happy with such reliable information. The guildmaster looked at the princess and asked if the girl had come to him just for that. The main character replied in confusion that the young man himself invited her to visit him. Princess Raylene smiled as to the fact that Lucas had promised to treat her to a strawberry cake. After a while, the master watched with a joyful smile as the princess tasted the dessert with an appetite. The next day, the main character woke up to the loud singing of birds outside the window. The princess felt a little cold, so the girl turned around to hug Xavier, who was not there. The main character could not understand why they were so noisy from the very early morning. Becky's maid burst into the princess's room and informed her that Raylene needed to go out into the courtyard. The main character asked Lillian to prepare a dress for her to meet Miel. Princess Raylene couldn't understand why Becky was as excited as if money was falling from the sky. The main character saw a man who introduced himself as an employee of Prince Frederick. The man said that the prince asked to give the princess some things, pointing to the carriage. At the same moment, the doors of the carriage gave way, and a huge mountain of gold coins spilled onto the ground. The main character opened her mouth in surprise when Becky revealed that this was not the only carriage. Frederick's employee explained that the prince said that it was not worth transferring everything in the form of securities. The princess was very happy when she realized that this was the money that the prince had to return. The girl warned that she would send a second demand if the amount differed from the previously indicated. Then the princess gave the order to bring her a shovel and for the knights to help carry the money. Becky approached the main character and asked if the princess would do it herself. Duke Kandmyon appeared on the horizon and told Raylene that, to be more precise, it was his money. The main character pitifully recalled that she had been tormented by letters to the imperial family for quite a long time. Noticing Miel from the family of Count Zykerhan, the Duke told Raylene that she should receive guests. The maids began to take the main character away while she cried, saying goodbye to her money. After a while, the princess went into the room where Miel was, who immediately greeted Raylene. The main character looked at the follower for the fact that the girl came to her. The princess turned to the lady with the words that her behavior at the banquet was unexpected. Miel replied that she was just tired of being a coward, always hiding behind the princess's back. The main character said that probably that performance required a lot of determination from the girl. In a serious tone, Miel replied that she wanted to change and become like Raylene. The lady explained that it had always been very strange for her to see tears rolling from the princess's eyes. Miel added that everything changed when she learned more about the daughter of the Duke of Kanmyeon. At that moment, the girl felt ashamed of the fact that she was constantly hiding behind Princess Raylene's back. Miel then said that the Duke's daughter had changed a lot and had become even more beautiful. Smiling softly, the follower told Raylene that she wanted to stand next to the princess. The main character replied that she took that act to the Marquise's parties positively. Looking into Miel's eyes, the princess repeated her question about what the girl wanted to get. Miel knelt down and said that she wanted to become a lady, that she could get permission to join the assembly of aristocrats. Spreading her arms to the sides, the main character said that the lady was thinking the same thing with her. The princess held out her hand to Miel and said that high society would not see the princess again. The follower accepted the help and replied that she would become a faithful servant for Raylene. Miel smiled and said that she would deal with the rumors that she dared to spread Iris. Sneering slyly, the princess said that she would be looking forward to the result. Xavier pushed his chair back to sit at the desk when a strange girl approached him. The stranger told the boy that he was called by a professor from the Department of Taxation and Accounting. The students began to discuss that they had heard that Xavier had been promoted to the upper class because of his grades. The boy was surprised when the school children began to assume that Xavier was a changeling because of his good looks. Xavier was frightened, so he quickly mumbled, saying that he urgently needed to go to the office. All this time, two teenagers watched Xavier's reaction and behavior with interest. The changeling ran into the first office he came across and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. An image of Princess Raylene appeared in Xavier's mind, smiling sweetly and calling the boy to her. The boy's whole body ached, but he decided to hold on so that he could see the Duke's daughter as soon as possible. The wizards in the Magic Tower worked hard to invent a new thing and research. The main character enthusiastically asked if the magicians could make something else for her. Noticing the intense gaze of the Lord, the girl apologized for not appearing in the tower for a long time. The princess showed Greg a sketch of a tea set that would keep warm. The bishop replied that this was impossible because the princess's money was intended for something else. The young man then asked if Raylene could offer another amount. Remembering that the Duke took all the money for himself, the main character said that she had nothing. Greg looked the princess in the eye and replied that without money, the princess could not count on anything. The main character indignantly exclaimed that how can a bishop say this if they are business partners? However, Greg said that Princess Raylene had no right to say such a thing because she had not spent a penny. The main character listened attentively to the words of the young man that magicians are very busy now. Raylene asked Greg how many wizards in the tower had reached their magic limit. The Lord was a little confused and asked why Princess Raylene was interested in such things. Spreading her arms to the sides, the main character said that she had heard that there were very strong magicians in the tower. The princess added that wizards, instead of using their magic, are engaged in research. The red-haired girl was surprised when Raylene suggested that the mages put their knowledge into practice. The main character assured that doing business with her would give magicians the opportunity to use their potential. The girl was inspired and with a bright smile said that Raylene's proposal was very interesting. The Lord of the Magic Tower looked at the reaction of his little assistant in surprise. The main character handed the red-haired girl the blueprints, and Greg said that everything was not as simple as it seemed. Grabbing the blueprint, the man asked if Raylene was going to produce the goods in large quantities. Greg told me that it would take a long time for a magician to carve a magic circle. The main character looked at the man and asked if an ordinary person could carve a circle. The red-haired girl looked over Greg's shoulder and said that a non-mage could do it. The Lord of the Magic Tower replied that it would still take a lot of time, even for an ordinary person. The main character smirked and asked why sweat so much over each product. The princess offered to make a seal with patterns to speed up the work process. Greg explained that without the use of magical power, no circle would work, no matter how hard it tried. The main character said that they would make the shelf life of the set 2 years so that people would buy more often. The red-haired girl enthusiastically said that they could make a lot of such items this way. The princess also offered to make a service to restore magical power for the service. Raylene added that this will open up new horizons for magic that mages can develop. Greg sighed tiredly and told the 2 girls to leave his room first. The main character asked in confusion that this was really the answer of the Lord of the Tower. The door slammed shut with a loud thud, leaving the girls to be indignant on the other side. The Lord of the Magic Tower picked up Princess Raylene's blueprint and began to study it carefully. The man couldn't understand why a young girl would make him think of such strange things. The main character sat with a red-haired girl in another room and waited for Greg to come to them. Princess Raylene began to think about overthrowing Crown Prince Frederick. The girl was well aware that the Villainess would not want to spoil relations with the imperial family and the prince. The main character tried to cheer herself up, saying that now there is no place for any regrets. The wizards of the Magic Tower couldn't understand why their mistress 5 billion had been looking depressed for an hour. Folding her arms over her chest, the main character began to think about whether the vision with Raylene was even real then. The princess had the idea of visiting Iris to find out, but Raylene immediately dismissed the idea. The main character was sad because the girl could not even tell anything to her Xavier. Suddenly, the princess realized that the only one she got along with, not Raylene, was the changeling. Looking at the depressed princess, the wizards began to pray that the girl would not worry too much. Noticing the Lord of the Tower, Raylene covered her ears and said that she was not going home at all. Greg asked the girl if the princess wanted him to contact the Duke in person to have Raylene taken away. The man then offered the girl to go with him so as not to interfere with the research of his wizards. After pouring tea into a mug, Greg asked if the princess was worried about the changelings living in her house. The main character was confused and replied that she knew that the bishop was only interested in matters related to money. The overlord agreed with the girl and added that he could not trust Raylene if she was running around with her trouble. Taking a deep breath, the main character said that this is not such a big problem to worry about. The princess explained that she just wanted to see Xavier, but didn't think she had the right to do so. The girl added that she thinks the boy has a sense of duty to her because of what Raylene said earlier. Grinning nervously, the main character said that she feels like a child when she wakes up alone. The princess asked Greg that it would be insensitive of her to keep Xavier by her side. To hold back her emotions, the girl clenched her fists and said that this child was independent in one way or another. The Lord of the Tower said that if the princess was sorry, she could just talk to Xavier to resolve everything. After taking a sip of hot tea, the young man added that dialogue was the best solution possible. The main character smiled and said that most likely she was just in a hurry to regret her past actions. Greg nodded silently as Princess Raylene thanked Princess Raylene for listening to her. Suddenly, it dawned on the main character that, although they talked for a long time, steam was still coming out of the cups. Greg explained that he tried to make one batch that the princess suggested to test. The overlord offered the princess to sign a contract with the proceeds, since Raylene had no money. The main character enthusiastically asked if Greg did everything after he chased her out of the room. While the girl was signing the contract, the lord was curious about how the princess got into the tower without an escort. Taking out a thank you plaque that Greg had given her, the main character explained that she had come with her help. The Lord of the Tower replied that he very much hoped that Princess Raylene had warned someone from home. After receiving a negative answer, the man showed the girl how the Duke and Becky were trying to find Raylene in a panic. The head of the family began to assume that his daughter had been kidnapped by the imperial family, and Becky began to think that it was a faction. Noticing how much Raylene's loved ones are now worried, the main character clutched her head in horror. Duchess Carlos asked her son how his temporary escort to the prince went. Barrett calmly said that Howfold himself was frivolous, but rather straightforward. The woman said that the crown prince was kicked out of his post as soon as Frederick broke off his engagement to Raylene. Isabel asked her son Barrett if he thought the current emperor was right. The duchess added that if the center began to shake, everything would collapse after it, hinting at the emperor's family. The woman said that in order to maintain stability in the country, Carlos's family must firmly defend their positions. Isabel added that Barrett, as the heir to the family, needs to inherit Carlos's dignity without flaws. Looking into her son's eyes, the woman ordered Barrett to do everything possible to strengthen his power. After listening attentively to Duchess Carlos, the young man did not object and immediately agreed. However, Barrett was very surprised when Isabel suddenly said that she really liked Princess Raylene. The man immediately understood what exactly his mother meant, and putting her hand on her heart, said that she would do everything possible. Suddenly, a servant burst into the room and reported that the princess was missing, causing Barrett and Isabel to freeze. The main one stood in the room with jewelry and cursed at the sign for not returning her home. Looking around, the princess was very surprised by the huge amount of jewelry in the room. Then the girl noticed a small room covered with a curtain and decided to go in and take a look. The main character saw a family portrait which depicted little Raylene with her mom and dad. At the same moment, the princess realized that she was at home in the Kandmian estate. Looking at her father in the portrait, the main character made sure that the man had preserved his appearance with the help of magic. Remembering Miel's words and looking at little Raylene, the girl realized that the Duchess's death had affected the girl. However, the main character could not understand that as with all the abundance of jewelry, Raylene could behave like this. The princess wondered why the Villainess continued to cling to a guy like Frederick. The main character assumed that Raylene did not realize how rich she was, so she behaved like this. The princess quietly asked the Villainess if she really wanted to become an empress so that she would stop being ignored. The main character promised Raylene that she would definitely become a worthy duchess of her family. The young girl took a deep breath, realizing that all this would take her some indefinite time. The princess desperately said that now she did not even know what was real and what was really fiction. Due to his poor health, Xavier decided to visit the infirmary of the Kandmian Academy to be checked. After examining the boy, the doctor said that Xavier could not attend the academy classes in such a state. The man said that he would write the boy a pass from classes so that he could have a good rest at home. The doctor explained that Xavier can only grow and learn when he is completely healthy. The boy thanked the man, and the doctor advised Xavier to rest in a quiet place when he returned. The changeling thanked the man and headed out of the office while the doctor watched him silently. As soon as the boy came out, the man's eyes suddenly turned black and the doctor bowed, calling Xavier the king. The boy went outside and politely asked to be taken to the Kandmian mansion. Xavier began to blame himself for not being able to endure the pain, and now returns to Raylene like a fool. The boy closed his eyes and, remembering the image of Princess Raylene, whispered quietly that he missed the girl. The main character, talking about the motives of the real Raylene, did not even notice how she fell asleep on the floor. Duke Kandmian and Barad could not understand why the girl was sleeping in this room with a pile of jewelry in her hands. Becky was surprised by the fact that Raylene was holding the most expensive pieces on display. Grinning, Barad said quietly that the princess was the only one who felt so carefree. As soon as the main character woke up, Becky said that they were going to send a portrait of Raylene around the country. The princess decided for herself that now she would warn someone just before going somewhere. Suddenly, the main character stopped when she noticed through the window that something was happening on the street. Overcoming the pain and dizziness, Xavier slowly stepped out of the carriage and looked at the Kandmian estate. The main character leaned against the glass when she realized that her little angel had returned home. Xavier turned when he heard Princess Raylene calling out loudly through the noise in his ears. At the same moment, the boy lost consciousness, but the main character managed to catch Xavier before he fell. Princess Raylene was very frightened and began to ask what had happened to the child, but no one knew anything. Putting the boy's head on her lap, the main character began to shout to call a doctor immediately. After a while, the doctor examined Xavier and informed the princess that he had done his best. The man explained that, unlike ordinary people, the diseases of changelings cannot be established. The main character patted Xavier on the head and said that she would be there for the boy until the fever subsided. The princess read the doctor's recommendations from Kandmian Academy and began to blame herself for not noticing anything earlier. Squeezing the boy's hands, the main character said that she was sorry that she did not know where and what hurt the boy. Holding back tears, the princess whispered softly that she had been too indifferent to Xavier lately. The changeling opened his eyes and told Raylene not to say that because she had already done so much for him. Xavier stood up and apologized to the young girl for causing her so much trouble. The main character began to scold the boy for not immediately returning home as soon as he began to feel bad. Xavier smiled and replied that Raylene was holding his hand just as she had when she had saved him. The main character looked into the child's eyes in surprise when the boy said that everything was fine with him. Then the princess pressed her lips tightly together and said that she was not a righteous and good person. The main character told Xavier that she saved him that day only because she felt sorry for the boy. The princess added that she was very sorry that she had not shown proper respect for Xavier until now. Hearing the young girl's words, the changeling smiled softly and looked at the princess kindly. Xavier thanked Raylene for pulling him out of hell when no one wanted to reach out. The boy asked the princess not to torture himself with unnecessary thoughts, and added that Raylene was the closest person to him. Xavier smiled broadly and said that he was going to live for Princess Raylene to make her happy. The main character asked the boy to stop and added that she was always happy when Xavier was around. The princess looked into the boy's eyes and asked him to live for himself and not for someone else. Xavier froze in surprise when Raylene added that soon the boy would be able to stand up for himself alone. Smiling broadly, the main character promised the changeling that she would do the same in the future. Xavier's eyes widened as he heard Princess Raylene's words and felt a strange tremor in his body. A voice sounded in the boy's head that wondered who Xavier really was all along. The main character was very frightened when the boy began to cough very loudly and non-stop. Suddenly, Xavier's body began to glow a bright golden color, illuminating the entire room. Frightened even more, the main character tried to pull the boy out, but she failed. In front of Princess Raylene, Xavier assumed the fetal position and plunged into a strange golden liquid. A huge egg appeared on the girl's bed, which the princess tried to break in order to get Xavier out. The main character began to pray with tears that the boy did not disappear forever in front of her eyes. Pressing closer to the egg, the girl began to cry bitterly from the realization that there was still a lot she had not said to Xavier. Suddenly, the main character's eyes widened when she remembered that magicians specialize in changelings. The Lord of the Magic Tower sat and analyzed the report of the red-haired Verche after he had recently taken a cold shower. Greg was very surprised when suddenly the princess appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the collar of his robe. The young man immediately drew his attention to the fact that the girl was crying bitterly and became alert. The main character looked into the eyes of the wizard and asked the Lord of the Magic Tower to help her. Greg looked at the princess in confusion and excitedly asked what had happened to the girl. Tears poured non-stop from the young girl's eyes as Raylene quietly said that Xavier was hiding in the egg. Through the magical passage, the Lord of the Tower heard a knock on the princess's room and asked if everything was okay. Becky's maid became very worried when she heard the screams, so she opened the door slightly and asked to come in. Suddenly, the maid froze when she saw a huge golden egg on the princess's bed and a magical passage. The Lord of the Magic Tower furrowed his brows when he noticed Princess Raylene's maidservant. As soon as Greg snapped his finger, Becky's maid felt a strong weakness in her body, which she could not resist. The maid sank slowly to the floor and, leaning against the door, fell into a deep and undisturbed sleep. The main character did not stop crying, so the man asked the princess to calm down first. The Lord of the Magic Tower stood up and entered the young girl's room through the passage to look at the egg. Standing in front of Princess Raylene's bed, Greg asked in confusion what it was. The main character returned to her room and explained that it was Xavier, who suddenly became like this. Greg remembered how the princess had told him how much she missed Xavier, even though she had no right. The Lord of the Magic Tower realized that the egg contained the same child beast that the lady had spoken about. The princess informed Greg that Xavier was not feeling well at school, so he was sent home. After thinking for a while, the Tower Lord concluded that the boy had had a high fever for a long time. The girl said that the family doctor gave Xavier medicines, but was not sure of their effectiveness. Overlord looked at the girl as she said that everything was fine until the egg appeared. The young man bent down and, looking into the girl's eyes, told her not to worry so much. The main character loudly asked Greg if Xavier was sick with something incurable. The Lord of the Magic Tower gently took Princess Raylene's hand to calm the young girl. The man then placed the girl's hand on the surface of the egg so that the princess could feel the warm energy. The main character calmed down a little when she felt the presence of Xavier in the egg and that the boy was breathing. Greg looked the girl straight in the eye and said in a calm tone that he thought Xavier was fine. The man remembered that in the ancient records that were stored in the tower, there was something about the process of the growth of changelings. Greg said that in order to reduce the great burden of premature adulthood, the boy encased himself in an egg. The main character collapsed on her knees to the floor in relief and whispered words of gratitude in a low voice. A few tears rolled down the princess's face, and the girl said that she was very happy now. A picture popped up in the head of the main character in Greg's surprised face when the girl grabbed him by the collar. The princess began to apologize to the man, explaining her behavior for a short amount of time. The young girl blushed a little when she said that only Greg could help in this situation. Suddenly, an awkward silence hung between the young people, forcing each of them to immerse themselves in their own thoughts. After adjusting his robe, the man said that the princess had a habit of worrying about other people. The Lord of the Tower added that he would take away the object from the girl to move if she appeared so suddenly. The man touched the egg and assumed that Xavier had lived at least 100 years, looking at the changes. One guess ran through the mind of the Lord of the Magic Tower, which Greg did not want to believe at first. Opening the passage, the man asked Raylene to let him know if anything else happened to Xavier. The main character asked the Lord of the Magic Tower in confusion what she should do with the boy now. Greg told the princess to just protect Xavier for the time being, while the mages could find more information. The magical passage closed, leaving the main character alone in the room alone with the golden egg. The princess sat down on the bed and, placing her hands on the egg, reminded herself with a smile not to worry about Xavier's condition. The next morning, a loud cry of terror swept through Candmian Manor, waking up all the inhabitants in it. Becky's maid and Duke Candmion stared dumbfounded at the huge golden egg. The main character rubbed her eyes and asked in a sleepy voice why everyone had gathered in her room. The head of the Candmion family came closer to the egg, despite the fact that Sir John tried to dissuade him in every possible way. Princess Raylene said with resentment in her voice that Xavier was not dangerous at all and would not cause harm. Becky said that they needed to get Xavier out immediately, and the knight offered to cut the egg with a sword. Duke Candmion looked at his hand and offered to scrape off the gold plating from the outside of the egg. Upon hearing the suggestions of Becky, Sir Ian, and the Duke, the main character immediately threw them out of the room. The head of the Candmion family thought that he had never heard anything about changelings before. The Duke turned to an assistant named Rizey to contact the 10th Intelligence Guild. The main character heard her father's request and breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the door. The princess asked Xavier in confusion if she could protect the boy from the household.